The beginning of the story came from a clan of light that led its knights only forward. It just so happens that one of them betrayed his clan and wanted to cross the clan line. The knights were shocked that one of their clan's strongest commanders wanted to betray them. The man standing in front of the cloaked boy only marveled at how one could stoop to such a low level. The young man was truly angry at the entire Light clan, for those wanted to set him up. It was sincerely evident from the smile. One of the Light clan who was just mocking the boy. The kid only wanted one answer as to who made him do such an assassination attempt. Each time the boy grew stronger. All the people were as if in a nauseating fog, realizing the danger. For the lad was furious at such insolence of his own clan. The man standing in front of the lad asked meekly to accept his fate, otherwise he would in turn report them to the General Vladic Light. The young man allowed him to do so, of course if the peephole light could speak after their duel. The clanmate only wanted to laugh at the boy. After all, there was a 9th star barrier in front of them. Though the situation with the messenger of evil was only getting worse for the clan of light, and soon even a barrier wouldn't help. The kid was ready to tear anyone into little pieces with his looks alone. But a friend intervened in their conversation with his older brother, who asked him to stop the outrage. The young man couldn't even think that his soulmate would personally come to him. This was the head of the clan of light live for the clan. He was tall, strong, slender, proud. It's not a quick shock for the guy, as coming out the instigator who wanted him dead turned out to be his own brother. The shock was too uncomplicated for a man who realized that his own brother wanted him dead. The head of light realized that his junior finding out that he himself was behind it was an incredible shock to him. The situation couldn't have been worse, and the man who wanted to tear everything apart was just broken. The kid just wanted to know the answer to why it all came to this, why it was all done. Brother really appreciated his brother praising his brother's merits for the sake of the clan and the people. At that moment, the guy's incredible state of shock was recreated. When his own brother did it all to get rid of his brother and his powers of darkness, the kid was barking at himself, saying aloud what he was doing wrong, why everyone had this attitude about him. The brother was furious, screaming, saying that the guy was a common sin killer, wielding a sinister mist. The situation was the worst for the young man, for it was not clear what sins were involved. The young man was angry, for he had obeyed all his brother's orders, and this is how he repaid him. The boy performed great feats, fighting for the throne in the empire. Then a raid by the Demon King's army. There were wars to unify the continent. The boy helped with all his might to achieve everything his brother aspired to. It was all for their common interest. But now it turns out that the light has cast its brother into darkness. The kid was incredibly angry, because the realization that 20 years had just been wasted in garbage, and it was killing his humanity. The young man gave all of himself for the sake of killing his brother for such shameless words. All the wars were concerned. What are they going to do now that this guy is 10 or even 100 times stronger than all of them? It turned out to be quite simple. True brother wanted to kill his younger brother because he was afraid of him. The boy set off to step in front of the unwillingness of his abilities, but the brother of light didn't care. Despite the difficulty of the fight, one full punch would have been enough for the guy. After all, the guy had an amazing venom that no amount of regeneration would help. But Boris got in the way of making an offensive strike. Due to a fatal flaw in the fight, the boy was pierced through with a holy blade. With this blade, the battle was finally ended between the two heroes of light. The head of light had always suspected his brother of the demon's dark deeds, and had never been kind to him. The brother of light's words of infinite distrust finally finished the young man, after the knight threw the guy far away from the guy. And then, as if nothing had happened, he began to quietly walk away with his group of men. For a hero who lived serving his brother for a full 20 years was the biggest pain. The boy had no idea that this was his true end. At the friend, the knight felt a quick movement to his back. The boy did not want to give up and thought only about how to bring everything to the end. Filling all his lungs with blood mixed with hatred, all he could do was scream for his brother's death. But the bright plowing of the force that was overflowing couldn't let that happen. Suddenly, a hero named Simon woke up as if from a terrible nightmare. The mounted girl started yelling at the guy, asking how much more time she was going to sleep. The boy woke up abruptly and stood up when she didn't expect it to work so fast. The hero had mixed feelings of shock and surprise, for he had seen this maid as long as 20 years ago. Touching his face, he couldn't believe his own mind that it was real. He was a child again. The maid turned to the boy with a very angry tone, asking if the gentleman is stalling because he doesn't want to go to practice. The young man couldn't even understand what kind of training he was talking about because of all the wondering. The kid wanted to know what kind of training was in store for him today. This strange day began in the duchy of the Vert clan. The young man was seriously sure that he had returned to the exact time and place, just like in his memories. But he thought it was strange. Of course he had heard that before death the whole life flies before his eyes. But he had expected something else. The boy remembers exactly what had all happened 27 years ago, in the year 985. At that time, it was also only a year away from entering the Knights Academy. Every year there was a practice where the main character's father was always the main audience. Simon's opponent was his half-brother Krantz Vert, and his mother Margaret Erzet was a duchess, a duke herself, for which reason Krantz received much more attention. And the young man in turn was an illegitimate son. In the first fight the boy lost, and he was considered a general laughingstock. After this incident, the protagonist's own father stopped communicating with him. The maid tried with all her might to cheer up the young man, but this time he was confident in his abilities. Simon had forgotten how weak he'd been before, when he picked up a simple rapier, though realizing that things in this dream had physical weight evoked notes of reality. This time, though, the kid really did realize that he had actually traveled back in time. The fight hasn't even started yet, but the hero's half-brother is already starting to get pumped up. Simon was curious if it was possible to change the future this time. The king instructed that let them begin their duel soon and decide who was the strongest. Of course, the cocky Krantz ran to the front to let his power be known, swinging his sword and laughing in his face. Meanwhile, as the character showed no emotion at all, it all happened in like a second, and naturally the blonde man missed with his sword. Abruptly turning toward our hero, expressing his displeasure with this fight, the young man simply hit the pomeka, causing it to fly away, and then just kicked him in the leg to keep him from relaxing so much. That kick to the leg was incredibly strong for the blondie. Afterward, the kid just lay on the floor and held onto his leg for the pain to go away. The parents were greatly surprised, and not even much concerned about it. The hero remembered the rules perfectly. If one presented the sword to his brother's face, then the duel would be over. But also remembering an event that took place at the academy in the future. The young man had a plan to do his best to stomp first, so that Krantz wouldn't even have such a thought later. Simon lightly began to beat his half-brother, so that he would remember well not to do that in the future. It was clear exactly how the hero would make his own way. Krantz's result was terrible. After this fight, the Duke was able to find free time to speak after all this time with his son. Most surprisingly, Simon was given a high-class Yulkan knight to accompany him. His father's spouse came out to meet him. The young man asked with a wide big smile how Krantz was doing. The furious mistress didn't understand how this guy had the nerve to ask such questions. The kid just laughed and said that was the whole point of the duel. Mistress so-and-so knew why bastards couldn't be treated as legitimate children, and the boy was naturally hurt by it. The woman called the hero and his own mother names, calling her a slut, not to mention the young man's place on the street begging for food from passers-by. Simon saw that the chicken was clucking too much, saying such a thing. Then he asserted that Her Majesty knew he was going to the academy with Krantz. The young woman began to fill with blood the excitement of her own possibilities, and gently hinted that there might be a possibility that her favorite son might not come out of the academy completely whole. The woman was puzzled as to how this scoundrel dared to threaten the Duchess. Without holding back her anger, she wanted to slap our hero with all her might. But the loyal commander could not allow physical violence between them. The guards then asked the Duchess for forgiveness, but his master told them to come to him as soon as possible. He graciously apologized for the misunderstanding, but they have to leave. Mistress was still not happy with this result, but there was nothing she could do about it. The boy, however, smilingly realized that the Duke's orders were far more important, for they were absolute. In truth, the young man was surprised. He was being protected by a night guard who had received this order, and not even the Duchess could do anything about it. The boy nailed His Majesty as he stood looking out the window. The young man greeted his father, parallelly remembering that the last such meeting had been over 15 years ago. Mr. Varys asked his son to take a seat as they were about to have an important conversation. You might ask, what was it that made this lord stand out? He was known as the guardian of the continent and the world. The hero stopped the demon invasion for a long time, with the help of his great magical power and life force. Until the very end, the lord fought the Demon King's army. All that was needed was peace on Earth. Except our protagonist, the memory is different as a man who used his free will. And now the boy realized that he had been blind and foolish all along, that he had given the best of his life to serving this family. The Lord wanted to ask why the hero's eyes deliberately gave a glare. He could have dodged without a problem after all. The boy's face changed abruptly, and was seized with bewilderment. The Duke said that when Krantz lunged at him, he also had no problem looking at the trajectory of the sword swing, and then just turned his body to dodge it. The father was curious when his son learned fencing. The boy started making excuses, saying that he didn't learn, but rather just practiced alone in the evenings. As far as the Duke knew, the boy had never had any interest in swordsmanship. Now the question begs to be asked, why would one hide such fine talents with the wielding of a sword? Except the Duke thought that incident was a little unnecessary. The young man tensed, for he was afraid that his father would find out about his real abilities and intentions. The kid wanted to confirm his attitude and prove himself. His father was curious as to what it was. The hero stood up, shouting that he wanted to be the best, even though they weren't of the same blood as Krantz, and he thought that seemed to be the point of the duel. His father looked at the young man and was quite impressed at how much the boy had changed. The Duke liked the lad's attitude, the clear and concise answer showing his poise. Virus finally realized that someday his son could be a suitable support for Ashel. The young man was not in the least frightened when he heard that name. The biggest question for the hero was why he should become his assistant at all. Simon realized that nothing had changed. Father was still obsessed with Ashel. The Duke thought that he would like to reward our hero with something in honor of his first victory, so if he needs something, he can get it for him. The young man realized he would do whatever it took to destroy everything Ashel had created. Meanwhile, the maid was in for a big shock that the boy really wanted to get into a real battlefield. The hero confirmed his words, only it was not all confirmed yet. The girl was puzzled, asking the gentleman by chance after the duel did not touch his head on the ground. The maid realized something: the place was just teeming with mobs of vicious monsters and horrors of demons. Also, according to history, the only place on the entire continent that could be called a battlefield was the Lemia Valley, a ferocious place where battles with demons have been fought for hundreds of years. The young man wondered if his father had stubbornly conditioned him to go to the battlefield from the very beginning. The kid realized that now he should become much stronger within a month to become worthy and go to the valley. And until that happens, the guy has nothing left but to raise physical and magical strength as much as possible. The boy realized that he was weaker than his peers right now, and he was just lucky in that fight. After sitting down comfortably, the boy began to experiment, and realized that except for a crumb of mana, he had nothing else. Just as the young man thought to start training from today, a girl showed up at his room, who only made it clear by her looks that she wasn't here to play tea party. She grabbed the hero by the scruff of his neck and started yanking him in all directions. It was Mistress Alice who was in agony over our protagonist's decision. The girl screamed, asking why the doofus had agreed to go to the front, but the young man asked to be released and allowed to explain himself in peace. Alice was convinced that defeating Krantz had really messed with his head, and she wasn't going to leave it that way. That's why she made the guy go with her to the roof of the mansion to find out. Already on the roof of the tall building, encompassing a contemplative view. The two guys agreed to duel. The girl explained that she would only let the guy go on the battlefield if he could last 3 minutes against her. The young man was not enthusiastic about this venture at all, for he was only wasting time instead of preparing. Alice wanted to ask the young man if he wanted to be the future heir of their clan. If so, then one should fight for that throne. The guy was outraged and disdainful of why the girl was acting like this, except he didn't care about this throne. The girl was ready and asked the boy to draw his sword. It was evident how our protagonist had gotten so tired of proving to everyone where he belonged all day. The girl started to act completely different. The fight she had this morning was no match for the one going on now. Alice had no idea that the boy had actually managed to block her blow without any effort. After this skirmish, they were thrown quite a weighty distance in 2 directions. She realized that the rapier had a very light blade, but realizing that the boy was able to parry the blow was a shock to her. Mistress thought this boy was just lucky, and now she would be a little more assertive. The kid could tell from one look alone that he was done for. Then the battle accelerated exponentially, and each blow became stronger and faster. The girl worked tirelessly, as if she was trying to destroy the hero rather than make a showy duel. It was hard for the boy, especially when his weapon is only a sword, which only on God's word has not yet broken from such a weight of blows. But in the moment, the guy managed to find a weakness in her actions. The boy doused himself with sweat and persistence so that there was an opportunity to get around the girl. Except the battle and the difference in strength was great between them. Jumping back, the young man realized that he could have killed the girl if he hadn't stopped earlier. Everything was in the matter of the artifact the boy had commandeered since birth, the thick fog swordsmanship skill. It was difficult for the young man to fight while controlling the pressure of this ability, due to his age and amount of strength. The girl began to recite her spells to end their duel with her victory. That's the kind of kid you really didn't expect to hear a level 6 spell. It seemed to the character that Alice was obviously playing hard to get since she was using a super paving spell. It even seemed to the young man that his sister's true intention was to kill him. The coincidence in his thoughts were confirmed when one can only look at the girl's eyes. The kid realized that he would fall off the Krishi even in case he put a block against the spell. Therefore, the young man had nothing left but to attack head-on. Running faster and faster towards his goal, he could only hope that everything would work out. In reality, though, things could go wrong in a heartbeat. Their duel was interfered with by a guard who was tremblingly trying to protect the young gentleman. The guard was incredibly disturbed and angry to learn that the battle had been going on behind his back all this time. The blow was so powerful that the whole neighborhood could admire its bright flash from a distance. The knight was quite surprised at what Mistress Alice was capable of. She was also too hard on her younger opponent. The kid was left wondering throughout the battle when his guards would be able to help stop this fight. When she came to her senses, she couldn't believe what she had done with her own hands. Alice hugged the hero and began to apologize to the young man, saying that she had lost her mind while fighting him. She wanted badly to prevent him from going to the front. By this she wanted with all her might to stop him, and by this she was too obsessed. Simon could once again see the same Alice he remembered from 15 years ago. She always worked hard at everything. His sister, Alice, was the best of the elite who got the best grades in the academy. In addition, she was an incredible beauty, and amazed with her abilities, and for this, she was nicknamed the Star Child. Together with his eldest son, Ashel, they named the future, the Guardians of the Continent. But after joining the Clan of Light, his sister was brutally murdered. But this time, the young man promised that he wouldn't let that happen, and would definitely protect her. Turning to the knight, she was curious as to why the guards hadn't followed the Duke, since he had left for the front. But in reply, the guard told that in secret he was to protect the young master in all things by order of the Majesty. The boy had been honoring him ever since he left the Duke's office, but it seemed strange to him that he had not appeared for so long. In a friend, the young man passed out unconscious. The girl looked at him and was really surprised at how interesting her little brother was. Even though he was just a baby, Simon deliberately started mass training to get stronger in the least amount of time. The kid realized that he needed to get stronger before he got to the academy. But in reality, it was a challenge for him to achieve even a fraction of the body he had before his rebirth. The young man was confident in his abilities, but first, he should make a list of some solutions. Suddenly, a maid came up to him telling him about a parcel from Mistress Alice. It's true that the package was just a disgusting mixture of some kind. In fact, the young man knew what was in the bottle. The blood of a hellhound that would be able to pump him. Simon said that the mixture was poisonous because of its composition, and there were side effects of burning in the throat. But in fact, it instantly increases the mana and strength of whoever consumes this compound. Though the rest of us think it's a silly base, the young man knows from experience that it's true. The kid abruptly started consuming this compound hound, realizing it was the only way to get pumped fast. The young man had once tasted something similar, and his heart had stopped for 1 second because of one spoonful of that slop. As he gorged himself on an entire bowl of hellhound, the boy felt a great surge of energy in his body. The girl was concerned about such products, but the young man liked everything, and the gentleman also contrived to take a short walk. Simon sprinted outside, to one particular spot where the views were just mind-boggling to the guy's psyche. This place used to be a place the guy used to frequent when he wanted to be alone. Long ago there was a message to his brother Ashel, and it said that there was an ancient temple on this mountain. In truth, the young man didn't fully believe in this tale, but only the large mana coefficient was proof of the truth. The young man had really found what he wanted so badly, and that pleased him. Activating his spell, the kid wanted to find the treasure trove as soon as possible. The guy had a great plan on how to make the past as favorable to him as possible, for on this day he would find a secret treasure much earlier than fate itself had preferred. The cave entrance beckoned him to go lower and lower. With each new step, the lad anticipated a meeting of adventures. The ancient temple was a co-servant of the god of light Lv.999. Because of the war between gods and demons, this place was created that held the secrets of mankind. It didn't take the boy long to realize that this place existed right near where he lived. After a while, the young man was able to find this holy sword, owner of the temple of the holy treasure of Lv.999. Over 1,000 years ago, the earth was liberated from an army of demons with this blade. Of course, there were also ordinary artifacts that were much cheaper than holy weapons. One of the relics of all the artifacts was the holy sword of Durang, blessed with the light of Lv.999. He was recognized as the deciding factor in humanity's victory over the demons. In this story, the kid realized that there was a possibility of changing her regression. Trying to touch the sword, the guy knew it wouldn't work. The boy kicked the piece of metal, realizing that if it wasn't worthy of the powers of light, then so be it. This event only spoiled the young man's mood, and that's all. So he decided to call bullshit on it and move on. When the hero passes by, the light takes only him, and does not notice the dark horse not pod leku. The hero, however, was different, and had come only for the dark blade of dark matter from the beginning. The kid realized that sometimes even a shadow can come true if you put him in the right frame of mind. The young man always knew that where there was light, there must always be darkness. The boy stood in a circle to activate the ancient artifact, empowering his body, and then discovered the secret room behind the sword. A blade of pure scarlet stone could be found in this room. The young man was glad to see his purple demonic Karum blade again. The boy introduced himself again before his sword, showing a bright smile to it. He was silent for some reason, and the boy thought that he had not had time to wake up for so many years. The longer the wielder held this blade, the more he had the urge to destroy anything. Suddenly, someone came out in front of the boy and started asking if the child knew the danger of the blade. Dark added that he was dangerous by waking a sleeping demon like him. The black mass of demonic energy was covered in a sinister smile, which immediately began hunting our hero, who had no idea what these fights were about. The kid just caught this monster by the neck while the creature was in some sort of shock at such hero action. The young man looked at her and had no idea that the darkness was so reckless. Materia asked who our hero was, to which he replied that he was the owner of this demon blade. The girl let her manicure go into force with shouts of, "Let the guy let her go immediately," and then managed to break free from the kid's grasp. She was incredibly curious about who our protagonist really was, since he had such self-assured powers. But as soon as she detected a great dark power in the boy, it was immediately deduced that he was a demon's receiver. The girl was curious as to why she felt the fecal aura of greasiness from such a boy. The boy, however, answered that exactly he was her master who had come back for her powers. Blade was furious at such lofty statements about himself, for the hero was still a brat. She attacked the guy, but the guy couldn't give himself a hard time, and after the hound's elixir, he became much stronger. The young man was well aware that words alone were not enough to earn the demonic blade's trust. The purpose of the demonic blade was to take possession of the owner, so the guy has no other choice. The hero will begin to quietly bond with the blade demon. The girl fell right in front of the lord, right on the ground. The young man appealed to the girl to recognize him as her master, as long as he was kind to her and did not use evil intentions. She was furious, but there was nothing she could do about the hero's powerful spell. The kid was only frustrated to watch such a picture applying demonic blade control. The young man used this ability time after time to make the girl accept him as the owner of the blade. After some attempts, the young man succeeded in getting her to agree to be the owner of the sword. The hero realized that after safely controlling the demonic sword, he should return back to the palace. Sword Spirit was happy to be able to come back to the surface again in so long and feel the oxygen again. Except she was curious about her new master's name, to which the guy gave the answer, Simon. Blade was puzzled that her progenitor had really chosen such a child with such a name, to which the kid answered correctly. In his life a lot has happened. The spirit was shocked at what he was talking about, because the boy had not even lived 30% of his life, to which the boy replied that he had died before. And then they both walked over to the sword, and the kid stated that this blade would have to wait another 20 years before the owner found it. Blade was disturbed, for the boy spoke as if he knew beforehand. In a moment, the kid just took a moment to chop off a part of the great sword, after which he fell down. The spirit asked why Simon would do this, to which he replied that who knows, perhaps this act would make the future more interesting. One evening, there was a wagon that drove through the bright desert to a certain place. In fact, a whole month had flown by, and now the hero had to demonstrate his abilities in front of the Duke. As soon as the hero greeted his lordship, the latter immediately deliberately asked one last time, does Simon really intend to join the ranks of the demon-fighting front? The young man with all his heart was loyal to the cause and wants to go to the front. The Duke asked to proceed with the plan as he had planned for this response. The knight took out a special scroll that contained an intense spell, and then tossed the summoning scroll straight to the ground. The creature was of great dimensions of magic and power. It was clear that this demon was incredibly powerful and had been summoned to test the hero. The kid was fully expecting some sort of test, only he didn't think there would be a low-ranked demonic beast. Looking around, the guy realized they'd all step in if things got dangerous. The Duke said that Simon must answer for his words and prove just how strong his strength and determination is. The knight believed that the boy would win because he had personally seen the boy practicing. Before that, the kid had asked the knight to fight him as an equal. The kid explained that there were only 3 days left before the meeting with the Duke, and he wanted to practice properly. The young man said that he would like to experience a real fight between a strong opponent. The old man was quite honorable, only it wouldn't be the best decision to fight someone his age. The kid would have been glad, except that when he asked his brother, he kept running away from him. The knight had not expected such a reaction from his companions. The guard agreed to fight, only he wanted to ask for something in return. He would only fight with knives, so he asked the prince to defend himself and attack at full strength. The boy thanked the knight for his courtesy and voiced another request before the battle. Whatever happened, asked him not to tell his father about it, for it was a mischief. The knight was quite surprised and interested in what the boy could have done that would move to threats. The young man began to move in a completely different way, not the way the guard was used to seeing normally. Butler couldn't believe that this blow from a 10-year-old child could damage the blade. The boy continued to attack the knight with his blows almost without stopping. And then the hero suddenly disappeared from the enemy's sight, and the latter did not understand how it was possible. The boy, meanwhile, was behind the knight's back right above his head. Butler realized that Simon had long since stopped childishly laughing and now he should defend himself like a real man. Each future blow was like a breath of fresh air for the knight, because he could not predict the new movements of the guy. The young man showed the seriousness of the situation with just his gaze. Knight was getting hard to block the guy's punches. Simon calmed down, and realized that even after so much training, it was still difficult for him to defeat the knight. The one in turn praised the guy for such an outstanding move in time for the battle. I also just couldn't believe that young Simon was able to grow up so quickly at such a young age. The knight realized that if his hunch was correct, our hero can easily defeat the Duke's challenge. The young man realized that this was the moment when he should show his abilities in action. A low-ranked demon launched an attack on our hero. The boy only had to make a single blow, and immediately the beast seemed to disappear. Although it was quite powerful, but fighting even such a monster was still a challenge for the guy. He should still have a lot of training to kill such creatures in a couple of blows. But it's nothing terrible seemed to the hero. We'll always have time to train properly. Jumping higher, the young man hurled his sword 10 meters away and hit the demon right in the head. All the knights were shocked at what their duke's son was capable of. The young man looked at the creature and felt sorry that so much blood was wasted. But it could have been enough for several bottles to pump the body. But the kid realized that if he collected blood right at the duel, they thought he'd go crazy. The Duke began to praise the young man with applause, for he was incredibly impressed by his son's skill, and then proudly declared that their next meeting would already be at the front, and would hope for the success of our hero. Simon thanked the Duke and they parted ways. The Dark Force had something it wanted to tell its master. She decided to ask if she was a kitchen knife or what, to which the kid replied not at all she was, a demon blade. The spirit was furious. Why doesn't the Lord use her for her intended purpose? After all, she needs the blood of creatures to become stronger. She was begging for a sip of the blood of a defeated low-ranked demon. The boy calmed the demon down, hinting that he would drive the blade more than 100 times into different demons in a single 24-hour period. Somewhere at the front, all the monsters were ready to do battle with the humans. The Duke issued orders to all his men to create the first line of defense against the demons. All of them raised their blades uphill and lined up a fighting unit in saving the kingdom. The demons carried out attacks on the human front in droves, but the humans were not tasked so easily. One by one, all the orcs disappeared into the sacred circles of the humans. The Duke gave every possible indication of how to defeat the demons. The knights fearlessly carried out all his instructions in a way that he never failed to do. Time after time, the orcs fell to their knees before the great Duke, the savior of the lands from demons. The boy looked at all this and was unsurprised by all that was going on, while his mate across the street was in shock. She immediately asked the gentleman why it was such an idea for him to go to the front. The young man answered nothing, and only realized that for him it was only a great nostalgia of his past. The Duke asked the boy how it felt to be on the front lines for the first time. The boy played along, saying he wasn't too nervous. Mr. mentioned that on the front lines no one knows when they will die, so it pays to stay vigilant. The young man understood this perfectly well, and gave his positive response in the form of a smile. There were usually 3 to 4 battles a day. At every turn, this kind of leadership was important. The core of the battlefield was made up of capable advanced-level knights who dealt with demons. Not a little time passed, and the decision to rest was made. The tent our hero was in the farthest area from the main battlefield. For as much as all the knights in the area were disciplined, the guy had a problem with baiting his blade. While the guy was thinking of waiting until lunchtime, he noticed something strange with his maid. She was a little nervous, and because of the Duke's words that they wouldn't know when they were going to die. To which the boy wanted to ask why she didn't just go back to the palace, if she was so scared for her life. The girl yelled at the guy, asking if it looked like she could do that when the hero can't do anything without her. She only asked if she would leave after giving a fart, who would take care of the young master. The maid asked to move since dinner was coming soon. The boy wanted to ask where his cloak was, but she ignored him. The kid was starting to get angry and perplexed at how she was treating her master. The hero set his moulage on the bed to create a disguise of his presence. He had a hope that it should have been enough for the first time. The boy accidentally woke up his maid, and she asked him if he was going to practice at this hour, he should choose a quieter place. And she'd also noticed that the boy had been very diligent lately, and the Duke would be proud of him if he knew. Anyway, the kid was leaving, and asked the maid to do whatever she wanted. The kid warned that for everyone else, he was supposedly asleep. Let him not bother anyone. Night sentries were dangerous. On this, the hero should move more carefully, moving toward your goal by your own memory from the past. He realized that somewhere not far away, there must be tons of monsters to fight. It was the perfect platform to test his abilities on a live target. Blade immediately smelled a strong new odor of blood. The boy realized the blade was too bloodthirsty and hungry to hold up to the demons, so he just let her go in front of all the creatures that surrounded the hero. The young man will do whatever the blade wants. for through this wish they will be able to pump themselves up. All the demonic creatures that were nearby defeated and chopped into small pieces. The boy drank the blood of the hellhounds, becoming stronger and stronger, adding strength and mana to his body. The hero praised the demon blade, asking it not to stop there, continuing to pump at the expense of other creatures as well. Truth be told, Blade wondered how long it would take them to get stronger. The young man didn't sweat it as the night had just been started, and there were enough creatures to have fun with. Meanwhile, that same night, somewhere near the Wild Hills, there was a carriage with an escort, in which there was a lady with white hair who was moving to the front lines. The maid asked the princess why they should not turn back, but the girl was against it, because she wanted to prove that she was no longer a child. After all, she's a princess of the Empire. And anyway, how long will it take her to clarify that it's her duty to the Empire? She asked to speak no more on the subject, to which the maid agreed to remain silent. The maid remembered the entertaining news that Mr. Simon of the Vere family was now at the front. The girl was shocked that the Duke's youngest son had actually agreed to such a thing. The maid was shocked to learn that the boy volunteered to go to the front, and no one forced him. The woman thought that the princess might even get along with the princes, but in return she wasn't thrilled about such a venture. The servant was well aware of this, but still asked the princess to try to get along with him. The girl wondered what the guy's name was. The servant knows he doesn't have an alias, and his name is Simon Vert. The princess will remember this Simon Vert well. The girl, in truth, was a little interested in this guy because of this conversation. The Duke was excited about the battle, but nevertheless asked to check his men for numbers. Knight replied that everyone was safe and unharmed. The king was pleased with this outcome of the battle. Only something kept him uneasy. Looking closer at his son, though, his doubts were dissolved in an instant. Herzog asked our hero if he was getting used to life at the front. The boy stood before his father, happy to be learning something new every day, though the Duke thought the boy would want to go back home. The king was pleased that his son had lasted a very long time at such a young age, and so was proud of him. The young man was quite honored by such words from the Duke. He never thought he had such an opinion of him. The Duke had some conversation with his son, on which he asked to speak to him in his chamber tomorrow afternoon. The boy agreed to negotiate, and was quite surprised, because he had never seen such a kind attitude to himself before. A short time later there was a surprise attack. The guy had no idea this was even possible in the area they were in. There was a death worm in his way. They usually only showed up deep in the valley. Blade noticed that his master was not doing well on his own, so he offered to take control of his body and defeat the monster. The boy knew what would happen if given control to the Blade. She could take his body for herself. Except this worm was regenerating all of his damage, and at this point giving up control to the Blade would be the best decision. The young man had been at the front for about a month, and in that time he had drunk enough blood to get stronger, but it still wasn't enough. The guy had the feeling of a no-way-out situation, so all he has to do is trust his Blade. The boy agreed to his Blade's condition, only warning that he would scold him properly if he did something stupid. Letting the spirit take over his body was completely consumed by the dark matter. Deathworm had no idea who he was up against, being a regular frontline monster. Simon transformed his body into the highest form of 8 fluttering petals. Afterward, the kid just with one of his skilts simply pierced the worm like a pathetic insect. The power overwhelmed our hero, who felt only absolute perfection over his body. Soon, the people of the Duke clan were able to discover demonic hellhounds that were terrifyingly chopped to pieces. The Duke was told that perhaps not far from the front, there was a terrible demon that destroyed all creatures. The king seemed familiar with the sword marks, and was suspicious of their clan members. The guard asked his lordship to look at something extraordinary. As he got closer to the place, the Duke couldn't believe his own eyes. The king only wondered one thing: who could kill such a huge death worm. Duke had a hunch that it could have been another organization that swatted the worms. That time, the young man was enveloped by the spirit of the sword, and by combining the two, the blades could fully unleash their wielder's abilities. Such blades should be used with care, as the spirit will be able to completely enslave the master of the blades for eternity. It is for this reason that using fusion to fight only one opponent is complete insanity. The guy was incredibly lucky that he drank the blood of other monsters for a month. Thanks to this, his body didn't break into small pieces. Blade's spirit had always wondered how that was the case. It made sense to her now. Despite the boy's youthful appearance, he was acting like a real adult. The level at which the kid treated her that time was too mature as a young man. She also noticed that Simon knew the entire geography of the dungeon, and the technique of wielding a sword at a high level of fog. The incident where the kid talked about dying and being reborn again was a delusion to her, but now she's sure it's true. The young man was surprised when the spirit truly realized that the kid was a true regressor, a person who had been reborn consciously. Simon was surprised that the spirit had only realized it now, after all this time. The spirit was angry at the Lord, asking how this place could be obvious if the protagonist didn't explain anything in detail. Clink was scared to imagine what kind of person could defeat someone like him, as the guy was incredibly strong with his skill. The spirit only had two guesses, the first being an honorable duel with the Blade of Light or betrayal. The closest answer seemed to be the second. The kid asked why that was so. She saw the young man with her own eyes wanting to destroy that blade. Demon's got a 2x2 and the idiot knows the kid wants revenge. She wants to claim that she doesn't give a shit, but if she has a chance to get the guy's body, she'll do it without pity. The young man slapped the spirit and told her that he shouldn't repeat it. He's not a dumbass after all. She was crushed by her own threat. How low even for a demon. The boy, however, remembered that the spirit was the same as in his previous life. After a good rest, the boy decided to go out of his room and have a little fun. Walking through the camp of the knights, he notices something amiss. There was only a bustle of people around. The maid was glad that the young master was finally awake. Seeing Amelia's worried face, the young man wanted to know what was wrong. The girl said that the corpse of a high-level monster had been discovered and was found at the entrance to the valley. The young man immediately realized that it was most likely about the death worm. The maid was concerned that it had been a long time since high-level monsters had been seen near their camp. Simon asked something else he knew about the situation, but the girl didn't understand what he was talking about. The kid started asking around to see if anything was being said, like about an unknown person who killed the creature or something like that. A guard joined in before their conversation, asking the young gentleman for a little distraction. The Duke wanted to see his son in his chamber right now. The young man was quite excited because he had not taken care of the corpses after defeating the monsters. The kid just didn't expect soldiers to show up out of nowhere. Simon nailed into his Duke's chambers and greeted his Duke. The guy had an uneasy feeling about this situation. The king was glad to see his son, and then asked the young Duke to sit down, for they had an important conversation ahead of them. The boy had hoped to the end that it wasn't about this situation, but now he had to find a suitable excuse in case of failure. The Duke first of all began to question the lad as to what he had been doing last night. The young man with a sweaty face talked about just going to bed earlier as he was very tired. The Duke didn't have much faith in these words, as the marks from the blade were much like those left by the young lord. In other words, there are too many factors about the guy that are being shifted around. Simon played the innocent boy who wondered what this interrogation was about. The Duke himself had many doubts that the boy was capable of such a mass murder of such monsters. The king asked the boy if he had noticed anything last night, for he was sure the boy had heard about the incident at night. They'll have to look into everything thoroughly because it looks like this case involved the organization of the Vague. The kid was curious as to what this certain organization of the darkness was. The father told his son that this organization has been around for quite some time, going back a long time. The kingdom does not know the motives of this organization, but they also exterminated a large number of nobles under the pretext of purification. The infamous organization was one that left behind a black fog wherever it went. The organization was last seen over 300 years ago, but the corpse of the death worm was completely covered by this fog. This mist originally belonged to the god of darkness, and all followers worshipped it, for it was the source of their power. If all of Duke's assumptions were correct, then it was Mullah who destroyed the death worm and other demonic creatures. The young man couldn't believe that his father was able to pinpoint the culprit of this whole situation with great accuracy. His father asked the boy to be careful and to be on guard against this organization, and would try to inform the Empire of the case and create a thorough investigation. Simon assumed that his father believed him and wouldn't call for more testing. The Duke thought that the young man had no intentions of getting involved with the Blink organization. After all, he was too young. The king wanted to ask if his son knew who was coming to visit them, and his son knew that His Majesty was coming to visit them. The Duke was pleased that his son was aware of His Majesty's arrival, and would ask his son for a favor. The young man was quite surprised, not realizing what the conversation was about. Soon came the time when the Emperor himself nailed Simon and the Duke. The entire clan magnanimously greeted their Emperor. The Emperor was pleased to see his old acquaintance Duke after a great deal of time. Getting closer, the Emperor asked to skip these formalities. After all, he and the Duke were old friends. Beside the Duke, the king noticed the very child who had personally volunteered for the front. Our hero greeted the Emperor himself and introduced himself as Simon Worth, being the youngest of the family. The king was quite impressed that the lad was different from ordinary children, for he fights on the feather instead of a fenceless life of safety. The young man was quite surprised that the whole favor was to be called the Duke's son, since in his past life, our hero holed up in the four walls of the castle, touched by his father's trust. The Emperor was pleased to see such a reception, and he also wanted to introduce someone to the Vert family. The king wanted to introduce the 5th Princess Ushif. The girl's name was Arina Severus. A boy from a past life remembered her as a tragic princess. The Duke also asked to accompany Princess Arin all day, no matter what it cost him. The young man was incredibly surprised, and didn't understand why do this if there was awesome security. The father asked his son to stop being so surprised. Because they are the same age will keep the girl company. And besides, they can meet at the academy. The boy remembered the days when he saw the girl at the academy a few times between classes. Virus insisted that the kid get to know the other royals better so they could get along with each other. The young man was not particularly enthusiastic about the undertaking, though the hero understood his father's intention, for he wanted a relationship like he and the Emperor had. But the Duke chose the wrong person to have a warm relationship with. Although the young man will not be able to say it, because all the future is known only to the hero. Truth be told, the guy was annoyed by it, but he shouldn't be doing anything vulgar anytime soon. The guy notices that the girl has started to have questions. The girl wondered why the river was red in color, to which the kid replied that it was a river of blood. It was formed because of a stream that flowed through the entire Lv Valley, and the color was explained quite simply. Demonic beings that were weakened or injured would instinctively jump into the water. For such a reason, the river became red in color. The girl was surprised that it was all the blood of demonic creatures. Also, the guy said that they drink and bathe there. The princess was terrified of what might then await at the end of the river. The boy assumes that at the end of the river is a realm of demons. The young man jokingly implored the princess that if one were to go all the way to the end, one could meet Vladich the demon himself. Although no normal person would do that. But the guy was just amused to see the amused face of the princess. Suddenly, an unknown noise was recreated somewhere not far from their location. The girl wondered what light was shining so brightly on their horizon. The young man said it was the 3rd hour post, a yellow light signifying the approach of demonic beings. Arena couldn't believe that right in front of their noses was the location of the appearance of demonic beings. The Duke meanwhile gave orders to protect His Majesty, and for the rest, to go with him to the sentry post. His Majesty asked me not to chew on his own, since he didn't just come to the front to fight demons. Besides, the king himself was bored with such battles. The Duke realized everything, and realized that he shouldn't have jumped to conclusions up front. The king asked the knights to defend the safe zone until they arrived after the raid on the demons. The Duke asked his son to also join the fight against the demons, to which the hero of course agreed. The princess was surprised that the young man knew how to fight demons. He on the other hand answered so far only supporting from the back. The girl asked to go into battle along with their poison. The boy refused her. She complained because she and the hero were the same age and it meant that she could also go with him. The kid asked the princess to calm down because this place wasn't like a playground for all comers, though she didn't care at all and would go along with them. What pissed the guy off the most was the selfishness of the princess, because how could one sacrifice people for her hypocrisy? The young man asked the guard to look after the princess. He of course was only in favor of escorting the princess to safety. He asked Mrs. Arena to follow him whatever happened. The girl immediately started yelling at them, asking how dare they treat the princess like that. The boy said bluntly, dozens of knights could die because of her stubbornness. And yes, every second in war has Her Majesty's survival meter. The girl, tearful from beginning to end, could not believe in the words of the hero. The young man asked to go back to the princess and not start creating a tragedy out of nothing. The princess, along with the knight and the maid, remained motionless in one place for a long time. The knights held back the demonic creatures as best they could. But each successive attack from the demons was critical to the common folk. The Duke ordered everyone to protect His Majesty, and in the process destroy all the monsters around him. The warriors heeded the chief's command and rushed forward. King Dion was a great emperor of the Ushef Empire who had 2 wives. The first, Diana Quisel, died while still young. The second became a prominent member of the judiciary, but the present 3rd and 4th were already in power. Arin Cerveris was the 5th princess who was an illegitimate daughter from some peasant woman. People treated her with scorn and spite because of her mixed royal blood. The girl did not care about these people, and gave her strength to fulfill the duty of the royal family. At this greatly excelled in her studies. The resentful nobles, however, accused the girl of treachery, and afterward contemplated her banishment. It was rumored that the girl died of an unknown disease on an uncharted island, and for the same reason people nicknamed her the Tragic Princess. The spirit wondered if the girl had died because of lack of ambition. It sure looked a lot like the young man in his past life. The boy fighting the creatures told the spirit that this was a completely different case, since the emperor was still the skillful man who wanted more in his life. A man who with his own hands has reached such heights will wish his children the same prosperity by his own labor. The king could prove to the people by his strength that they needed him. The emperor was known for being a rank 8-star magician ruler. If it wasn't for the throne, he would most likely be the head of the Mage Association. The young man was even sure that a demonic beast of even medium level was like dust to him. Soon after the battle, the king and duke were able to return to their chambers. The king was incredibly shuffling that he must drink alone, as the duke could not consume because of the front commander. At one point, the emperor remembered that the duke had mentioned how the situation in the empire was. The duke had heard that the murders of nobles were greatly increasing. The duke was curious if there could be any patterns. The worst part for the emperor was that all the murdered nobles were corrupt. A black mist was present at the murder scenes. The king became curious if the duke had any guesses as to who it might be. Virus told the king that the last tracking he had detected at the front last night, and it seems to him that the group of Mgla is active again. To the gentleman, such arguments seemed quite logical, and now it was up to them to explore this point further. The king couldn't just nonchalantly watch his people die one by one, and one thing kept bothering him. The duke asked to be told, and it turned out that some nobleman had told him that the fifth princess was to blame. Virus couldn't believe that people really wanted to link Princess Arina to these incidents. It was like delusion. The king thought these rumors were nonsense, but apparently there was a group that wanted to take this chance on the princess's demise. The great emperor asked Virus, not as a king but as a friend, to take care of his daughter if he died earlier. The duke will carry out his majesty's instructions without a touch as friend and pawn. The girl was shocked when she saw the young man completely crazy because she didn't think it would end there. The young man asked her why she expected something beyond great in his story. The maid mentioned that it was a princess, and he just took her for granted. The girl was disappointed in the hero, for at this rate he would not marry at all. At any rate, the lad was once again willing to leave the basic business to the maid, though the latter was frankly surprised to be going out in such a downpour to practice. As soon as the kid stepped out from behind his chambers, the princess was standing right in front of his face. The servant girl did not recognize the princess at once and was greatly frightened. Arina apologized for showing up so late, but she asked to speak to the young man if he was not busy. Once the girl recognized Her Majesty, was happy that she herself had come to meet the guy. All the guards were guarding the princess, and he had to talk to her. The girl inquired how long it had been since he had nailed the front. The lad replied about a month ago. The young man was more interested in why the princess had come to his chambers. It was difficult for the princess to answer this question because of the extraneous ears, so she asked the maid to go out for a little walk. The kid also insisted on this decision, or she was already scaring him. The girl was only too happy to leave her master next to the Princess Beauty completely alone. As soon as the couple was alone, the young man still couldn't understand the maid. After all, the princess was only 10 years old. Arina apologized to the young man for her inappropriate treatment of him, and generally regretted her behavior. The boy also wanted to apologize to her for being rude that time, but the princess only laughed, saying it was okay. The girl was simply shocked that the young man seemed so much more mature than her. The young man was only now able to notice the true character of the princess. As soon as the girl realized that the young man is also entering the academy, offered her friendship. But the young man interrupted her, asking for her forgiveness, since he didn't think he would be useful, and if she came for the sake of introductions as a friend, he was sorry. The girl was shocked by these words, because she just wanted a good relationship, but the guy turned out to be an insensitive and cruel person. Arina just didn't understand why the hero was treating her like a pacifier. The boy understood perfectly well what was being said, but he could not answer. Sobbing, the girl understood perfectly well that the young man did not want to be friends with her, and wasted his time. The princess thought herself foolish for hoping for an ordinary rift between them. That would have been all right, but the fact that the girl told him that the hero was completely unlike Mr. Ashel hooked him. The boy immediately used physical violence, asking her how she knew his brother. Arina, at the notation, said that she met his brother last year on the academy tour, and he advised her not to listen to anyone and just fulfill her role as a princess. Simon was very much surprised to learn that his brother had advised him to follow the instructions of the princess role. The kid knew his demon brother's character better than anyone else. The boy immediately realized that it had started from the very beginning of their acquaintance, a plan to destroy Princess Arin. The young man asked the processor to let him warn her not to trust his brother, but suddenly the princess's attention shifted to something out of the blue. The maid ran into the shawl with a quick movement and wanted to warn the young master that he should get out of this place immediately. But it was already quite late, as their tent instantly went up in the air. A demonic creature had unknowingly made its way into their lands. The huge monster stomped into the young lord's tent, and all the knights immediately began to check if he was all right. The maid was horrified to see a huge demonic creature in front of her nose. She screamed in terror, making a loud squealing noise with her voice. The monster definitely didn't like it, and wanted to remove the source of the noise right on the spot. The emperor and the duke couldn't believe their own ears. The knight reported that the top-level demons attacked from the rear, and also at that moment, the princess was there when everything happened. The king stood up and shouted that they must immediately secure the safety of the princess, whatever it took. except he had a question why the princess was in the rear camps at this time. Who she wanted to see was the king's day a mystery. Meanwhile, the demons had lost track of the humans and began quietly searching for everyone. The young man noticed that in addition to the ogres, there were also death worms, and the situation was escalating by the day. The hero understood that worms live only in warm regions, but in their camp it is already strange. Something has clearly changed, the boy thought. The young man didn't realize maybe it was him, and that time he had made some ill-considered decision while unconscious. The maid asked the master to always stay by her side. She thought she would never see him again. The moment the monsters raided, the boy ran away, taking the princess with him. The young man wasn't so easy to kill in his time, so giving himself to some troll so easily wasn't in his plans. The girl asked the boys if they knew what happened to the knights, but the maid reassured the princess, saying that the knights are very strong. They can do such a thing. The princess began to cry, for if she had not come to them, they would have been all right. The knights standing nearby were greatly surprised by the princess's reaction, and asked her not to worry about them because it was their duty. One of them was happy to serve Her Majesty and mouthed that they would protect them for the rest of their lives. Simon shouted for everyone to move aside. The knight was in great danger before the ogre's hand. The huge monster took the knight like a toy in his hands. The young man asked the princess to move away from the huge creature. The demon simply tossed the knight far away, and the boy realized that the creature needed him for himself. The boy asked the maid to take the princess, while he distracted the huge troll. The girl immediately asked the knight to escort her along with the princess to safety. The monster was furious that his toys were running away from him. The young man didn't bother with the demon and began to attack. Each strike was accompanied by a great deal of damage to his sword. The young man wondered greatly why the monsters were reaching for them like a magnet. It seemed to him that the creatures smelled something about him. The blade spirit informed the guy, because he had no idea that after drinking the blood of demons for a month, he had become stronger and a bigger threat to them. Clink would find it stranger if it were any other way. He was angry at the spirit, because she knew and had not told him anything, and why such important information was heard only now was also not pleasant. Duh wanted to remind the guy that her main goal was his body. The hero took this piece of black cloth and properly reminded who is the master here. The kid charged the blade as she indignantly tried to undo the spell, but the kid just asked her to shut up for the moment. The young man spit on all the rules of this world, of the blade, of all humanity. He just wanted power. The hero didn't care how many monsters attacked him. After all, each of the monsters attacked will suffer from his power. Time after time, the boy just flew around like a madman, killing the nearest creatures. Each maneuver was accompanied by an aerial flight. The troll's severed head was proof that the young man had grown stronger by a head. The young man wasn't tired much, but as long as no one was looking at him, it was the perfect moment. It's time for him to get a little blood from demons of your rank. But looking more closely at the meat demons, the guy notices an unusual flying creature. It was a demonic dragon that was astonishing in its scale. It roared a mighty roar that was accompanied by a great echo throughout the region. The kid spotted the baby dragon, but he was the one who could use some blood from it. Meanwhile, the monsters were attacked with the mage's best spells, which was the Emperor, who together with the Duke was killing the last orc nearby. The king was greatly concerned for his princess and the Duke's son. Valius reported that he couldn't find the slightest trace, but the king realized that he was also worried about his son, and thought everything would be fine. The Duke had faith in the kid with his skills. He was more worried about the princess, after all. It hadn't been long since she had only been in places like this. The king worried about the father's feelings for his son, doubting that the Duke was really a father to Simon, but he just strongly believed that his son was a strong boy and could look after himself. The knights ran to the Emperor and reported that they were able to find Her Majesty. Arin and father were able to meet again. The king immediately asked if his daughter was injured, but she asked her father to hurry to save the boy. While the Crawl asked which one, the girl tearfully begged to save Simon Vert. She said it was all because of her, but the king tried to calm the princess down. The Duke asked the girl that she was the young master's maid. The gentleman with his angry look began to question where his son was and where she was looking when she ran away. The girl told the pure truth that the Lord at the moment served as bait, telling them all to run away from the creatures. The knight interceded for the girl, saying that he knew where the Lord was, and at his command they would go at once to that place to rescue him. The king advised him not to stand still, and to send for his son more quickly. The Duke announced that they would not look for him. The Emperor and the princess were surprised by Valius. The Lord understood that they couldn't do that, but they should deal with the monsters first, because if the camps fell, they would be the next to feed the monsters. Immediately, the process of rebuilding the camp began. The maid wanted to ask the Duke what they would do with the young master. The Duke replied that the lad had done his duty in helping the princess escape. Such was the notion of the Wind's servant. It was incredibly hard for the Emperor and his princess to realize this incident. The girl couldn't believe that all of this was happening again because of her stupid actions. Suddenly, the people heard the sudden roar of a huge creature. Looking up, the princess couldn't believe her own eyes. She was able to detect above her nakedness a real crystal dragon. Arin was in total shock, because I could see that Simon was now on the dragon. Who held tightly to the dragon for his abilities were most likely gone, and he returned to his consciousness with no strength. The creatures closest to the creator of the world were the rare and noble dragons. Lower life forms like humans dare not come within a kilometer of them. In their time, it was a great honor to meet such a high and mighty being. Only the guy still does not understand how he ended up in such a situation. Yeah, and fly over people who shouldn't have seen the hero in the first place. All this string of good fortune led the guy into one big bad luck. The girl cried out Simon's name in tears, not realizing what she could do at the moment. The Emperor was shocked that they were able to see the dragon, only there was one question: what his son was doing on the dragon. While the king asked why Valius was doing nothing, and why he should not have saved his son, only silence was received in response. The young man fell into a real nightmare because, in truth, he just wanted to drink a little blood. But this outcome of events he did not expect. That event happened roughly like this. After the kid declared he had to drink dragon blood for all he was worth, fighting with all the creatures around him, the young man tried to harass the dragon with his ability, advancing on all the creatures it pierced through. The boy in the moment was an immortal being that nothing could stop. Each of his sprints counted, unreflected in spirit form. It seemed to the dragon himself that he was now in great danger fighting such an entity. The boy was sure for sure that the dragon was definitely not a large specimen. The powerful creature decided to simply sizzle the boy to the bone. The kid had never met a dragon before, and even for him it was new to him. Bypassing the dragon's laser beam, even a guy being a demon found such an act rude. The young man didn't like the dragon spitting in his face on their very first and last encounter. The kid got close to the dragon's eyeballs, and just left him blind for a long time. With incredible speed, the kid started falling straight down. But by applying different techniques, a lot of these situations could be circumvented. The guy went over every part of the dragon in a matter of seconds. Each successive reception from the guy was extremely painful for the dragon. Stopping on the ground, Simon realized that so far his abilities weren't strong enough to drag the dragon in properly. But in any case, the young man wanted to get this matter over with as quickly as possible. Attacking the dragon with techniques should help the guy more than ever. Seeing the dragon mutating the same beam, the kid started to defend himself. Except the kid didn't miss a beat, and the lizard just wanted to give a shit. The boy immediately flew after him, for he could not leave his efforts in vain. That's how the kid lost all his power, by clinging to the dragon, wasting not only his abilities but also his luck. The young man began to think how he should get out of this situation now. Spirit was shocked as to why the kid was inactive, but the kid hinted that all the people were looking at him. The demon yelled that she didn't give a shit, let her use her power. But the kid couldn't in their presence. The hero would be burned at the stake like some kind of witch if they saw his powers. Spirit asked the kid if he was going to weigh in on this dragon, but the kid was in the process of recreating the plan. Taking a closer look at the ground, the boy found that his father would kill them both with this ability. The guy was confused, as this was 8-star magic. The young man has finally lost faith in his father and son, for his father uses such a spell knowing that his son will suffer. All the magic was aimed directly at the dragon. With each passing second, the kid was truly able to live up to the title of Father of the Continent's Guardian. The dragon flew straight at the spell, trying to block the blow. Though the dragon tried to maneuver the blows, they were becoming too much. The sword that flew straight at the guy gave him the realization that such attacks were too hard to dodge. For the same reason, Simon jumped off the dragon at an incredible height. The boy, even as he fell, blamed himself for not being able to taste the incredible delicacy. The spirit was shocked at what the guy was doing, let him fly if he didn't want to turn into a tortilla. But the young man said if he used it, he would be burned at the stake. While the demon was asking the guy why he wanted to die like that, the kid tried not to think about his life at all. The young man remembered how he would be able to escape, though the demon hoped the master wouldn't fall into that place. It was in a blood-boiling, stinking swamp, but there was nothing left for the kid to do but that. Simon, along with his ghost, fell into the bloody creek. Meanwhile, the demonic creature was surprised that a devilish dragon flew through such a region. The servant was aware that this dragon was young, wandering the abyss, trying to get out of trouble. The lord thought that there were strong demonic creatures on the other side, but the servant informed him that there were humans living on the other side of the border. Vladika couldn't believe a dragon losing to some humans. The servant saw with his keen eye that something was troubling the master. It turned out that Vladika had a strange energy, something wild but also familiar. The demon suggested that the concerned gentleman go check to see what was out there. However, the servant asked Vladika to refrain from killing everything around him for fun. The gentleman promised that he would refrain from such a thing. The boy was finally able to get out of this stinking horror. Once out on the hard surface, the kid was incredibly exhausted. The taste in my mouth was just disgusting to the point of creepiness. But it was not the worst, because the hero did not even know how he would justify himself to everyone as a survivor and the like. The longer the kid sat on the demonic region, he got fed up with this life in the extreme. The boy called out to Kara, asking if she was alive after such a horror. She was perfectly fine unless you counted wanting to find a way to kill the spirit that is herself. The kid promised to clean the spirit when he got back to the ward. Only the spirit didn't have much faith that the guy would be coming back at all. Kira advised the boy to keep his eyes open since they were in demon territory. The boy was sure now that they definitely wouldn't run into a higher demon anytime soon. Vladika snuck up on the guy and asked if he was human. This guy turned out to be the Demon King, who had been one of Simon's main enemies in the past. In the past, any being who saw such an aura was an incredible event. After all, this creature was literally evil incarnate. Right now, the young man was maximally unlucky to meet an opponent like him. Vladika repeated his question again, whether Simon was human or not. The head immediately teleported to the boy right behind his back, asking if he wished to fight the Overlord. The kid realized that their powers weren't just different, but fecal-colored. The young man felt every hair on his body like it was the last time. Every blow was deadly from a demon like Vladik. It was only light amusement for the master. Laughing heartily, Vladika heard that Simon has limitless potential. Kira asked in shock who it was, to which the kid replied that he was the Demon King. Duh was out of his mind with astonishment, for by what Karum kid is going to overpower him? Vladik asked to get the bad thoughts away from the guy and relax. Although everyone called the Demon King a brutal killer, but he never killed children, nor did he want to. The gentleman had nothing better to do than to play the fool, and he is a villain. But it is not in his power to beat children. Our protagonist must have been shocked why the Demon King himself was sprawled out like some cat. The master once again questioned whether Simon was human. The young man swallowed his saliva and agreed with his assumption. Vladika was surprised how the boy got to these places, to which the young man replied that the sweat was carried away. The king was shocked by this, except that the boy had a strange aura. The boy replied that he was a normal person. Without realizing it, the demon felt as if the boy had known him before. The young man lied that this could hardly be the case, for they had never encountered each other before. Vladika began to think it was true, but he still had a strange feeling. The guy couldn't believe that such a relaxed Vladika was obviously new to him. Yes, the guy had a question why Vladika was in a place like this. The king explained that he'd taken part of the strange energy while going around the area. The kid was shocked that a demon like him was doing such a thing. The demon, however, explained that it was necessary for the Demon King to keep an eye on the lands in his domain. Rising from the ground, the demon asked what he had just blabbed to him, to which the young man replied that he was defending an area of some sort. The king was shocked that the young man had absolutely zero emotion of surprise on the subject. Vladika was angry at the young man because of his parents' ugly upbringing. The boy was ashamed that this guy really is a Demon King. Simon recalled that if things went the way they had in his past life, the war with the demons would have to start soon. Except that the Demon King didn't fit the description of the most sinister creature in the entire world at all. The boy was very much interested in the Demon King's behavior, and the reason for the change. The kid, without thinking about the consequences, asked what Vladika Demon's goals for the future were. The king was interested that the man was asking such questions, but his goal was to make prosperity for his people in food and prosperity. Vladika would spare no one for his goal, and would kill anyone who got in his way. This was the duty of the Demon King, and this same duty greatly frightened our hero. For just a moment, the boy felt the true essence of Valkyrian that he had sensed in his past life. Slowly it comes to the boy that some event in his past life has made Vladiku remove the chains of hatred for all living things. For this reason, the kid offered to make a deal with the Demon King. The boy told Vladika about the imminent attack on his people, and wanted to make a deal with him for that reason. The Demon King thought that the boy was a survivor, if he dares to suggest such a thing. The boy said that he didn't know exactly the reason for such an event, but the incident would happen soon, and would start a war between humans and demons, in which humans and demons will fight until one side finally wins. The demon thought this nonsense was absurd, for the fellow assumes that he would want to take over the lands of men. That's the reason why the kid wants to make an arrangement, a promise that Vladika, whatever happens, won't start a war. Taking a deep breath, the demon still thought it was bullshit, but agreed to the kid's terms. The demon wondered what the boy would give in return. Simon promised to help Vladika with any problem that would stand in his way. The Demon King was quite surprised at the young man's determination. With a shrewd look, asked the boy to consider his own words carefully. Vladika asked for the guy's name, who told him his name was Simon Verth. The demon laughed, but agreed, promising Simon Verth that he would not invade the land of the humans. No way. Except he advised me to take responsibility for my promise, as the deal in their Ross is a big deal. The young man could only hope that he could fulfill his obligations, because if he didn't keep his promise, a lot of people he knew would be finished. Vodka thought it prudent to end this conversation and head for his distant lands. Already after the conclusion of the agreement with the Demon King, the first changes began. The knights were shocked to find their lord right by the river. They considered it a miracle. The search team was able to conveniently locate the boy, after which the kid was able to return home without any problems. After that day, Simon had a nickname: the boy who survived the appearance of the devil dragon. The young man, along with everyone else, was able to return to Abatsvo on the border of Velis, which was temporarily used as a military hospital. The boy woke up suddenly, after a long sleep. In front of the guy sat the princess, who apologized endlessly for what was happening on the Fron. She also asked the young man to be her husband in the near future. The young man was incredibly surprised, not understanding why he would make such a hasty decision. The boy immediately rejected the feelings of the princess, as it would only interfere with his future plans. It's like she's been shot in the heart. Who'd want to marry a talentless princess like her? The young man was beginning to realize that with every minute of their conversation, she was getting on his nerves. The boy, of course, has always known that the princess is a mediocrity. But this attitude makes the whole situation even worse. In addition to the princess, the guy cannot stop thinking about his brother, because perhaps he may be involved in the tragic end of the princess. The boy told the girl that she was right, and could do no good in her present form. Also, the girl wasn't trained in high intelligence, and if he was anywhere near her, things would end badly for him. But despite all these flaws, the kid was able to discover great potential in her. The young man promised that he would watch the girl from afar until she turned into someone better. The princess was puzzled as to why the guy should be watching her. The guy tried to smooth things over by telling the girl not to get too upset. Surprisingly, it worked. The girl understood everything and was even glad that the guy didn't lie, telling the truth. Suddenly, the girl pointed her finger right at the young man, promising him to let Simon wait a while. Not knowing when that would happen, the princess promised him to get stronger, and then he would notice her. The kid was quite happy to see her optimism, promising to look forward to it. Before the princess left, there was something she wanted to tell you. She thanked the guy for being alive. The boy was quite surprised that a type of girl like her would fall for someone like him. The event moved to a rattlesnake winter forest, with the events of a stranger. Turning around, the man tried not to pant much from the long walk. With the unexplored artifact in his hands, the boy had very little left to achieve his goal. But the unexpected guest made the stranger forget the safety of being alone. The unfamiliar voice made the stranger stop in place, applying Day's magic. The unknown person who had used magic was Simon, who was surprised that the little marvelous box had not been sold yet. An artifact endowed with spatial magic, thanks to which you can store countless things. The boy knew very well that this masterpiece had been stolen from the Graham Kingdom Association. Simon had been eyeing such an artifact for a year, and it seemed to him that stealing such a thing was the handiwork of an entire smuggling ring. The young man wasn't interested in how he did it, but took it anyway. The guy also knew that a certain stranger was an 8-star mage knight from the Graham Kingdom. The knight couldn't even think that Simon Vert alone was able to track him down on his own. As the boy released the artifact, the mage was curious as to why the Duke of Great Bloods was pursuing him. Taking one of the demonic creature items, the kid assumed that the mage was illegally transporting demonic beasts across the border in wagons. The knight was furious as the boy suggested that there was a spy in the castle itself. And though the knight said he knew nothing, pretending to be an idiot, the young man saw through his unhuman nature. The young man assumes that Alice was able to get the blood of a hellhound that time, through that supplier. The stranger had no idea how Simon knew of their plans, or who had betrayed them all. But letting the Duke leave wouldn't be allowed by the knight, so he used a strong spell, and then managed to break Simon's spell altogether, and attack him with breath of fire magic. The knight shouted at the young man, saying that losing one's guard is the most insidious thing in a spellcaster's battle. All of the knight's determination turned into hellfire. The stranger was shocked by the boy. All the rumors that had been about the boy came true, since not much more time and the knight would be the real victim. The mage couldn't believe his failure, that something like this could happen while transporting an artifact. Literally instantly, the knight's arm turned into mincemeat. The stranger couldn't believe his own eyes when he discovered the black fog in front of him. The boy found himself in front of the knight, and realized that he would probably have to kill the man who had seen his mist. Taking the mage knight by the throat, the boy activated his suction spell on the subject knight. The kid gave the choice of dying quietly with all the information, or dying in agony. After a while, in the western border of the Willis, people worked tirelessly unloading and loading all the parcels needed. One of the vendors surprised a comrade with his big boxes of various things, promising big sales. But upon opening another box of merchandise, they discovered a terrible memory in their minds, since they saw Mr. Reynolds, while not understanding who could have done such a thing to him. Meanwhile, Simon watched the event from a distance. Spirit asked the lad if he shouldn't deal with the two dumbasses, but the young man assumed that prevarication was enough. A man who served the Ushif Empire, a 7-star mage knight of the Kingdom of Gram, was eliminated by his own stupidity. Such people gather in places like a sect of mages, studying what is happening, striving to surpass the limits of human strength. Now they do quieter things, like making jewelry boxes and stuff like that. Spirit thought the kid was completely selfish and lives for himself but does such things. But the guy just doesn't want anyone else to use the blood of demonic creatures. The boy returned to the residence of the Ushif Empire. Simon's older brother was quite interested in a world full of falsehoods. He was also surprised by Simon Verth, who went to the front with his father. The girl sleeping next to him was surprised by his half-brother's act. The older brother is also surprised at how easily Simon pissed him off. The maid was giddy with joy that they could finally leave the front after all this time. While she was incredibly excited about moving to the academy, it was only the beginning of hell for the boy, though the academy could hardly live up to Amelia's expectations. In fact, the place was permeated with political games and machinations. Envy and jealousy ruled the academy, and socializing was prioritized over education. The maid was happy to hear that the academy had many beautiful instructors. While the girl was happy to have romance in her life, the boy wondered if the maid was really going there for his sake. The boy was strolling through his domain. Suddenly, his half-brother Krantz approached him. This guy was incredibly scared of Simon because he didn't expect him to come back from the front. Simon only wanted to say hello to his brother as he ran away at the same second. The spirit asked the guy who the idiot was, to which Simon replied that it was Krantz, his half-brother, who wasn't worth wasting time on. Blade was shocked that the young man was not on good terms with everyone in his family. The boy was against it because he had a good relationship with his sister Alice. All the servants welcomed the young master to his ancestral home. The boy was quite surprised, as before the servants didn't even want to look at him, and now it felt like having a father or his half-brother in the earhouse. The young man began to guess that it was most likely a past house, and most likely a reward for his labors. The kid felt an unperturbed, hateful energy. All that aura came straight from the guy's room. It felt like Simon's worst enemy was inside her. The kid was furious at such thoughts. The half-brother said hello to his sibling like they were the best thing ever. As Simon froze like a stone staring into his brother's eyes, he only asked if he remembered him. His older brother expected that he didn't remember since he had seen him before entering the academy. The boy, meanwhile, was quite impressed that the victim himself had come to him. Simon was on the receiving end of his desires to kill his older brother for his betrayal in a past life, but the demon asked the boy to pack up if he didn't want to die so early. The boy tried to calm his instincts to zero. The young man apologized to his brother, trying to rectify the situation with his greeting. The older man asked if his younger brother remembered him. Simon wouldn't be a brother if he couldn't recognize his brother. As soon as the sibling tried to fondle his brother, the hero was furious at the mere touching of his body. The master feared the boy would forget him in time. His brother noticed that Simon's swordsmanship skills had increased significantly, so he was happy for him. Noting that in addition to helping the Verth clan, brother will be able to help him on the battlefield personally. The kid, trying to hide his murderous look, agreed with his brother. The older man was glad to hear such a thing, and had actually come to his house just to see Simon. It helped the kid to be reassured that his brother had come to him with his own intentions. The maid, meanwhile, was hunching over Simon's big brother's things. It was incredibly hard for her, though, carrying the Lord's belongings. She started yelling at Simon for his negligence before her maid, but immediately calmed down when she saw the first young gentleman. The master was quite pleased that the maid was close to the young master, and asked her to stay focused on him and do her job. The girl was very excited to see their family's first receiver. She then lashed out at Simon, asking him to warn her when important guests were coming over. The boy asked the maid to leave him alone for a while. The maid just stood still in shock, as immediately the hero asked not to be forced to repeat his words. The girl was incredibly surprised that the gentleman was acting like this. The kid came to the bathroom and started fixing emotional therapy. He felt unbelievably bad. Simon asked the spirit why she had stopped him, but she only waited for thanks instead. The boy was quite surprised, for it was the perfect moment to take possession of his body in a fit of anger. Blade asked that the boy not be deluded, for she could feel his rage growing, and then it would become even more delicious. The boy calmed down, for it was already like his tame demon. A servant came to the door to ask the master how the meeting had gone. There were several knocks on the door before the gentleman allowed entry. The servant informed the master that he had been able to locate the second lady as he had requested. Ashel asked where exactly the girl was, to which the servant replied up north in the lands of the White Pruin Elves. The Lord was surprised, for the Purins had been known to see outsiders, and assumed it was a matter of their blood heritage. Ashel asked to be notified when the girl thought of returning to the country. The servant asked the Duke if anything good had happened recently. Ashel asked him where such thoughts came from. The boy stated that the gentleman looked more cheerful after seeing his younger brother. In fact, it turned out to be the opposite, for the young man was in a lousy mood. The servant apologized for his rudeness. Ashel definitely spotted murder in those scary eyes. The Lord assumed the kid was clearly looking at him as his nemesis. His older brother, Simon Worth, got on his nerves, so he had to keep an eye on him to make sure he didn't get away with it. Later, the gentleman was left all alone as the servant went to fulfill his duties. After a while, the young man began to wonder what his little brother was up to. The carriage lumbered up to the young gentleman, as he was to go to the academy. The maid was greatly disappointed in the young lord. The boy justified that it was not his fault. Since he could only take knights to the academy, the girl shouted that the lord could at least warn her in advance. The lad asked the maid to be a good girl in his absence, but received only a rude good luck in return. The young man understood everything and asked the coachman to set off. The maid didn't think the young master would just leave without an excuse. The girl asked the gentleman not to be upset if he was bullied at the academy. I also asked Simon to take care of himself. The young man remembered when he was only 8 years old. There was a day when he got terribly sick to his stomach. There was no one around to take care of him except the maid, who was screaming and begging for help from the people around her to help the hero. An old man answered the girl's call. If it wasn't for the maid, perhaps the hero wouldn't be alive. The young man was happiest that night, as he remained alive because of her. The boy again asked the maid to be a good girl, or else die by his hand in the future. Simon treasured the maid more than anything else, and from an early age promised to save her for the future. The young man was pleased with his maid, and loved her just like a big sister, except that the guy thought it was odd that he was being guarded by so many guards for the sake of one man. The boy immediately realized that problems would start popping up even before the academy. It was nearing evening when the servants made up their minds to take a rest. The knights realized that now was the time to reveal their plan. The young man felt the carriage begin to slow down, though the coachman did not speak of a halt. But suddenly, the knight told the lord that they would camp right on this spot. Simon asked for the location. The knight told all the necessary information, offering to wait for dinner. The kid agreed to wait. Only the young man realized that the knight was a real liar, because with the information he gave out, there was no area of the forest of Safern. The moment they stopped in some backwater, they could have stopped in any village. It made you wonder. The boy shouted that it was too fresh outside, looking at the reaction of his servants. The kid asked bluntly who the customer was. All the knights realized that their plan had failed before it could begin. But in any case, it was impossible for even an exiled lord in his skills to be let down in this situation. The kid noticed one of the servants start to smile with a murderous aura, asking for an answer to his question. The knight drew his blade, telling him that kids aren't supposed to know much when they're being held hostage. The knights asked not to hold a grudge against them, as they themselves don't like this kind of behavior. They asked that the gentleman close his eyes, and they did so more painlessly. Swung his sword, pleased that he was the one who got the chance to strike the first blow to the lord. The blade of the sword almost made contact with the hero's throat. Just as suddenly, the knight's head flew somewhere to the side in an instant. The servants didn't even think it was possible at such an early age. The kid was on edge as his question was not answered after 3 of his repeated words. They all had no idea that the young gentleman would turn out to be a real serial killer of knights. The knight approached from the back, attacking in hopes of killing our hero. But it all turned out to be even, and every attempt they made was futile against Simon. Each of the knights regretted going to this. The boy, on the other hand, did it completely calmly without any emotion. The young man possessed the ability to draw his blades even at long range. Of all the servants, there was only the coachman, who could not believe that the boy was only 11 years old. The servant was perfectly able to realize why there was a reason why the kid had survived the battle with the dragon. The whole mission they had on the Can of Life was a mere trifle compared to the real nightmare. After all, the whole mission was doomed to failure from the start. The servant who has fallen to the ground doesn't know what to do now, having gone on an adventurous venture. The kid asked one last time to get all the information he needed in his face if the coachman didn't want to die. The servant shouted that it was either Mrs. Margaret or Simon's half-mother. The boy had no idea that it would be so easy to find out all the information he needed. The coachman and Simon set off, the coachman telling them that Krantz had asked his mother for a favor, and so they took the job. Realizing that this adventure was carried out by a kid, he thought it would be a good idea to teach the brat a lesson when they met. The servant asked the young master what would happen to him in the future. The coachman realized that he was probably not destined to survive in the future, so he asked at least how it would be. He wanted to be loyal to his lord to the end, but he also understood that such behavior was punishable by execution. The boy noticed that the guy wasn't really upset about it. The coachman understood that they were the first to attack Simon, so he had no right to blame the Lord if he thought of blowing his accomplices' heads off. The hero asked to just bring him to the academy, because a living one would be more useful than a dead one. The coachman thanked the young gentleman for his temporary mercy. The kid turned his attention to arriving at the designated spot. They were able to nail it at the right time given the lateness of the Saffron Central City. Not completing the task made the customer very angry. The servant told the whole situation of what was happening to the young mistress. She was shocked at what Simon was capable of, and the servant promised a murder without investigation. The butler apologized for underestimating the hero's abilities. The mistress asked how one could fail to handle a small child. The servant suspected that behind the scenes there was a man they knew nothing about, so he asked for another chance to send the best mercenaries to the academy. The woman asked to stop as Simon Wirth would subsequently get krantz. The fact that Simon had politely asked her not to interfere had greatly frightened Mistress. The Duchess asked to stay out of it, and at best temporarily establish a relationship with the hero. And then they can take out all the witnesses, then kill Simon Wirth once and for all. The whole situation was overheard by the Duke's other butler, who was interested in saving the young gentleman. It had been 10 days since Simon had left the city of Saffron. The situation turned so that Brian continued to be the young gentleman's coachman. The lad was well aware that the Duchess was convinced of her failed plan. The kid will have to decide what to do with his subordinate Brian. The coachman notified the lad of his arrival at the academy, and the lad considered it a glorious event. The young man remembered the academy with unfortunate emotions, but it also changed him beyond recognition. Mr. showing his own Vert badge for student verification. After introducing himself as Duke Simon Wirth, the people around him marveled at him. And then the girl served the kid out of surprise, offering to walk to his dormitory and then go through the entrance ceremony in 2 days. The boy was surprised that there would still be an entrance ceremony in the form of a student aptitude test. The employee provided the kid with everything he needed. The kid was surprised, questioning whether the workers had made a mistake. Kachar was incredibly discouraged by the notion of an ordinary dormitory. The kid got the royal number, and the kid suspected he was in on it. The young man asked if the servant had brought all his luggage. After making sure the task was completely done, the kid realized that the role of coachman servant was over. The kid was a little scared, because he probably didn't have long to live. But it turns out the guy was just looking for money. After receiving his earnings for the coachman's job, the guy couldn't understand why he wasn't killed. The young man told the boy that this should be enough to start a new life, because he was probably wanted, and also asked him not to return to Velius. The servant made his own decision, bowing his head before the young master, asking to take pity on him, allowing him to serve as a knight to the young man for the rest of his life. Simon was surprised that the coachman turned out to be a knight. The servant explained, though he was in a lowly position as a coachman, was a knight of the Duke. His father had always told him that if he met a man he could trust and give his life to, he should not hesitate to offer his service. The boy thought it a great folly. The servant asked the gentleman to rephrase his words. The hero wanted to ask how Brian would know that he would never stab him in the back. The servant thought it didn't matter. The young master, reassessing the situation, accepted him as a servant, and then sent the hell out of the ceremony, coming straight to the elemental test. The servant was greatly surprised at the master's decision. Already in the dean's office of the Royal Academy, the old man was quite surprised by the large number of talented students. All students watched closely as students were tested. Right now, Severus, a girl of the royal family, was being tested. Princess Irina has assigned herself a level 2 mana rank, physical rank B, element of light 52%. Seth Chaharkin, who was 20% stronger across the board, got next in line. The elder was looking over all the students' statistics, and was quite surprised by Simon. Since the kid possessed mana rank 1 star, physical damage rank C, understandably elemental darkness 92%. The teacher was surprised by Arin's abilities. Possessing 88% water elements, the old man noticed an interesting point, that the girl was no match for her younger brother. The teacher was also surprised, however. The guy had the element of darkness. The old man was also surprised, but under such conditions the abilities might fade. But despite this flaw, the guy had clearly grandiose potential. The principal wanted to ask if the teacher knew the boy was assigned to the royal suite. The girl had heard similar things from other teachers. The old man was no less surprised when he learned that it was an order from the emperor. Simon saved the young princess from the monsters on the front line, and it even came down to marriage. A project called crossbreeding a 5th princess with a loser, and crossbreeding a devotee of their Vert, which has been raising geniuses for generations. The old man asked what consequences this would lead to. The girl thought that the struggle for the throne would reach a new level, and the citizens would be in a pretext for civil war. The director asked the girl not to exaggerate, for all they could do now was observe. After all, they are the ones given the opportunity to see if this child will become a genius or lead to the collapse of the empire. Bumping into Krantz, Simon wanted to say hello to him. The hero understood exactly why his brother had gotten a big shock at the sight of his nightmare. A friend of the Krantz asked if this was not the guy the young man was treating like a slave, to which he received an affirmative answer. The Marquis' son heard that our hero doesn't even know who his real mother is. In Simon's previous life, this guy often bullied him along with Krantz. The boy was very happy that such an encounter was so convenient for his revenge. Popper asked Krantz to move over because guys like that needed a good beating. Krantz understood what Simon was capable of, so he asked Popper to go to the cafeteria, for example. It was already too late, and Mr. Worth had taught the loser a lesson for all his humiliation in his past life. Krantz realized there was no saving Popper. The young man offered to rub eye to eye between the recent situation on the trip to the academy. Simon took Krantz by the shoulder, hinting brightly that he wouldn't survive if he acted like this. The kid said he didn't care what he was doing behind his back, but if he ever saw him again, Krantz's graduation from the academy will happen in a wheelchair. The hero realized that this time his life would be very different from the previous one. A lone teacher strolled through the library, who didn't realize until the end whether Simon would actually turn out to be a hero or a villain. So she decided to keep an eye on him. The boy stood around the corner asking the girl if she was looking for the book he was holding. The girl went into kind teacher mode, asking how the student got to this place. She asked the guy if his name was Simon Wirth. She asked him for a book for her research. Greenhouse was very polite and agreed to give this book away, except I didn't expect to smell a dark energy force right in front of my face. The kid realized that Serek's instructor must have been looking for something else, although the young boy guessed that her real call sign was that of Magla's master, Serika Negriti. The girl had no idea how the boy knew the real call sign. In his previous life, his first impression of Instructor Serika had been an ordinary greeting at the academy. The teacher was sure that the young man wanted to end that boring discussion and move on to the main topic. The girl wanted the guy's height, though it seemed strange at the time what he wanted from a man who had been bullied by his own brother. The instructor found the kid to be a very entertaining kid. Simon hadn't expected such words. She rarely saw capable young men at their academy, but to score 84% in the dark element was even more amazing. The boy was told that it was an insignificant element, but the teacher thought the opposite was true, for his potential had not been fully realized. In a moment, Simon was overcome with confusion. The girl was looking forward to working with him. The young man only realized after his rebirth that it was an incredible delusion of deception. The robot instructor was a perfect deception, for the girl was an assassin in the guise of a teacher. As a presenter, the master of the organization, the Mist, hiding in the academy where young students came, gaining knowledge from all the monarchs and nobles of the continent. The girl was confused by the situation, so she offered to listen to the student in her lab, motioning for the boy to follow her. The boy was shocked that the girl didn't react as harshly as he had expected beforehand. Everything was in its place, just as it had been in a previous life. The young man noticed the poison tea, realized that apparently not everything was as smooth as it seemed at first glance. The girl said that it was not the strongest poison, for it would simply melt the hero's organs. But Simon will not be affected by this, because he is a man who has consumed countless amounts of demon blood and Emilia's culinary delights. The boy advised using something stronger next time. Since that wasn't enough, the girl suggested that we just talk instead. The instructor was curious how the boy knew her real alias. Also, how did he know she was getting her orders in the most unpopular book in the library? The girl suspected that the young man wanted to let her know what he was really capable of. The instructor pondered the possibility that the kid was also involved in the organization of the Blink. Simon was surprised that he had to present her with any more evidence. She was furious that the kid, recognizing his own high test scores in his head, had hit something. Before leaving for Chatran, the lad kept asking if one night would be enough of an escort. It was all because nobles were being killed right to left, and they wanted to organize complete security. Except the guy was wondering when the purification project started. The girl turned on her full dumbass self, not realizing what the conversation was about. The kid stuck to his word meaning murder. The instructor seemed like an entertaining kid who might regret his words. The boy heard a note of threat from the instructor. The girl abruptly broke the table into two pieces. The young man realized that this must have been Master Mangla's answer, by smashing a huge table to pieces. The teacher was already behind the young man, who thought he had already passed the two-factor strike. The girl affirmed that if even the boy was part of the Blink, then as a master of this organization, had to know before anyone else. The battle was spontaneous between two strong rivals. The girl promised that the boy could not escape from the master of the organization. Taking a deep breath, the boy realized he had no choice but to humble the fool. Fending off subsequent blows, The instructor was destined to see the legendary Dark Blade. Since the girl didn't believe the hero, I guess he had to prove his words by force. The woman asked to stop before it was too late, but the young man has no intention of setting himself before her so easily. Master Blink couldn't believe her eyes that she had found this blade. The demonic blade of Karum himself, wielded only by the chosen Eru. The boy asked if he wanted to keep playing the unbelieving Thomas. Also, the hero knew that the darkness was looking for a successor to his post. The girl was surprised how the guy had so much information about them. The young man assured her that the man they were now looking for was standing right in front of her eyes. Two guys met on some street in Leuven. They began to open the secret lock that was sealed with dark energy. Breaking the magical seal opened a new path for them to enter the clan of the Migla organization. The girl didn't even see the shocked reaction in the guy, from where the base of the blink was. Opening the passage, the girl told him that it was the passage to the Altar of Obscurity, where the lad goes alone. Once in the mysterious place, Simon, being a strong knight, was not comfortable standing in one place. On his way, he had many traps that he had to pass through perfectly. After the traps, the boy envisioned a large number of assassins performing the ritual of the ceremony, though it seemed too much for him. Fighting them wasn't difficult for him, rather uncomfortable. The powers that be differed on an incredible level. The assassins never thought their darts would be used on their own group. The assassins were afraid to imagine how strong this young man was, if he could easily repel all their daggers in an instant. They considered it an astounding phenomenon that such a great fighter had joined them. Therefore, they weren't afraid to use the extension of the secret technique of forming the Horn of Death. In response, the kid used his technique. Everyone who fought against Simon couldn't believe that such a kid was able to repel their techniques, reflecting his own technique with waves of bloodthirst. She was known for the fact that only true assassins could use her, translating her bloodlust into physical form to attack others. The guys who attacked the hero have already regretted their choice 3 times when they were able to experience this technique. The young man thought it was a perfect technique to immobilize a lot of enemies for a while, though the guy was struck that among the ordinary assassins was also a rank higher, judging by the resilience. Applying the Great Tree Mist Sword technique, the young man wanted to test what this assassin was capable of. Assassin took the initiative to fight Simon. The hero was incredibly surprised to see that this assassin had the strength to stop his technique halfway through. Removing the mask from the assassin, it turned out to be the master who had seen him off. The girl couldn't contain her desires to fight Simon Vert. The guy's pretty surprised that this girl was obsessed with fighting. She asked to show all of our hero's true abilities with a lustful face. Each successive technique was new even to Master Sarika. The girl was greatly discouraged that the boy wielded both the thick mist and the sword of mist. At this rate, the boy intrigued himself even more in her eyes. While the girl asked the guy to show his full potential, the kid meanwhile gave a slipper to the floor, running off to do his own thing. The boy now understood what drove Master Sariku, the desire to fight powerful knights. She will fight until one of them is dead. The girl asked for the kid to come back to her, with a will to fight, in her opinion. That's what Simon Vert wanted. Master Mangla used the most brutal abilities in her assortment. The boy stated that he was not a pervert like her. The girl wanted to reassure the guy that there was an energy barrier in this place, so Simon could release all his power without hesitation. The kid realized since he could use absolutely any technique he wanted, perhaps the outcome will be dire for Master Blink, but Simon won't cry. Except that the young man had forgotten that every body has a limit. For this reason, the kid just fell to the ground unconscious. The Blade Spirit suspected that such a thing might happen soon, on the occasion allowing Simon not much rest. The instructor found it a very curious phenomenon to have the spirit itself fighting for the owner. Blade didn't want to interfere in their duel, but circumstances had changed, so she wanted to ask first if Master Mengla knew about her. The girl bowed before the great demonic sword, Karum. The spirit doesn't understand what this is all about, since the girl is supposed to worship the air, but instead attacks her master. Master Blink's excuse was that she wanted to test the guy to see if he was really a receiver or not. Kira questioned why the Blink Master, instead of fighting, couldn't summon his god. If all her actions are such, the spirit was able to take it as a direct challenge to a duel. The girl asked that they should pay attention to the receiver from the very beginning, and then arrange such a thing. Kara couldn't believe the young man had started to die so quickly. The instructor stated that showing up in true form puts a little pressure on the owner, and it is very ineffective, as this act absorbs the life force of the wearer. Kira thought it was bullshit. After all, why would the kid be consuming so much demon blood then? Being a master of the Mgla, it was not in her consistency to refuse bouts. The girl wouldn't be able to give up on an opponent like the demonic Blade Spirit so easily. Even Blade himself was beginning to slowly become afraid of this woman. Dell wondered if the kid was okay after all. The boy asked where the demon had gotten to ahead of the queue. Kira asked her master to relax and leave this girl to her. She wants to teach her a lesson properly. Master Magla considered it a great honor to fight one-on-one. Blade asked her not to cry later, and not to ask for her pardon. The instructor would be only too happy if a demon like her could get her to that state. Suddenly, Eru intervened in the fight, asking for a halt to a fight no one wanted. A bright blue portal began to appear out of the wasteland. The boy was slightly surprised that after all this time he had shown himself. Vladik Eru asked to send a receiver to his altar. The young man was finally able to wait for this moment, being completely without strength. Simon was overjoyed at the thought that he would be able to meet Eru, the god of Tuma, in person. All people believed that the god of darkness was the perfect evil for mankind. He kills without hesitation and justifies his atrocities with good motives. God answered it was their wish. After all, others could not decide for someone what is bad and what is good. If by dying you can defend your beliefs, that is not a bad thing. Many people think this is crazy, but the god of darkness only wants to protect the weak. The young man walked up the long steps, straight to the deity of darkness. Deity wanted to ask the question if Simon knew who he was. The young man knew and recognized his greatness in his past life. Iru turned to Simon Vert what evidence he had to name Simon as his successor. The boy was sure that the god of darkness himself was convinced of the true power of the mist within him. There were a total of 2 ways to become a receiver of the god of darkness. The first was if he gave up the stone of darkness himself. The other if the blink stone will find a suitable receiver on its own. God didn't know Simon Worth, so I assumed the last option was used. That's because the haze at the altar disappeared another year ago. On top of that, it's amazing that the boy managed to find Karum. Even as a god of darkness, it's not easy for him to track her down. The deity noticed the light in Simon's eyes surpassed the boy's age, and was also an outsider to a timeline he himself was not a part of. The lad was surprised, for he thought he was in the subhouse for that reason. The deity affirmed that if Simon was looking for an omnipotent and omniscient god, he was in the wrong place, for such divine rights had long since been stripped away. However, it was also very convenient for someone like him. While the young man questioned what it was all about, the god explained, being a receiver himself came to this place, and now he has less robots. The receiver also brought in something quite annoying. According to the darkness deity's feeling, the guy didn't have enough demonic blade, so he brought a holy blade. The kid just now remembered about him telling me he didn't need something like that. Simon thought if the world didn't know this thing existed, maybe it would become useless. Deity noticed that the guy had a rather vicious hobby, but would not interfere with such a thing. To follow the rules is to be seen, so he asked the dear receiver what he wanted to achieve by getting his perfect darkness power. What purposes the messenger of the great god has at heart. What Simon Verth wants from the force that has filled him. In his past life, he wanted to live for his brother, which turned out to be an idiotic wish, but they didn't care about his past life. Now the question is how they will be sure of his true feelings. The kid himself didn't know which path he wanted to take. Deity asked the receiver to remember that there is nothing more dangerous than blind faith. The boy guessed that Eru was aware of his past life. The guy had no grand plan or divine worship, but already this time the young man wanted to do things differently. The boy wanted to use the power of the Lord, purely for selfish purposes, only for his favorite. Deity couldn't decide what was right or wrong, only wanted to ask the guy if he would regret it later. Darkness asked to ponder Simon's decision. Depending on the answer, his fate would be decided. Deity can kill the guy on the spot if he sees fit. The young man didn't care what consequences awaited him, because he wasn't going to follow anyone's orders. That was the way of a hero. Deity noticed that the receiver had some sort of plan. He wondered if Simon would tell him about it. The boy immediately objected that he wasn't going to say anything. It mattered little to him as long as the young man cleared his name. And that was the end of the quiz. And now Deity couldn't wait to talk to his daughter. The deity of darkness noticed that Kara had changed a lot, and wondered if she liked her new master that much. The Lord was very happy to see her so happy. Deity tried to be kind, at least to her. After all, her master didn't need anything while the girl was asking for Simon's help. He was pleased to see the warm attitude in the family. The Overlord's sacred kiss was able to rose Kira's powerful abilities. Demon Blade had no idea what was even happening to her right now. But in an instant, she began to transform back to her original form, standing up again in her body, which she can control on her own. And this spell doesn't use up Simon's mana. Apparently Eru used his own power. While the girl was trying to get all the information out, Vladika explained that there was nothing wrong, just sharing a part of his life. The deity seemed like she should enjoy it after all. It takes physical fitness to save your master. The young man noticed that the apple didn't fall far from the tree. The very next day in the student dormitory, the servants were curious about what was going on in their dormitory, though the guy himself didn't fully understand. The servant was worried about not just leaving those two unattended. Couldn't believe that an instructor would walk in on a student this early. thinking that the others would start saying what special treatment they had. Master Magla excused herself that none of that mattered, because it was only to set Simon on the right path. These two were like a raging storm between beasts that couldn't divide their prey. The boy had no idea why such a thing would be discussed in his room. The young man considered leaving this argument in his room and leaving while he had the chance, but the servants asked him not to leave him here completely alone with them. The servant thought he could hardly survive alone. The boy went to observe the town from the outside, making no great rest for himself. Simon noticed, not far away from him, the smell of blood beginning to waft into his nose. One of the students was beaten up by some upperclassmen. The student got hit pretty hard. He was intensely afraid that this nightmare was only a small beginning. The guys were thinking of ways to beat up the loser using different methods. Activating his abilities, the offender forced the weakling's attention to himself. Taking the kid by the head, the senior promised him a punch for an appetizer. The boy showed his fire pill, which the weakling had to eat immediately. Suddenly, a distant voice of a girl asked the guys to calm down finally. The girl was shocked that a fellow student was hurting, being from the nobility. The boy introduced himself as Barrett Lewismill, the eldest son of a duke from the kingdom of Graham, asked who the girl was. It turned out to be Arina, who introduced herself to the ignoramus who did not deserve her throne by her behavior. The boy wondered what kind of beauty had come to him. However, to him, she's just some fifth princess of the Ushif Empire. He was honored to meet the princess. The girl wasn't even going to shake hands with cretins like this guy. She wanted an explanation of what was going on at the moment. The kid realized that the princess was making a big mistake by suggesting to ask the incumbent. Turning to the guy, they asked him to explain to the princess what they were doing. The elder asked if they were bullying him. The boy, in fear, justified that no one had hurt him. The princess asked the young man not to hide it, asking him to look at his battered appearance. The young man explained that it was okay, they were just playing that way, asking the princess to leave before it was too late. The guy laughed loudly, asking for the princess to really leave while he was being nice to her. The girl felt it didn't matter what they were doing here, but she had to take the guy with her. The duke grabbed the princess's hand, interjecting why, in his words, to leave here. She didn't understand a word. The senior asked, didn't she hear Leximus ask her to leave? But the girl's response was to ask him to let her go. The boy stated though she was a princess, she was a petty and weak pacifier. Simon walked over and didn't hold back much in the face of such a situation. Arina couldn't believe Simon Verth would come to her rescue. The young man didn't expect to hear the name Leximus. The hero could not believe that this child was the very same divine knight in the future. Once upon a time in a past life back in Castle Klein in the kingdom of Karum, Simon fought against a mighty knight. The battle was very difficult the day the kid came face to face with her. The continent's best swordsman, Leximus Klein, being from the Ushif Empire. For some reason, after barely graduating from the academy, she entered the service of Earl Klein in the kingdom of Karum. Back then, she was a very strong opponent compared to all the other knights of their continent. She was forever employing various tricks to avoid defeat. The young man marveled at her skill every time, swung his blade in an attempt to destroy the guy. Simon was then a step ahead despite her skills, killing that day once and for all with his skills in battle. That was when he recognized this girl, one of the best knights of that continent. The Empire ordered it to do so, and the young man, trusting his brother at the time, did so. Thus, the lad, having met her, killed her at the same place. Having penetrated into the castle, he fought her in a duel. She had reached the peak skill of swordsmanship without mana. Simon didn't feel like killing someone who was recognized as the continent's best swordsman. Here he is standing right in front of the hero girl who conquered the continent by her own persistence. The senior was wondering where so many curious jerks came from. The kid has heard about Simon Verth, who has returned from the front, so he offers to join their little game. The young man didn't even think it was crazy to call such a thing a game. Improper use of a mana stone can cause it to be destroyed inside the body. Simon explained that a game in which he forcibly feeds someone a mana stone. After pondering the decision, he wanted to join them. The guy never thought he'd see something like this. Simon was able to create a huge magical sphere in the palm of his hand. While the others asked what the boy was trying to do, he only asked the scumbag to open his mouth. Soon after this altercation somewhere in the dorms, having stopped this beating, his wounds began to heal quietly and he had to stay on bed rest. Arin asked for the boy to rest properly. The boy thanked the guys, not knowing how to repay them. It was a duty for her and Simon to help. And about the duty, the girl asked the young man not to worry about it. The young man was surprised because the girl had a fracture and concussion. It was interesting how she was able to bear such a thing. The boy looked at the girl carefully, and she asked in surprise if Simon knew him. Since the kid keeps looking at him, the young man thought he should lie and apologize, because he must have been mistaken. The kid understood and said it was no big deal. Arin asked where his room was, because what if those assholes were going to bully him again? The boy was in the Hall of Commoners. The girl could not believe that he was not of high blood. The kid explained that he was enrolled in the academy thanks to his mentor, and he also handled the funding during his studies. But suddenly, he was fired. Simon understood the situation, assuming he had no one to support him, and there was a possibility of leaving the academy. Arin couldn't believe it, feeling sorry for the guy. The hero suggested why not take this her to Arin as his man, at the same time learn swordsmanship from her. The girl couldn't understand because Leximus was a boy. Simon stated that she was actually a girl. After the young man's words, Arin had big questions as to how such a thing was possible. The girl immediately apologized, explaining that she did not mean to deceive Her Majesty. The thing was that she was more comfortable with short hair and men's clothes, and it turns out that a lot of people took her for a guy. Arin, on the other hand, apologized for not realizing it right away, but Simon noticed it right away. But she said it wasn't worth apologizing over nothing. The princess asked to forget about it, and asked how she liked the idea. She thought it was a great option. Then she'll stop being intimidated if she goes to her, and she can learn whatever she wants. The boy did ask why she was the one being given such privileges. The princess explained that she didn't like being alone, and wanted to make friends. But in return, she received a big thank you from the girl. From the bottom of her heart, she was grateful, and wanted to try to become something she could be proud of, thanking Mistress again. The princess realized that the only person to thank was Simon for his idea. But as usual, the kid forever wants no part of that kind of talk. The boy felt he had made enough effort, and the princess would take care of the rest. Now the young man understood the reason why Leximus had left the Empire. She wouldn't have lost mana if it wasn't for Barrett Lewismill and her toys. If there's already the best swordsman in the world with mana in the future, even Simon will have a hard time defeating her. At the moment, the hero was interested in an entirely different goal, specifically the order from Master Sarika this morning. The young man honored the Sea of Adventure on his head, for this was his first mission of purification as a member of the MGMT. Walking down the hallway, the kid was sure the next ordeal wouldn't be any easier. Suddenly there was a mighty explosion right in the academy. The young man was quite shocked to find the unknown creature. The kid thought the demonic beast had infiltrated the academy, but the demon asked our hero's name, Simon Wirth. The boy was quite shocked, for he could not believe that such a creature knew him. Having received a positive response from the creature, the giant had memorized absolutely all the information about the young man that interested him. The demon turned out to be an ordinary 2-meter-tall man who introduced himself as Chahar, who turned out to be a newcomer like our hero. He was quite shocked that this 2-meter-tall overgrowth was an 11-year-old boy, though Simon vaguely remembered him from his previous life. The kid was amazed at what Simon had gone through, getting to the front, surviving a dragon attack, while gaining C-rank physical strength on the test. The boy asked the hero to fight him to see who was the stronger of the two of them. The master only now remembered who this kid had been to him in his past life, recognized by the prominent mark on his chest that symbolized Sparnia. It turns out that the rumor that the academy got the Prince of Sands was absolutely true. Sparnia was located in the middle of the desert, closer to the east of the continent. Because of the powerful army led by the first prince, who was a genius in both magic and martial arts, even the Ushif Empire had a hard time. The mighty country in all the desert, ruined by the sudden death of the sole heir. The cause of death was recognized as illness. This guy was paying too much attention to the growth of his muscles, completely forgetting about his own health. The boy was quite surprised to meet this guy at the academy. The bulky man asked if the kid was willing to duel. The young man personally had never met him in his past life, but right now he was most infuriating with his behavior. Though if the hero's memory was correct, that method might have worked. Gromala offered to fight right at the academy, taking no refusal, realizing that the kid wanted it too. The young man disagreed with Chahar's reasoning, seeing the battle as only a waste of his personal time, and also pointing out that duels are forbidden in the academy without the necessary authorization. They have to formally request it first. The kid asked where to make this request. The hero indicated that on the 3rd floor of the main hall. The 11-year-old thug ran over there, asking Simon to wait for him. The young man had heard a rumor that this guy had only muscles instead of brains. Turned out to be true, for he was running in the opposite direction. The kid probably didn't know if you could officially do duels, but something like this should make Chahar slow down for a few days. The boy focused on the purification project. The servant who had come to the gentleman explained that the preparations had been completed. The gentleman asked to stop coddling pears and deliver the goods to the customer. Zickerman Almus was one of the wealthiest men in the continent, and was known in the community as a kind man who spent a lot of donations. But behind everyone's back, he ran a slave market and bred rare species. The boy overheard a conversation in which the master was expecting the masterpiece of his life, asking the servants to take care of it. The boy realized that the target had been confirmed, and handling this would get the guy through faster than he expected. Kira felt a strange energy in a room like this. The young man asked for more details of what she meant. and the spirit sensed that the target was hiding something strange. The master was quite pleased with his labors for one long-awaited day, except that he thought it was strange to see a red mist that was unfamiliar to him. The event took place literally in the blink of the Lord's eye. One of the guards was suddenly dead, and the servant asked who was next to them. The master asked the servant not to stand post, but to do something. But in a moment, the young man ran out with quick movements, like an assassin killing nearby servants one by one. The servant couldn't hold back the blow, and during the fight, one of them had his blade fall out of his hands. The boy then took the lives of absolutely all the servants in a small amount of time. The Lord looked at it, realizing that apparently his life was over. Along the way, yelling for help at the other guards, not realizing where they had disappeared to. The boy stiffened, then he would soon find out as he would send it to them. Almus had hired a bunch of guards, but much to his dismay, they were useless. The master begged for Simon's mercy, asking what the kid wanted: money, a girl, slaves. He would do whatever the kid wanted. But instead of talking, the hero simply cut off the ordered victim's arm with quick movements. The boy thought it wouldn't be enough to pay for all his sins to the prisoners. This man conducted innumerable experiments on all prisoners, keeping a slave market. The kid thought the gentleman's death was well deserved, so he gave him another minute before his demise. The boy asked to repent of all his sins for every life he had killed. After that, his pain would disappear with him. The Lord couldn't believe that this time he wouldn't get a payoff and the kid would kill him. Almus repented, explaining that he just wanted to make ends meet by selling slaves because those who bought them were just as sinful. The young man noticed that this uncle could not be helped once he was not even going to repent, wishing him a good journey of the road to hell. The boy finished what he started by realizing that every person on their planet could commit such a crime. The hero realized, before the end of the purification, he would have to look around more closely. Blade showing the way told that behind the cage she honored two different energies in one place. The boy was quite surprised at what he saw. He found a shabby dead girl lying next to a large egg. The boy was sure that it was an ordinary person, nothing special. But the spirit asked to take a closer look at what the girl was holding in her hands. Blade explained that this egg was a dragon egg. Thus they brought the dragon egg right into Simon's dormitory. The servant asked the gentleman where he had found him in the first place. The boy asserted that he had simply picked him up in the street by the roadside. The servant didn't believe who finds such things on the street, but the young man asked him to take his word for it. The hero had no idea why this cretin really wanted to sell such a dangerous dragon egg to any of the buyers. The servant asked for an explanation of what they would do if the dragon hatched at their academy. But the kid asserted that such a thing would not happen. Dragons like a big chunk of mana with the right element. Even if the Lord put in a bunch of mana, there was a chance that the egg might not hatch. All would have been fine, except the two heard a cracking noise that startled them both. The dragon egg abruptly started cracking at high speed. From the egg hatched a little girl who saw the wonderful world of humans for the first time. The servant was as shocked as Simon by this event. The kid was surprised that it wasn't a non-dragon or human. Most likely that woman was nurturing something between the two races. The kid realized that the mixture of dragon and human would be a bigger problem for him than originally expected. The girl took the hero, for allegedly father, because the first thing that newborn creatures perceive as parents. She climbed up to the guy in a hug before he expected such an act from a newborn. The kid had no idea she'd immediately assume he was a parent. Kira started laughing at the guy, congratulating him that he would give a head start on a TV show in another world pregnant at 16. Though it was entirely the spirit's fault, since she had suggested the guy bring the egg to the academy. The boy was afraid that a dragon might hatch, but the spirit affirmed that she had not seen dragons born after losing their mother. The girl, laughing heartily, had not thought to see such a thing in her life. The boy, remembering the incident in the dungeon, asserted it wasn't her who had said that such a thing could never happen. Blade stated that such a hybrid, presence alone, could pose a great threat. Anyway, Kira was right. The whole situation that had happened with Simon had given them a big problem. Right now, the best solution to their problem is to get rid of it. After all, she was a smoothie-like human, and dragon in one body could be a complex natural phenomenon. If the whole academy finds out about her, the principal may harm her to eliminate external threats. The boy didn't know if he should take such a risk if the girl was to live a great fate full of pain. The boy was daring to do one difficult thing. Spirit noticed this, and realized that they had no other option but to personally get rid of her. Stretching his hands up to the throat of this child, the lad had sorrowful thoughts, which he tried to extinguish with his power, ending the girl's future suffering once and for all. At the point where the hero was in the process of destroying her future, the girl woke up. The boy was worried about whether he was doing the right thing, whether his decision would be the right one. Suddenly, the girl's love for Simon stopped him before he could gather his wits. The girl told how much she loved the hero, and those same words made the guy change his mind about his decision. Feeling the warmth of the little girl in that moment, the kid couldn't lie to himself anymore, accepting the new emotion. The boy figured it would all work out and asked the spirit to raise her as parents. The young man was experiencing a whole new emotion in his life, while Kira was shocked that even Simon could experience such feelings. Meanwhile, at Castle Vert, the Duchess walked all over the castle, not sure what to make of Simon. She realized that her own son would be in a bad way if nothing was done. Ashel suddenly nailed into his ancestral home, startling his mother with his arrival. He asked to speak to him if something didn't work out in Mother's plans. The Duchess thanked Ashel, telling him that she was fine and not to worry. As soon as Mother retired to her chambers, the gentleman asked for all the information to be laid out. The servant learned the information that all the knights were killed escorting him. However, the coachman with Simon got to Lowen. The customer turned out to be Mrs. Margaret on the assumption of Ashel. The lad wondered if there was any more information. And it turned out that the servant had heard that the youngest son had been placed in the royal hall, and afterward the informant did not make contact. The master was angry because he knew all this information, and he was very disappointed in his servants. Upon learning this, the servant realized that the master would fire him if he didn't give him the information he needed, and then he would lose his position after so much hard work. The servant shouted that he would personally go to find out the information, asking him to trust him and would not even think of disappointing the master. The master knew very well what a hard worker his servants were, so he asked them to hurry up. Ashel was well aware that his little brother was definitely hiding something from him, and he was damn curious to know what it was. The boy was training a small dragon. Suddenly the instructor showed up. The boy was curious why she was there if there was no class. The master couldn't understand where a child had come from in his room. The young man asked not to question, because it was a long story, so he asked to get straight to the point. The girl resolved to listen to the long story a little later, for now they had an important business to attend to. The young man caused no small amount of trouble, stated the master, causing the hero to wonder where he had blundered. The girl was shocked than he thought, taking the duel if he should stay in the shadows without showing his abilities. The kid was more in shock the duel was official. Duh was shocked, thinking it was a fuss, as the guys would just fight amongst themselves and that would be it. The kid was well aware that this thug was no ordinary kid, but he was more interested in the duel. It took place rather suddenly for Simon. The young man had no idea that the start would take place much earlier before he could come up with a plan. The kid had been expecting this moment since the beginning. Counting Simon was experiencing the same thing. But the boy was only shocked that this guy was clearly not right in the head. Gramila wanted a combat duel badly, but he was only allowed swordsmanship and magic, so he asked if Simon would use magic beforehand. The boy agreed without magic. Their fight started suddenly. Chahar wondered intensely what the boy who had survived the dragon attack was capable of. The young man noticed the tremendous speed despite the size, and there was also a lot of weight invested in the sword, except it was easy for the boy to repel the weighty attack. Overpowering such an opponent was a simple task for the hero. It would only require dexterity and accuracy. The thug was furious, realizing that it wouldn't be enough to defeat him. Without much effort or trouble, the young man could block blows of similar skill. It was difficult for the boy to strike, because the hero used the power of the downward strike using an ordinary rapier. Suddenly, Chahar's attack tactics changed. Going behind his back to try and do some damage, the young man holstered his rapier, then took the thug by the leg to ruin his failed plan. With the incredible speed of the spinning, Chahar felt not a great deal of motion sickness. The thug was on the cusp of defeat and had no choice but to wonder. But suddenly, the guy stopped, planting a large chunk of earth in his fist. After using his own techniques against Simon, who was surprised by the persistence of the 2-meter-tall man, the young man was quite impressed. For despite his size, Chahar had managed to counterattack in such a short time. The audience was quite impressed, thinking this guy was not a human being with such abilities. Even though the 2-meter-tall man succeeded, it was incredibly difficult for him to fight such a strong opponent. The boy thundered loudly, realizing that the young man was not as simple as he seemed. Having lost in fencing to Simon, he had nothing left but to show his magic, to show his full potential. Watching all the hero's attempts, this kid seemed really tedious. Chahar asked the young man not to dare to give up either and fight with all his might to enjoy the fight to the fullest. His whole head was filled with nothing but an incredible fight with Simon and nothing else. The old man was quite surprised at the audacity of these children. They don't use swords and magic at the same time, but separately. The instructor noticed Simon winning the sword fight, and the old man found it entertaining. The physique ranks of the two differed on A. Chahar and C. Simon. The old man counted quite a legitimate result if you only consider the ranks, however. Physical fitness is only a basic prerequisite for being able to manifest a spell. A set of 3 stars was the highest score among students. The master of the blink now dreads to imagine how the duel will end. Simon must have been stupid in Sera's opinion, because he was so eager to draw attention to himself. Gromila wanted to use his trademark Fist of Death move against Simon. Clutching all the physical and magical energy in one fist, the guy only had to choose a victim and strike. The boy had no idea what the point was in agreeing to fight without magic if they were going to fight with magic anyway. Dodging magic the young man deemed dangerous enough in the use of such magic. Chahar was by no means going to let the guy run off in any direction. Trying to run away from a lot of attacks, the bully, without hesitation, began to apply the following technique. The boy was getting more scared of the damage to the Academy's pocketbook for this ring. The guy began to be surrounded by the great power of the 2-meter-tall magic. The youngster in the test recalled Charan was rated 3-star. Magic flooded the entire arena with its massive explosion, leaving one devastation all around. The boy understood perfectly well if, judging by his attacks, he would even be able to use 4-star magic. The kid realized that the instructors of the wannabe barrier had a hard time restraining such dangerous techniques. Charan was pretty pissed at Simon. How long would it take for him to stop running around like a dumpster rat? The young man interjected, did the guy really think the right thing to do would be to take the attack on himself? The kid told Simon that a real warrior wouldn't duck, and he's a kid. The boy was surprised because the boy was also a child. The enemy hero asked Simon to shut up and accept his defeat. The old man was curious as to what technique the desert child would use this time. The girl couldn't believe the kid wanted to use a 4-star spell. The boy was sure that Simon would not be able to dodge such a blow this time. The hero was prepared for such a blow. Having considered what kind of resistance he would make this time, the kid thought it would be a good decision to try and take the blow for himself. Meanwhile, the little girl was being taken care of by a responsible nanny, which was Bryster checking the perfect temperature for the baby girl. He had experience caring for a baby. The experience came to him when he was doing sibling care, and though it was annoying, who would have thought something like this would come in handy? The servants called her princess, asking her to come and eat, but in the moment, the guy noticed a difficult situation in front of him. The girl was able to grow up quickly in the smallest amount of time. The audience was shocked at what was happening in the arena. The instructors tried to contain this onslaught of energy as best they could, not realizing where the kids could get such a large amount of magic from. The boys had no idea what the dean was doing with the rest of their strength to hold back a spell like this, feeding the barrier. The girl asked the elder to stop the duel immediately, but he was incredibly curious how things would turn out. The boy activated the void expansion technique, thus completely reflecting all the magic energy with his own dome. Master Manhwa couldn't believe her own eyes after discovering such a technique. All the magical energy that was released by the 2-meter-tall man was absorbed into this blob of dark energy. The headmaster was quite surprised. Every time Simon made him excited with such abilities. The girl couldn't believe why the kid was using such a paleo spell. Things turned out to be quite tragic for Charan, convinced by Simon's great strength. The students couldn't believe that the spell had just disappeared. They had a hunch that the Black Sphere was a big scary spell. Only none of them had heard of such a thing. The young man, having dispelled all energy with his own strength, asked if Charan wanted to continue fighting. The kid in turn didn't know what kind of continuation of the duel was in question after that. Then falling to his knees, it didn't take long before he couldn't believe what was happening. After all, he had lost in fencing and magic. The kid was incredibly upset by this outcome of the duel. The boy, after such an incident, even felt a little uncomfortable. The boy's feelings were once again ignited by the realization that he should not fight weaklings, but train so that Simon would recognize his strength in the future. The boy held out his hand to the hero, not knowing when he asked him to duel again. The thug understood. Simon would get through the challenge of fighting in the future, wouldn't he? The young man shook the boy's hand, dismissing future bouts. Then back in the dorm, the kid knew that dragons grow much faster than humans. Now, however, the girl looked about 6 years old. The hero was quite surprised that even hybrids grow at this rate, and soon the girl would look his age. The servant noticed it too, and was quite surprised. Simon realized that at this rate, it would become increasingly difficult to raise her in secret from everyone. The voice behind the hero stated eventually he won't be able to hide her anymore. The instructor could hide the demon sword, but she wouldn't be able to help with the hybrid. She was especially fixated on tonight's killer match that could ruin their entire organization. Duh lay on the bed, realizing that everyone was only talking about her. Master was surprised because she had only seen the little girl for a short time, but even in such a short time she had already grown up. The girl stated only it would be up to Simon how he would raise this girl, and whether he could hold her power in the future. The kid stated that Brian is in charge of grooming. There was also a barrier set up in the dormitory, so there should be some kind of presence with the Karum. The boy understands it all, but the envelope wasn't much of a solid reward for winning the duel. The girl asked the guy to be careful soon. After all, it's no good if a young man attracts a lot of unnecessary attention. The servant asked the gentleman what it was. Upon reading it, Simon realized the envelope in question was a small warning. The servant was surprised at such a thing. The hero explained that it was no big deal. It said bad behavior. As soon as the servant thought they were being kicked out, the girl couldn't believe that in her 6th year she would become homeless with her father. The boy couldn't understand how she knew such words. Apparently it was because she was growing by leaps and bounds. The boy reassured her that such a thing would not happen, and she should not worry about such a thing. The servant asked the gentleman if he was sure everything would be all right. For if he returned to Vilius, Simon asked him not to worry about it. Such coincidences were highly suspicious, which meant this certain someone wished to speak to Simon personally. The old man couldn't believe that Greenhouse wanted to join the forces of light for his brother's sake. In the past, the lad had burned with this agreeing to such a thing, though the old man doubted that the lad was suited to this path. The old man, after all, knew that the guy himself understood the whole situation. He was curious to ask one question. The headmaster predicted that nothing good would come of it. Though Simon would pass the test or cruel fate, he would get nothing. The life that the hero lived could be called living the role of someone's puppet. No matter what the result, will always blame his brother. That was what the headmaster had said in his previous life. Now the boy was curious what he would say this time. Brian thought it was worth giving this baby a name, since they couldn't keep calling her baby. The young man spontaneously suggested the name Nana. It sounded quite all right. The servants were worried because the master had chosen a name so quickly. But it was already too late. The girl liked the name, even had the name Nana on the back of it, and for that reason she wanted to be Nana Vert. The young man couldn't understand how Nana had recognized his last name. Meanwhile, in the office of the Dean of the Royal Academy, the old man was well aware that Simon Verth had amazing potential. But absorbing the 4th star's spell with the help of the 1st star's black sphere made the guy recognized as frighteningly talented. Kundal Quizzle trained the current Emperor Dion Severus, and is also the father of the 1st Empress. As one of the few 9-star mages on the continent, after Diana's death, he focused solely on teaching students. The only thing the boy wanted to know was the information that he was a pacifist. But in the same reality, the old man aspires to the royal throne. The young man had many questions about him, but it seems the character on occasion has remained exactly the same as in the hero's past life. The boy had perfectly anticipated that such a wizard must be aware of his arrival. Despite knowing the boy would appear before him, the old man put up a 9-star barrier. The boy knew he had to hurry if he wanted to pass the trials and set a new record. The old man realized that the boy could not pass, for only a great mage would be able to break such a spell. The young man found a new passage that had no barrier, nullifying the old man. The principal had no idea that the student had found such a radical solution to the problem. The boy introduced himself as Simon Verth, a recent entrant to the academy, come to express his disagreement with the complaint. The old man didn't expect the boy to ignore the barrier and fly in through the back window. This time the old man had lost, so he wanted to hear the young man out about the disagreement. The thing is, the boy got a letter from the principal, but when he saw this barrier from the outside, he was convinced of one thing. The warning was just not much of an excuse to test Simon's talents. The elder confirmed the boy's hunch. Rather aggressively but successfully, Simon was able to prove his abilities. However, the mage will not recall him, but will do so if the kid tries to convince him otherwise. The boy asked the elder if he could find out one thing. In response, the elder carefully wanted to listen to Simon. The hero wondered if the director wanted to wish for the expansion of the empire, or seek to regain his family's honor. The elder remarked that it was a rather bold question, but both of those things didn't interest him. The boy questioned that day, after the death of Emperor Thor Dion, if the 3rd or 4th prince would try to occupy, what would be the principal's action? The young man wondered which side he would choose, but in response, the old man said that Simon was not only insolent, but arrogant. The character has only recently learned that he was a puppet for Ashel, so it's doubtful that he's any different from how he knew him before. In a past life, during the struggle for the throne, Kundal had a great influence to make the 1st prince, Lionel Severus, become emperor. Lionel was a cruel and evil freak. He was the one who killed his siblings, and when Kundal opposed him, made him look like a traitor and sentenced him to death. The elder worked to give the other a bright future, eventually being betrayed by this very man. The director lost his temper, assuming Simon thought the world of the last century would fall so easily. The old man realized that the hero was not a genius, but turned out to be a round fool. The young man was confused as he continued to set the elder's teeth on edge with his eloquence, narrating the infamous popularity of the Emperor Cassander, gripped by greed and power. Hero stated they would go to any lengths to maintain the position. However, it seemed to Simon the empire was on a thin edge. The day it collapses, the academy will be finished. The elder couldn't understand where the 11-year-old got such thoughts from. Simon knew all the details about the current political situation. The director wanted to ask the question for what purpose the kid is telling such things. The hero wants to negotiate. The boy wanted to help the old man, for the sake of his family's and the academy's peace of mind. Therefore, asks the director to take back the warning. But in the end, the old man only laughed loudly at the young man, asking if the boy had the strength to help a wizard like him. The old man asked the lad to feel the weight of his arrogance on his own burden. The director used the chains of justice technique on Simon. The young man was quite surprised at the thought of the dean wanting to fight, measuring his strength. Grandpa told the guy no matter what he did, there was no way the guy could get out of his level 9 tower of chains. The elder was beginning to guess, vastly overestimating Simon's abilities. The boy asked to be allowed to prove his strength. The old man was quite intrigued by such words, for no one had ever been chosen from such a spell before. The kid used the technique of using the void sphere on his own body. The director was quite impressed and indignant to have a level 1 technique absorb his technique. The boy absorbed more and more magical technique energy, thus destroying it. The old man had no idea how that was even possible. The dean's mind reeled with amazement at how talented the child was. The young man wondered only one thing: now he had become useful to the old man, or what? The old man realized his mistake and agreed to take back his warning, asking that's all Simon Wirth wanted. The guy was fine with everything, because he just wanted a quiet student life. The old man was surprised that the boy wanted nothing more than that. The young man was satisfied with everything and did not ask for anything else. In fact, the young man really didn't want the academy to fall apart again like in his past life. The city was embracing the bright orange hue from the sun filling the space of the city. The servant realized how important it is to be responsible, so he ended up buying all sorts of sweets for the baby. He was also so happy when he saw how she would just eat all those sweets and enjoy them. But suddenly an unsettling sense of danger overwhelmed him. The street where the servant stood was suspiciously quiet, not a single person having been seen lately. Turning to look around, the guy had no idea who might be waiting nearby. The kid asked whoever it was to show up immediately. However, he had no idea that he would be caught by such personalities. Then they just grabbed it and carried it away, leaving the shopping for the girl right on the ground. After talking to the dean, the kid agreed to go to class, and there was one last class left for the day. The young man was incredibly bored, so much so that his brain was dulling rather than gaining reason. For the hero to go through the same thing he did some 30 years ago was sheer torture. While the boy was off task wanted to go practice, but suddenly Arin stopped him. She noticed that the boy had become a frequent truant, and was missing a large number of classes right in front of her eyes. The young man thought to lie, saying to head to the restroom, but the girl immediately thought it was a lie. After all, the restroom was in a completely different direction, so I asked to ask the kid for sure if he was headed that way. The boy noticed that the princess allowed Lexia to call her by her first name. The princess asked not to change the subject. She also wondered why Simon addressed her as Her Majesty. The hero was a common civilian, so he couldn't afford to call her by her first name. While Simon and Arin were talking like best friends, suddenly, 2 more individuals joined them. The girl, noticing this, was greatly surprised. The boy, noticing the guys who were coming down the stairs, was quite out of touch with who they were. The 2 boys said hello to Princess Arin, reminding her that they hadn't seen her in a while. The first one's name was Pavian. The other was called Nerovian. The girl made a welcoming gesture to the high personalities in the empire. They scolded the girl that although she was a noblewoman, she behaved like a commoner. That is, she was like a bird of the same flight with the commoners. Simon recognizes the 2 guys from the incomplete family, who are clearly making it clear that they don't like Arin. Once the boys spot Simon Wirth, were quite surprised by his company. The boy greeted, introducing himself as Simon Wirth, the youngest of the Wirth family. While the lone girl just stood still, the boys paid no attention to her, continuing to heap praise on Simon Wirth for his honors. They were sure to invite him to the next party. The guys wanted to communicate with Simon because of their ears and great strength, while Arin stood still like a shadow. They stated that being invited to their party was a rare opportunity to get to know them. The kid thanked them for the invitation. Meanwhile, was motionless without saying a word. The guys approached her, asking that she should not think of asking to join their party and not be too arrogant. They said the princess should be more self-critical. Lexi couldn't believe that these 2 were really princes. Their behavior was one of disgust as to her. Not understanding what was wrong with them, Arin told them that they were still family. Blood, not water. The young man was not sure, for in his opinion they appeared worse than even strangers. The girl was shocked that Simon had such an opinion of her. The boy realized whether it was blood or water, it was all meaningless in the face of power. Consequently, the 2 guys fear what Arin was capable of, trying to fear in different ways. The boy advised the girl to try to keep herself in line without honoring the suppression from them. The princess hadn't expected such affectionate words from Simon, so she just passed out in her fantasies. Back in his dormitory, the kid saw Nana sleeping. In truth, Simon was surprised, for there was no one in the neighborhood. Duh came to the master with a disgruntled face due to lack of sleep. The young man wondered why she was in spirit form. The girl stated that she was more comfortable hiding her presence. She asked why the call. Simon wanted her to find Brian. Demon Blade couldn't understand if she looked like a dog, so she asked why she had to do it. She had confidence that Brian would find his way back on his own. However, not a second later, the spirit came across a suspicious trail. She smelled blood, and it made the guy nervous for his servant. Meanwhile, Brian was badly beaten, thrown out into some dark alley. The boy was quite displeased that such a puppy disobeyed. They had been so kind to him. Except Simon's maid. Absolutely ruined all the fun for him and the boys. The guy originally thought Brian was a capable night keeper, but turned out to be just plain trash. The boy promised to cut the servant into small pieces, and then send his leftovers to Simon as a gift. All of this could have been avoided if Simon Worth hadn't bullied him that time. The knight realized that he was a rather useless protector of his master. The guy was quite surprised that such trash had the strength to say anything else. Brian laughingly asked what the boy wanted to accomplish by killing him. The young man thought Brian was completely insane. The man was laughing with the realization of impending death, completely out of his mind. The guy was finally fed up with Simon's servants, so he offered to have some fun by slicing into the pieces. Watching from the sidelines, the kid didn't think that after his lesson, this idiot would dare threaten him with brine. The boy immediately felt the bloody aura at his back as he was beaten by Simon. The kid was quite surprised to realize it was his doing. Barrett Lewis Mill. The servant was quite surprised that the young master could find him before he was destined to die. The boy was impressed with the way they'd done Brian. The kid was surprised by Simon's decision to come on his own to the tiger's den, deciding to start by cutting out its giblets, considering it a lovely sight. For the Duke is even underestimating what terrible things the hero is capable of. Every one of those standing to defend Duke Barrett were annihilated in a matter of seconds. It was incredibly fun for the guy to watch them try to do some damage to him. The Duke was surprised that Simon Worth had defeated his mercenaries in no time after realizing that even with all his strength, they would not be able to defeat him. A sphere that wasn't just a gimmick back then, but a real power. Barrett couldn't believe how the hero was able to obtain such a powerful force. The Duke promised he would kill him by any means necessary. Attempting to use his own spells, he ended up being beaten with a simple punch to the stomach. After flying a long distance down the street, Simon was shocked at how stupid Dukes were, incapable of change. The hero couldn't understand if it was really that much fun to torment people weaker than him. The boy, laughing in pain, asked what it mattered before his hobbies, if Simon would kill him for something like that. Barrett Lewis Mill was the eldest son of the Lewis Mill family, who might be considered the true authority of the Kingdom of Graham. Physical abuse of others, the least of the evils he did. He burned small animals alive for fun. One day a guy committed an act that really crossed all boundaries. Killed a classmate. His excuse was that she was practicing magic outside of school hours. Eventually the fog ordered it cleared. When the kid broke into the mansion where he lived after his exile, Simon saw some pretty horrible things. Countless numbers of servants' corpses that were lying around in the basement. After trying, the boy was going to kill him in the most torturous way he knew how. But the man only smiled at him, telling Simon not to drag it out. This guy's face crept deep into the hero's mind. The kid screaming that he wasn't afraid to die because he got all the pleasure he wanted. Reflecting on past memories, the kid realized that murder probably wasn't the punishment he deserved. This death won't be enough to make up for the lives this freak took. Simon took the emotionless guy by the jaw, forcing a sphere of darkness to swallow, asking wasn't that what the boy was doing with the other students. The young man asked if the boy would be able to avoid the consequences if he did such a thing to him, because he is Lewis Mill from the most powerful family of the kingdom. Simon thought the kid was talking too much, shoving the orb of darkness into his mouth. The boy figured it would be okay if he didn't like Simon. The kid could move on and continue to hate him. The hero deeply didn't care what he was coddling behind his back. However, you shouldn't have raised your filthy hands on his person, stinking trash. Doesn't deserve to be called a human being. The kid was in incredible pain from the immense negative energy inside his body. These events were followed by someone who was quite impressed with what kind of destructive power Simon Worth was capable of. The servant had no idea he was hiding such abilities, so he felt it was worth informing Ashel-san immediately. Realizing that such power could disrupt the Lord's one big plan, Master Blink followed Simon, seeing this stalker who had been following her apprentice around lately. Simon was able to end his servant's horrors by teaching a serial maniac properly in the future. Brian apologized to the Lord for his weakness. He never thought they would attack him in a cluster. The boy looked at the servant, and was quite impressed by how ugly Brian looked then. The young man asked if the servant was sure of becoming his subordinate. Why the lad had gotten into a fight he was supposed to lose. Simon couldn't believe if this was the loyalty he had sworn to him. The boy didn't really understand why Brian didn't just run away. Of course he understood what he wanted to do. but it was an idiotic act. The young man warned that he didn't want a loyal but dead subordinate, asking him not to do anything stupid next time. There was also a lecture ahead for the servants when they got home. In return, Bryn really felt sorry for them. The boy asked to calm down, but Serek's teacher showed up at their door and failed to say hello properly. She was surprised that the boy had noticed her, but the boy took it as a joke, because how could he not when she had brought all the members of the hall with her? Jumping down from the roof, she brought a gift to the young messenger. This present looked like a highly entertaining guy, who by her deductions was an informant. The young man immediately realized that this is the guy who was stalking him. The girl was curious how Simon knew about it. The hero was really confused how not to notice such a cretin. Master Smuggler had recognized the boy back when he'd gotten to the Ariel, but each time the boy surprised her more and more. Powers that surpassed the abilities of the darkness. Intelligence that allows a guy to negotiate honestly with the Dean with mental toughness. Excellent with a demonic sword, perfect for the role of successor. But these situations can't go on, because there will be more people who will find Simon suspicious. Young stated that he would be careful, but there were a few nuances. The hero does not intend to live by other people's rules. If someone raises a hand against his men, he will crush him like a small fry. Laughing at the young man's feelings, the girl understood everything perfectly well, because the boy wanted to protect his own. She was definitely sure the boy would take care of it walking away. Except she asked the boy to take care of the stooge, and she would take care of the Barrett and his minions. The boy agreed to it. The servant asked Simon what would be done to him, warning him, making excuses for death he was not afraid of. The kid couldn't believe he would have such shallow thoughts, because it would be too easy. The servant warned Simon not to question him, because he wouldn't say anything. The young man originally knew that the guy was Ashel's #1 subordinate. The character wasn't that dumb. This guy hasn't been away from Ashel more than once for as long as he can remember. In a past life, he was even jealous of Simon for Ashel. The young man was well aware that this servant was dangerous in a slightly different sense. Simon realized it wouldn't be a bad idea to take out a loyal dog, but a subordinate Ashel sounded interesting. The kid realized that this kid could make a big difference with his position. The maid asked the guy to cover what he was going to do to him. The young man used the technique of creating a shadow personality. After that, the kid was seized by a great energy of darkness. Princess Arin's servant was reverently practicing swordsmanship. The princess tried to block the blow. However, it was not easy. Attempting to reach a high level of swordsmanship, Arin asked Lexia to practice each time. However, Lexia prevailed, recognizing that Her Majesty was in a great hurry in her decisions. The princess could not defeat Lexia in any way, but she also requested that she call her by her first name in private. Her friend became, awkwardly asking for Her Majesty's forgiveness. Arin grew angrier each time she asked to be called Miss Arin more and more. However, the guys noticed how hard the guys next to them started practicing. Brian was getting quite a beating from the young master, however he tolerated it to get stronger. In training time, the kid tried to be more careful when fighting his servant. However, without giving a hint, the boy could see that Brian was quite hardy. For someone who was more of a knight errant boy, also quite strong. The young man noticed the discomfort in the boy's face, so he asked the maid to feel free to speak up if he was tired. The kid shouted that he could roll mountains and would continue, yet he was bleeding from training. The boy would continue training because there was no guarantee that the madman would want to repeat the nightmare, and Brian should be able to stand up for himself. The servants wondered Calvin was definitely okay. The boy reassured that from now on the guy was on their side. Even then, Brian noticed an amazing phenomenon. The young master had used the shadow technique then, and the guy was curious what would happen to Calvin after it. The hero was quite tired because he had not used such a technique for a long time. It was a level 9 technique, a shadow personality that creates a shadow to manipulate the opponent. The young man asked the guy who he was now. The answer was Cleon Diego, the guardian knight of Valius. He was ordered to look after young Master Simon, so he came to the Leuven. The boy was confident of his powers of conquest by asking him who the master was whom he served. The lad confessed that he had served Mr. Ashel, but now wished to serve Mr. Simon Vertu, and asked to be admitted. The hero agreed to take him in, asking to hear what the kid had to give to Ashel. It had to be transmitted, not missing a single detail. The shadow listened, and accepted to fulfill any errand His Excellency might ask. Yuno realized the devotion overflowing in his eyes, but the kid was sure everything would be fine. Arin was surprised. Simon came to practice with the bodyguard. Boy wonder Her Highness also came to practice. The princess agreeing told her she and Lexa sparred every weekend. She thought it would be a good idea considering the recent circumstances. The young man assumed the princess was thinking about what had happened a week ago. Barrett Louismill was found in front of the nurse's office in a completely deranged state. He had been beaten, and had not told anyone who had done this to him. Really, he wanted to tell, but he couldn't. In addition, the kid wouldn't be able to use his own magic. except that Simon notices that the Lexia has some strange reactions to the offender. Truth be told, the hero thought she would be happy, but instead some kind of longing. After a while, Nana was able to find her father. Looking around from a bird's-eye view, the boys were surprised by this. They couldn't believe their girl had learned to fly so high at such a young age, not realizing where Karum was looking. Duh in turn just slept, for she was very tired of playing with the baby. Arin managed to catch the girl, not realizing what the hell was going on. Nana walked over to Simon, happy to finally be able to find her dad. The princess couldn't figure out where her father was in the neighborhood. The girl pointed her finger, right at Simon, who was not thrilled about it. Arin was confused as to when the young man had time to become a father, and most importantly, who he did it with. Tremblingly trying to think of an excuse, the kid didn't know how to explain the phenomenon. Soon the kid had to explain everything in detail already in the dormitory. The girl was glad that it wasn't really Simon's baby. She had different thoughts on where the baby could have come from. She didn't expect that a boy could be so kind to such a thing. The young man realized it was bad because she could blackmail him. The servants realized they would be kicked out if the academy found out. The princess even knew that Nana the Dragon Man. The girl promised Simon that she would not tell anyone about the misunderstanding. They were shocked that a girl would really go to such lengths. Arin promised. Asking the Lexius, after all, she wouldn't say anything to the dean or anyone else either. The girl was happy, also promising not to tell anyone. She didn't have any more friends anyway. Arin felt a similar situation while Simon asked why that came out. The princess was confused as to why the boy would ask such a thing. She just felt incredibly sorry for the little girl. Nana wouldn't fit in, not with dragons, not with humans. The girl realized Nana wouldn't be accepted anywhere, and at least the boy had taken up her upbringing, which was good. However, the girl asked Simon to come to Simon's room sometimes. The guy was confused since she would be coming to his room. Arin, embarrassed, accused the guy of being deluded because she just wants to see Nana sometimes. Simon agreed because he didn't care. The young man remarked that it was their little secret. The girl sworn to its non-disclosure. The princess was red as a tomato, realizing that she and Simon now shared a secret. The young man thought he should head to his room. The servant Arin had asked him to save himself. Except when she looked at the princess, she was suddenly surprised. The girl glowed with happiness, realizing that she had grown closer to Simon. Waking up after a long sleep, Kira, hearing about the situation, was shocked that she had fallen asleep, but was wondering why the guy didn't admit to living with a demonic blade as well. The boy asked her to shut up. After all, he had left her to look after Nana in the first place. The girl was sure the girl was doing whatever she wanted, imitating her own daddy. The servant offered to take the girl for a walk. He was sure she was stressed from being in four walls all the time. After hearing Simon agree with Brian's reasoning, he thanked the gentleman. Time flew straight as birds doused many continents. A man notices something extraordinary. The two guys were just like Nana, who were looking for something for themselves in the human world. The girl asked the gentleman why they had stopped. The gentleman honored the nauseating smell, so inquired where they were. She knew not very close to their target. They were in the vicinity of the Lv.999. The gentleman was quite interested in the academy, asking to stay for a while in the place. The kid noticed the outgoing aura, and as a dragon he wouldn't be able to ignore it. Meanwhile, the boys were in the vicinity of the Lv.999. The servant carefully watched Nana's demeanor, asking her to take her time. The girl was happy to be in a large area. The young man was quite happy to see Nana happy. They were 10 kilometers away from the center of Lv.999. The girl could play in places like this for as long as she wanted. Kira was content to see the master happy in the role of a real father, suggesting he find her a mom like Princess Arin. However, the boy was quite alarmed to sense something dangerous. Spirit also felt it as well, realizing something was approaching them at an incredible speed. The servant realized what dangerous event was about to happen, asking Nana to return to his arms. Grabbing the girl, the servant was able to dodge a mighty blow from the heavens. Simon asked what was wrong with Nana, but the servant reported that everything was fine. However, the place was dangerous. The kid asked Brian and Nana to stay behind him and take the whole situation into their own hands from there. The two dragons couldn't figure out what the hell was going on in this territory. The young man couldn't adequately explain where high-ranking dragons came from in a place like this. The Dragon Lord was able to understand the reason, finding the source of the nauseating stench in front of him. Lucien found it a disgusting phenomenon. It was a high-ranked silver dragon. The girl was shocked as a bagman. Such a vile creature could dine in such places. The highly ranked red dragon Catalina stated. They turned their attention to Simon, asking by chance if he was the master of the misunderstanding, wielding a demonic sword in addition. As soon as the demon wanted to say a word, the dragon ordered her to shut up, for she was a low creature for degrading herself to slavery to a human. Spirit wondered if the two of them wanted to die for daring to insult her and her master. The dragon was angry. How dare an inferior creature threaten dragons of great bloodlines? The boy told them not to worry because he wasn't interested in them. He wasn't going to fight inferior creatures unnecessarily. However, he asked for a half-breed to be given to him. They were quite surprised to see a half-human, half-dragon. They were quite interested in experimenting on her. The dragon promised to let the humans go if they gave up the filthy half-breed. The boy asked to shut up. For something, the dragons were acting a lot like gods. The guy was curious as to what the man had just wanted to say with those dirty words. The boy explained in other words, for apparently dragons were too stupid to understand human speech, promising to correct this misunderstanding. Simon felt a large beam near him that was summoned by the silver dragon. The hero was motionless, realizing how superior he was to the creatures that threatened him. Yuno asked to put the panic aside, asking Brian to move with Nana away from the fight scene. The boy thought it was a fancy enough technique. By a similar action, Silver proved why they consider humans to be inferior beings. Simon applied his dense fog technique as the 9th form of the demonic sword manifestation. The girl could not believe her own eyes for the power that the man had. The Silver realized it was the power of an exile. Guy had spotted an evening of unexpected surprises, but realized that Simon was only a flawed human being. Talking only got in the way during a battle spotted by a hero. Trying to fend off such cobbled-together blows, the dragon was having trouble blocking, and not understanding where the man got such great speed from. Each blow made the high dragon incredibly angry. However, Simon didn't care at all what opinion the dragons had. Silver applied his thunderous shockwave technique. The young man was quite surprised by such techniques from them. Simon staggered against such a blow, but the dragons were also foolish to believe that such a spell would make him stop moving. The boy applied a deadly storm mist. The girl tried to block this blow with a fire barrier, but the silver one asked her to step back because she wasn't his equal. Catalina promised the Lord that she would not lose to such a worm. After all, she is an erecting dragon barrier created over 1,000 years of mana accumulation, a human unable to break through it. But Simon proved to be on a completely different level of his abilities. It was hard for the dragon to realize how much their strength differed from each other. The young man, using the 8 patient petals technique, gave great damage. The girl was shocked, hoping the kid couldn't break the barrier. Simon applied the duel technique of multiple incision. Silver had no idea who Simon really was if he could break through such a powerful spell. The dragon didn't realize that the god of mist didn't have such power, but the question remained as to how Simon had such power. He's so curious for the guy to finally tell him where he got his power from. Silver assumes the kid doesn't want to answer, in which case he recognizes him as a worthy opponent. Simon notices how the dragon wanted to use the polymorphine technique. He turned into a huge thunder dragon, a spell that allows you to force a dragon to abandon its human form, which allows it to return to its original form. The thunder dragon was quite angry at the hero's unlimited power. The boy realized that this piece of lizard was the most vulnerable to attack right now. The young man jumped on the dragon in an attempt to use a mass technique. The dragon realized that the boy had guessed the weakness of this spell, only he was surprised that a weak kind of person would possess such information. The young man scrambled through the huge skull of the large dragon, which had not expected such a powerful blow. Silver couldn't believe his own defeat, shoving himself into his own trap when the dragon wanted out of this form. It turned out to be too late to avoid the fate of the silver dragon's doom. The young man applied the technique of the unshakable roots of the great red mist tree. The dragon felt the incredible power of the mist, realizing his own mistake in the difference in strength. The roar of pain he experienced could be heard by the entire town. The servants came running to the scene of the battle, not realizing what that terrifying roar was. However, upon closer inspection, Brian was shocked at how strong his master was, closing baby Nana's eyes. After all, Mr. Simon was able to get hold of the priceless dragon meat, advising Brian to eat a piece as well. Nana wanted to try it too. Simon had forbidden her to eat her own brethren. The servant came to Ashel, notifying him of the information. The latter was surprised that Simon was supported by some unknown force. It was the servant who notified him, and he also had information that the informants had been eliminated by them. Ashel asked that was the end of it. The kid apologized for his lack of information. It seemed strange to the Lord that now he did not observe the feeling of despair that the wedge had had before he left. It was as if a completely different person stood before him. Ashel understood everything, so he wanted to ask one last thing. The master wanted to ask a very important question of the servant. The servant realized that this was a test, and he began to doubt. The boy bowed his head and said, "May the blessing of the Lumendel be with them." Ashel asked not to be taken as not trusting. It just turned out to be no big ritual. And now the guy was forgiven, realizing that you should act with extreme caution, because otherwise it will not be so easy to get out. The young man wanted to be sure that he would not get in the way of Mr. Simon Wirth. One beyond reflection, he discovered the maid. The girl greeted him by explaining that she was the maid of Mr. Simon Wirth. The boy asked what brought the maid to a place like this. But immediately Ashel asked him to calm down because he was the one who invited her. The master asked the maid if her name was Emily, and she agreed with the master's reasoning. Ashel wanted to ask for a small favor. Emily was all confused as to what kind of favor she was talking about. Somewhere in the magical episcope, it was learned that 2 dragons, Mr. Lucian and Miss Catalina, were missing. This could be seen in their sacred sites, which were shattered to pieces. They wondered what had spurred so much destruction. Apparently, whoever killed the 2 dragons they thought had erased all other traces with magic. The high spirits realized that it would most likely have to be someone with dark elemental powers. They had Kundal Quizzle in mind. However, he did not possess the abilities of the dark element. In other words, there is some 4th person that they knew nothing about, though they were aware of a boy named Simon Vert, who was the only carrier of the dark element in the Royal Academy. There were rumors that Simon had survived a devil-dragon attack on the front lines. Thus, the boy was tied with the deaths of Reynold Crimson and Sireman Albus, for they both robotized them, delivering test subjects and materials. They realized there was some connection between them. They should have watched the boy some more. Luna of Rain River, his granddaughter, will try to meet Simon Worth in person. Meanwhile, at the Royal Academy, Arin brought a special cake prepared by the palace pastry chefs. Nana immediately realized that Arin would be liked the most with her appealing ideas. The princess asked the girl to eat in peace, for she still brought plenty more. The young man was glad they had found common ground, for they shouldn't be sticking their heads out anytime soon. If the dragons smell Nani's scent again, they can ambush her again. Simon do everything possible to avoid people who can harm his loved ones. After all, the kid decided to live solely for himself. On top of that, the young man wanted to finish ruining Ashel's plans once and for all. Arin noticed Simon sitting back in his seat with a rather nervous look, which showed a wonderful mood. The princess wanted to ask happened something good from Simon. The sudden yesterday of the 2 great bloods was unexpected enough for both of them. First, Prince Lionel Severus saw what a wonderful mood Ashel was in. The Lord thanked His Majesty, for it was all thanks to him. The guy was quite surprised by recent events. The prince wondered how long Ashel would live still in the wilderness. He had even heard Alice had traveled. The gentleman said he was a little worried about her, not knowing where she was or how she was honoring herself. Lionel was curious if Ashel was afraid she might threaten his position. The Duke did not want to discuss the subject, but the prince admonished they were friends after all. They must have something to discuss. Pouring an expensive drink, the prince learned that his father was interested in his younger brother Simon Sverd, to the point of wanting him engaged to Arin. The prince didn't know, of course, why he was trying so hard to protect his little useless daughter. The Duke asked the prince to take his time. The more attention and strength she gained, the more good it would do them. It pleased the prince that the Duke understood his feelings. Lionel offered to have a drink with him. Ashel had never seen this guardian knight before. The prince forgot to say that he found this jewel while exploring the slums. Finding an exquisite jewel, Boris Helm was also introduced and was a pleasure to meet. It was 2 years later. The boy tried to be as inconspicuous as possible and adjust to life at the Royal Academy. Alice, after a while, was able to go back after traveling. Meanwhile, at the Royal Academy, the principal was quite surprised to meet his student after so long. He wondered if Alice enjoyed wandering all over the grove, running across different continents. The girl was delighted to visit the Pruina. The old man was surprised. People were not at all welcome in this place. Alice noticed that the old man was right, for it had taken her a year to get used to it. But she was eager to find the meaning of harmony that the dean had spoken of. Since the headmaster had said that everything at the academy would stifle her growth in magic, so Alice needed to think about where she belonged. The old man noticed that the girl seemed to have made up her mind. Exactly, she wanted badly to join the Knights of Light. The principal was surprised. The girl wished to continue her family's business. Alice kept saying that someone had to take over. She worries a lot about her younger siblings, especially Simon, because he is so shy. The old man pouted heavily with such a speech. The girl didn't understand why the old man laughed. The dean could not believe that Simon Worth was a timid boy. This resolved him greatly. Simon walked in on Dean, asking him to stop being so hard on him. Alice could believe her own eyes when she saw Simon so grown up. She had no idea Simon could grow so much in just 2 years. Simon revealed that he missed his sister a lot. The girl was shocked at how much Simon had changed in appearance. Alice noticed now they were the same height, but there was a suspicion that Simon would be taller. Simon mentioned that perhaps his sister had gotten shorter. Alice asked him to stop on that topic for now. The 2nd of July, 988. This day the hero remembered very well from a past life. That was the last time the boy saw Alice alive. His sister asked Simon if he was going to go home for summer vacation. The kid told her that no one would take him there but her. The girl asked in complete surprise. Now she realized why he hadn't gone home for 2 whole years. In fact, there were many reasons not to go there, one important one being the presence of Ashel. Also, the Duke's wife tries to kill him every chance she gets. The father who does absolutely nothing about it. Going back there would be tantamount to suicide. Simon probably wouldn't go into that serpentarium until he was out of high school. Alice wanted to ask if Simon was friends with the Crans, but the young man said that was impossible. She was curious what he meant. The boy stated that Alice, more than anyone else, knows exactly how he treats him. Once even tried to kill Simon. And when the girl found out about it, she couldn't believe her own ears. Brian could confirm this perfectly. The girl wondered who the young man was. Simon stated that it was his guardian knight, Brian Kedrick. Alice was about to smack the guy who'd been following them around, but that's what it felt like. After explaining the whole situation, she realized that while she had been traveling, she had been in the dark. Simon stated the blame lay with the Duke's wife and the crane, but she had nothing to do with the situation. The girl was extremely disappointed at the horror Simon had experienced living with these horrible people she called parents. Simon noticed that Alice didn't react to him asking something happened. The girl came to her senses. Alice asked Simon if the boy had talked to anyone else. The boy thought there wasn't much point in doing so. The hero realized that Krantz had not thought about his actions at all. Alice hugged her little brother tightly, promising she wouldn't leave him alone again. The girl realized how much her Simon was hurting, advising her not to keep everything to herself and to rely on her at least once in a while. From now on, the girl promised that she would protect him. The girl badly wanted to stay with the hero longer, but she had to go somewhere. Knight couldn't even think that Simon had such a good sister. Alice then turned her attention to him, asking Brian to take care of baby Simon. The boy looked at the servant with an expressive, fearful look, but the servant did nothing wrong. Simon said goodbye to Alice one last time before she went home. The young man was quite happy to narrate it after all this time, also realizing, it's been a long time since I've seen my sister in such a rage. Once upon a time, a boy tremblingly practiced for his life. Krantz was surprised that Simon was such a wimp. The guy ordered to stand up, being a dray orphan without a mother. The boy shouted for Krantz to stop because he had won. Duke punched Simon despite the fight being over. Simon didn't like how much the kid talked. He did nothing but beat his brother, who was an orphan, and abused him. Suddenly, Krantz was stopped by a familiar voice that was always telling him what to do and what not to do. Krantz didn't expect to see Sis Alice asking what he was doing with his brother. Alice, furious, asked Krantz to immediately apologize to her brother for his behavior. The boy had seen that look the last time in his past life at the Duke's house, when a marvelous commotion had occurred. The young man realized that she had to learn the truth about her family. Only in this case, the boy will be able to protect Alice from the sad outcome of circumstances. The boy wanted to transform a sad future by changing the present. Brian sent a letter for the gentleman. The boy asked where he got them from. The servant told him that one was from the academy, and he took the other from some janitor. The boy was surprised at so little outcome, showing his black envelope. The servant asked if Simon would take the red one, but the kid realized he was probably from the palace. When Simon looked closely, he was absolutely right, for there was the seal of the Imperial family. Spirit wondered what the letter was. The servant was curious himself about what they had sent. The boy told me that at this time of year the crowned ones have a banquet. The kid opened the envelope and found in front of him an order to kill another victim. The young man needed to take out Darinian Nephilis. He was involved in a major incident that took place during a palace feast. It turned out to be the dead younger brother of the current empress, a complete shock to everyone, and no other way. Kara wondered if Simon would go. The boy said yes because he had some business to attend to. And after thinking for a while, the hero remembered that in his previous life the mission had been assigned to someone else. It seems Simon was in Master Mugla's favorites. After reading the letter, the spirit made sure that there was an invitation from Princess Arin. The kid didn't even expect such a thing. Laughing Spirit thought the guy was a pimply teenager. However, it turns out Simon even gets love letters. The boy ordered the demonic sword restriction to be created. In any case, the young man is seen preparing to go to the palace. The servant was shocked to ask what was going on. Simon wondered what was going on too. Justifying their surprise was the large dragoness Nana, who had gotten even bigger since their last meeting. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, the servants were quite surprised at the sudden appearance of Alice, who had been able to travel such a long way. The butler was no less surprised when he discovered the Duchess's return. Alice wanted to ask where her mother was, though she changed her mind, calling her simply Duchess. Her tongue didn't turn to call her mom. The Duchess was sitting in the parlor reading some book. She was greatly surprised when she heard some rumbling not far from her room. Her mother was greatly surprised when she saw Alice in the palace. She was excited and scared, saying that it had been so long since she had left. Alice walked over to her mother and with a strong hand gave her Duchess a good spanking. The butler, seeing the discreet touching of his mistress, asked the guards to intercede for the Duchess. The Duchess was outraged at her daughter's behavior, calling her crazy. Alice recounted that she was the one who damaged the mind of Duchess Margaret. After all, she tried to kill her brother Simon Worth. Margaret was wondering how Alice knew, trying to justify that trying to kill Simon was slander, and where is the actual proof? The girl confirmed her suspicions, since the Duchess demanded proof. And the saddest thing of all was to accept the plain truth. Her mother screamed, saying that Alice dared to raise her hand when she didn't even have an argument. The woman immediately asked the guards to remove Alice from her chambers. They all attacked the girl, apologizing for the circumstances. The girl was the best knight for a reason, breeding these servants like little brats, applying the elements of the water spirit against them. Alice was incredibly strong, especially after a long journey fighting various creatures. The Duchess was surprised at how well her daughter mastered spirit magic, easily dealing with all the guards. Margaret asked the girl not to come any closer to her, but Alice said that she had learned all the information from Simon, the Knight Guardian, because he had confessed to everything. The knight pointed out that she was the one behind the assassination attempt on her brother 2 years ago, and after the incident she plotted to get away with it if Simon kept quiet. She screamed that the girl believed Cerny's words more than hers, totally obsessed with the creep. Alice asked Margaret to shut up immediately. She was going to tell her father everything, asking him to get ready, promising that her Duchess would be finished. The woman thought Alice foolish, though she had been through a lot, for the Duke cared for nothing but this child. His father confirmed that he was aware of the assassination attempt on Simon, asking what would have changed. The girl couldn't believe what the Duke meant, for his son had almost been killed, and that was all he would say. The Duke was not going to make excuses, believing that everything was all right since Simon was safe and sound. The girl was disappointed in her father, and told of the luck that then had a good knight bodyguard. Father was surprised. Alice really thought that fool had saved Simon, that simpleton was just an ordinary errand boy. The girl didn't expect the Duke to want to say Simon did everything himself. The Duke realized that the girl didn't know the guy at all, so he advised her to take the envelope. The girl was curious as to why she would do that. Her father tells her about the invitation to the banquet. He won't be able to go, so he wants her to go there instead, asking that Alice go unwind there, since she shouldn't have to worry about Simon. This kid is stronger than the girl thought. Meanwhile, he's going back to the barracks. The hero's sister was greatly surprised at such a final conversation with the Duke, beginning to ponder why she shouldn't worry about Simon. After all, the boy was only 13 years old. Suddenly, the girl met an old acquaintance of hers. She was incredibly happy to see her maid, who had always been by her side before. It was Cecilia, who was very happy to welcome the return of Mistress Alice. She took a firm hold of her mistress, asking where she had been all this time, and why she had not received a single letter. Alice apologized to her knight, not knowing what to say for herself. A knight of light of high rank, Cecilia Rien. She was Alice's only servant, teacher, and friend. Alice asked Cecilia for a change of scenery for starters. She only asked how. She offered her friend to go with her to the Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, Brian drove the carriage following to the palace. The dragon was all surprised at how far they had traveled, paying attention to all sorts of wildlife, like deer or other animals. The boy asked Nana to remove his tail immediately. The girl strained her thoughts, trying to focus on the transformation. Abruptly, her wings and tail really started to disappear, gradually turning her into an ordinary human handmaiden. The Lord was quite pleased, not even knowing that the girl could hide her body parts like that. Now he honored himself by going out safely. The boy asked if Nana had forgotten what he had taught her. The girl of course realized that she was the young master's maid. After all, Nana is the best at pleasing her master. The guy realized that sounded so-so, realizing people could misunderstand him, and his ass honored the problems. Suddenly, the kid notices something fishy going on ahead of the wagon. The young man wanted to ask what was going on. Brian told him that the triflers were just blocking their way. Some scumbag thugs wanted to fight them. They were polite from the start, asking to give them everything the coachman has in his assortment. The kid sent them to hell, asking Brian to get rid of them. Dragon asked his father what happened. The boy said not to worry about it. After all, they got some pesky insects in their way. Brian stepped forward, killing one of the foolish brigands targeting his carriage with the young gentleman. The boy fought for the young master like a true knight. The brigands all swooped down on the knight, however. The kid was able to fight back against absolutely everyone. Simon was sure that from this day forward, Slacker Brian, henceforth, was no longer a slacker. The servant was incredibly happy to have gotten so much stronger since his first training session with the master. Simon scrambled to see if he was done, let him drive the carriage on. Brian asked for forgiveness, and they traveled onward to the Imperial Palace. The girl brought absolutely the entire list of people attending the banquet. Sarisa thanked for the list. The worker was curious that there were a lot more people than usual, thinking maybe they should put plans on hold. Except that the master disagreed, for it was time for a robot. The girl wondered, the murder of Drenian Nephilis, if there was another reason Sarisa was in such a hurry. The master recognized him as a disgusting rapist that stalks married women, thinking that this scumbag should die as soon as possible. And this creep was also her fiancé. Taking another questionnaire, an interesting person was found. The instructor was surprised at the presence of such a child at the banquet. She was a rare genius whose all-element scores were 20%, the granddaughter of the head of the Karum Mage Association, Lv.999. The girl realized the child had never shown herself in society, and now the question of why she would come to this banquet became interesting. The worker heard the head of the association tell her to attend. Sera was surprised by such information, wondering what they're thinking is fueling a bad feeling. Somewhere in the settlement of the city, Brian was surprised at how big the roads were in the cities, while Nana was happy to look at the different people. Suddenly, the maid ran into the man without seeing where she was going. The guy asked the girl to watch where she was going. She apologized. Making an innocent face, she asked the passerby what she should do to make amends. The kid immediately cheered up, saying it was okay, he didn't mean to scare her. The girl was shocked, showing her father that everyone around her was so kind. Simon, on the other hand, disagreed, asking her to get away from him immediately. The young man had completely forgotten how poorly Nana knew this world, realizing that she should be more careful around people. The servant noticed something amiss, asking the master to pay attention to Nana's eyes. The girl wanted to eat very badly. Simon was, because her pupils had returned to their normal shape. Nana emitted a sinister aura that would cause people to quickly be able to recognize her. Simon ordered Brian to take the girl to the restaurant immediately before it was too late. The young man had no idea. It was all about hunger. This news upset Simon greatly. Nana consumed a very large amount of food, finally feeling alive. The boy was quite surprised, glad they had taken cash to spare, realizing how hard raising children was. The young man noticed an extremely strange magic near him, trying to find the source. The stranger approached Simon, greeting him. The girl asked if our hero was Simon Worth. The smiling grin kept the young man from realizing that she was definitely something strange. The kid didn't recall her, not realizing how she knew his name, asked who she was. Taking a seat next to the boy, the young man couldn't understand why she never answered his question. The girl introduced herself as Luna, telling him that she was studying at the same academy as the guy, in her second year. The boy thought the name sounded familiar, but did not know of her. Whose husband he did not care for students who were not in his course. She demurred, saying that it was okay because she was a loner compared to a popular guy like Simon. Nana asks Brian if this man is a friend of her father's. He has no idea, but they don't seem to be friends. The girl noticed that the night keeper and the maid were quite close, still eating at the same table. Luna was right when she suspected Simon was a kind man, and the rumors weren't lying. It didn't make sense for the boy to eat apart. The boy was quite concerned. Why on earth would she praise him for every little thing? And in general, why she even approached him? The girl was curious about the guy came to the capital for a banquet. The young man agreed with her guess, but wondering how she knew, Luna replied what other reason he could have for being in the capital. If the guy still does not leave the academy, realizing the situation, the girl promised to meet again, since she was also invited. Simon was quite surprised. If she had a letter too, then in all likelihood she was an aristocrat. The girl offered to stop dating for today. She was sorry, but Luna had business to attend to. She asked as the young man remembered her, telling me her full name is Luna Rainriver. After that, the guy remembered who the girl was. She was the granddaughter of the head of the Karum Mages Association, Raigan's Rainriver, and there was speculation that the crazy old man had sent her. In Simon's previous life, a girl died while in the academy. It seems to have happened because of her fragility, or maybe it was the association that experimented on her. The boy was stressed by the phenomenon of meeting people he had never even met in his past life, but it meant that the future was constantly changing. It wasn't clear why everything had to happen on the exact day of the banquet feast that the bloody madman would later name. Meanwhile, Arin was clasping the jewelry. Putting on a wonderful dress, she asked Lexia's opinion if she looked good. The girl recognized the princess as a beauty queen, saying that she had never seen such beauties in her life. Though Arin had actually tried on over 10 outfits, and Lexia wanted to stop there, the princess thought, no, the dress didn't suit her, so she decided to get another one. Lexia told the princess not to take root because she was sure Simon would like this image best. Arin was shocked how he would see her. Lexia enlightened her memory by saying that the princess had literally just recently sent him an invitation. While the girl was angry, the maid offered to try on one interesting necklace, telling her that His Highness Lionel had passed on the gift, saying the necklace would look very good on her. She was surprised that her brother had sent her a gift. Lexia was fascinated by it, realizing Simon would like it too, while the princess blushed indignantly. In the end, the ball had already started, and the guests were happy to attend. All the people were wondering how many other famous personalities were coming to the banquet. The boy looked out among the people for his victim, realizing that not even an apple could fall from the crowd of people. Suddenly came the main speaker, disturbing Simon. The boy realized that apparently Ashel was also hanging around not to serve. Kellen explained that Ashel was now with Prince Lionel, but he had something important to tell her first, asking Simon to leave this banquet. Simon had thoughts that there was a leak about the cleansing mission. Hating the reasoning, asked what happened. The servant felt a bad feeling, thinking that many people, including the master, might be in danger. Ashel ordered him to leave the palace before the banquet began, and also that he had prepared a small event. The kid couldn't believe that the man behind the bloody banquet turned out to be Ashel. Kellen couldn't let the Lord get hurt. The kid had figured it out, and the guy was justified. The servant asked if the gentleman would be all right. The boy promised that everything would be fine, asking to get out of the banquet because it would be dangerous. The boy listened, asking the gentleman to take care of himself. The kid was quite surprised at how much crazier Ashel turned out to be than his expectations had been. Spirit wondered if Simon was worried about innocent people dying. The kid didn't care because he thought Ashel was too nice. It seemed to the boy the most important thing was to cancel the mission because of such an event. The hero praised the excellent dress to Master Manhwa. She didn't expect to hear Simon. The boy communicated telepathically, realizing that apparently he would have to postpone the mission in purification. The girl wondered for what reason. The boy was informed that very soon this banquet hall would turn into an ocean of blood. Sera couldn't believe where such terrible information came from. The kid warned that there was absolutely no time, so he would explain later. But for now he should check to see if there were any monsters in the vicinity. The girl questioned whether Simon was certain, whether the information was trustworthy. Smiling, the kid knows full well the person who could be behind this. His intuition screamed, "Will happen getting confirmation." The guy asked the master not to worry because her pervert would be gone too. The girl couldn't understand how Simon knew she was married to him. The hero asked to save himself, bidding farewell to the master of the blur. Suddenly, Alice notices instructor Sarika, asking her to come over to her. The girl was quite surprised at what her former student had forgotten at this banquet. Stepping out in a wonderful dress, Alyssa greeted her instructor. Master Manhwa wondered what brought her to the banquet. The girl said she had come to get some fresh air. Sarika felt sick, for Alice would be dragged into an incident in which it would be almost impossible to survive, according to Simon. The Duke greeted Alice, saying as if he had entered a greenhouse with 2 marvelous flowers. Sarika cursed such coincidences, and yet she was well aware of such a thing. The man asked to be allowed to introduce himself. His name is Drenian Nephelis. From the expression on his face alone, one could tell of his unnatural thoughts. Simon immediately told Brian to do something. He immediately wanted to listen to the request. Having pledged his duty to his lord to do any errand, the boy asked him to stop looking too awkward. The kid had noticed that Brian had been overly active lately. Rather, the guy felt like a true guardian knight after eating a meal of dragon blood. Simon had asked that Brian explore the palace's underground passages, except he was scared because of the darkness. The kid was pissed why, at times like this, he was acting himself, so he issued an order to just walk there. The knight wanted to ask a question. The boy asked what the question was about. Brian told me, a suspicious man peeping at him. Instantly, the kid decided to attack this criminal, promising to destroy the target. By attacking an innocent maid who was watching Simon, the boy decided to reassure Brian by saying that they knew her. Did the knight interject? He apologized for the misunderstanding. The girl got a hard time. She couldn't even think of anyone attacking her during the banquet. An unknown man was descending deep down the steps to the bottom. Taking a closer look at the ruins, he was curious how fast his method would work. He asked his old friends to finally spring into action. The madman asked that all assassins do their duty, for their good purpose for the future of the Empire. The princess stood still, not knowing what to do. Arin complained a lot that she went out of her way to invite Simon, but in the end she doesn't see him anywhere. The girl wore her brother's necklace after all, realizing that Simon was a dork. Suddenly a girl walked up to the princess, telling her it was an honor to meet Princess Arin. The princess was impressed to see Luna of Rain River, who was a second-year student at the academy. The girl was unexpectedly flattered that the princess remembered her from back at the academy. Arin actually admired the genius of the Karum kingdom. She also welcomed her to the banquet on behalf of the Empire. Luna noticed that the princess was indeed very kind, hoping that Mr. Simon understood that as well. Princess was surprised that Luna knew about Simon. The girl reported that of course she had been with him yesterday afternoon. Arin was wondering what the hell, asking if they weren't close to each other. The princess had completely forgotten her manners, deeming her words too loud. Luna thought so, pondering the whole reaction of what was happening. The girl was certain that the princess was in love with Simon Verth. The sudden shouting of the surrounding people made me stop thinking lewd thoughts, wondering what had happened. 2 girls couldn't figure out what was going on at this banquet. The assassin came to slaughter any nobleman, while the girls screamed to call the guards. The girl's life was abruptly cut short. Arin and Luna were in a shocked state, not realizing what was happening. The princess couldn't believe what the monster was doing at the banquet. How did he get into the emperor's palace in the first place? The assassin was quite discouraged by the princess he had found. While the princess was scared out of her wits, Luna realized that they should be careful. Simon's new maid, meanwhile, was a pleasure to meet, asking to be called Nana. Emily fell in her own thoughts, realizing that she was no longer needed by Mr. Simon Vert. The girl was much younger, prettier than herself. The battered maid burst into tears, asking why Simon would leave her alone for this girl. The boy disagreed with her assumption. However, Simon was curious. She was sure that Ashel had brought her here, and the answer was positive. The girl assumed that Ashel wanted the incredible her so much that he even offered her a robot. The robot's word made Simon not willingly doubt something good. Emily's event began when Ashel offered the maid a robot. He then noticed that since Simon's departure, she had seemed very lonely. The maid naturally refused because she should be there when the master returned. The boy asked she was sure. The servant was definitely sure, looking at the way the master had brought her to this place. The young man was quite in a stupor, not knowing what to do. Simon asked Brian to stay put, guarding Emily and Nana, asking them to keep their heads down. The knight understood the lord was leaving. The boy agreed, because he had to make things right, except that his maid Amelia was not in his previous life. As soon as Young discovered the spy, he began to guess that his brother was up to something insidious. However, the young man stood on one thought: to save all those dear to him. And then the boy abruptly disappeared, surprising the knight and the handmaiden. She pulled out the bow tie Mr. Ashel had given her. He had asked her to give it to him as a gift. Amelia couldn't believe she had forgotten to remind him earlier, thinking she was a stupid servant. She couldn't believe she had come all this way for nothing. The girl realized that the smell from the butterfly was somehow suspicious. Meanwhile, somewhere in the palace, Ashel had high hopes in Prince Lionel's outstanding plan. He couldn't stand it, and now the day had finally come. Realizing that Ashel had put a lot of effort into it, the kid assumed his gift was to be delivered as well. This man Boris is quite useful. Lionel will use him in his tail and mane to change the whole empire, which is bogged down in peace and quiet. It was Ashel who supported it. It was their time to show who the country needs, who is proud to use their kindness. The girl shouted for people to evacuate immediately, leaving the matter to the guards. Luna asked the princess to leave immediately. Arin was fine, asking for the others to be taken care of first. The girl in that case wanted to help the princess. Arin thanked Luna generously. The assassin was having as much fun as he could, cutting the guards to pieces while the guards at any cost wanted to stop him. Suddenly, the squad leader notices something strange. One of the assassin monsters took some Duke hostage. While the kid was asking for help, the monster stood in place, devouring all the guards of the empire with its gaze. The commander couldn't believe that they elite knights couldn't do anything against the masked creatures. They asked the captain to issue an order. High-level demonic beasts rushed in. It was unclear where so many creatures from the front had come from. The captain did not understand how this was possible, realizing that apparently death awaited him and many other guards that day. Suddenly, however, the master of the blur bursts in on them, chopping a huge demon to pieces. She asked that this time be used to evacuate people. While the commander looked at the academy instructor in surprise, an assassin was sneaking up on him from behind. Alice made it in time, dealing with the monster. The guards couldn't believe how many strong girls surrounded their wondrous world. Alice asked that these monsters be left to their duties. The squad leader immediately ordered all his men to evacuate the nearest survivors. Monsters crawled out of every crevice, reminding us how dangerous the Imperial palace was. The girls realized that here was a target they should eliminate soon. They continued to make their stand, fighting the nasty creatures around them. Except all the monsters were running away in some direction, the girls wondered, not understanding why they weren't attacking. The demonic creatures were moving towards the evacuation where Arin and Luna were. The girls had no idea why suddenly they changed direction, going straight at them. Sera realized that Princess Arin is the target of the monsters. Arin couldn't move. For this reason, the monster would easily be able to kill the princess. However, the knight was in time to evacuate, immediately chopping a piece of wood off the monster, hoping for one purpose: to defend Her Majesty, with his life valued. The princess didn't know how she should react to a near-death moment in her life, especially when she watched a knight her guards tried to kill alive in front of her. Maurice was eventually freed from the monster, for there was virtually no blood in the knight. The knight was angry at his weakness before the demons. He had no idea before what it meant to be weak. The girl blamed herself, for if it had not been for her weakness for what was happening, perhaps Morris would not have been hurt. While Arin thought about what to do with the knight, Luna fought with her elements, tearing opponents apart to splash in her magic, applying the wind spear technique. Arin couldn't believe how easily Luna had combined her spells, and the girl was only a sophomore. Luna recognized that the Guardian could no longer survive, so she asked Her Majesty to evacuate to safety. The princess looked at the knight, not knowing what she was destined to do at this moment. The knights stood up for the princess, saying they would see to Her Majesty's safety. They all wanted to make sure that the captain of the guard's sacrifice was not in vain. With certainty, they wanted to somehow stop the monster. Luna asked Her Majesty to leave immediately. The girl agreed, promising herself that she would never forget the feat that Commander Morris had accomplished. Suddenly, the knights received a support spell that gave them resistance to blows. Arin said that she had put up a temporary barrier using her own mana, as the mandrake roots contained a deadly poison. The most common contact with it could easily kill a person, but her barrier should protect her from this poison. So with confidence in her powers, the girl asked the guards not to die. That was her order. They were grateful to Her Majesty, thus raising their morale. With all their strength, the boys set out to attack the tree. They chopped the roots of this tree in hopes of overcoming it. The creature screamed in pain, getting even angrier. This spurred him to defend himself from the blows. The knights were badly wounded before he could really fight. All of them felt great disappointment in their physical strength. Suddenly, Alice froze the creature, trying to help the knights and princess somehow. With a quick pace, the girl ran towards Her Majesty while Luna wondered who the woman was. The girl instantly introduced herself as Alice Worth, asking her to approach her. All the monsters followed Arin without stopping chasing her. However, Sarika didn't want to. For that reason, she intervened, chopping the monster to pieces. The girl was an alchemy teacher at the academy. If she fought with a dagger, it could give her away. But at the moment, everyone was dead, and the palace had become a very dangerous place, so her cover didn't matter. The girl activated the 8 fluttering petals technique, which instantly destroyed the enemy. The knights made sure Mandragora didn't move, so asked to recover and attack again. Suddenly, the guy was attacked by an assassin who wanted to reap another human kill. The thirst was destroyed in an instant with a single blow. The girl warned the guys that the monsters hadn't served Lek yet, so she advised them not to let their guard down. Sera pondered that Alice had to get the princess out safely, while they dealt with the creatures. The boys ran as fast as they could, trying to escape from the whole nightmare around them. Arina couldn't believe that Alice Worth herself would show up at her door. She realized that Simon wasn't in the right place either. The girl was curious if he was all right. A sudden splinter of shrapnel printed into the wall. The Duchess couldn't believe that even in places like this there was a monster. Alice began to guess that it was as if these monsters knew where they were, wondering if she would be able to defeat them alone. However, the encounter with the highly ranked creeper was rather unexpected. Arin used a chain trap spell to help Alice in some way. Luna tried to sizzle the monster with her fire spear. The monster was quite unhappy with the way the humans were treating him. The girl hadn't expected such a thing from the girls. They'll try to distract the monster while Alice swamps it with her own abilities. Alice was quite animated, for she can't look defeated in front of her juniors. Determined to make a final victory over the monster, she went straight for the forehead. The abilities that the Duchess possessed were simply astounding at how powerful the girl was when applying them. All of the debris that flew from the monster flew at the girls. However, Luna had a defensive technique. Alice climbed straight up to the ceiling, attempting to destroy the monster in its neck. She is the Duchess of Vert, who must defend the Empire no matter what. The girl wanted to make the higher-ranked creature that got in her way feel sorry for her. Alice used the strongest technique she had in her range after 2 years of fending off in other lands. The Master of Blink, after a while, was able to deal with absolutely all the wickedness that attacked the princess. Looking around, she assumed there weren't to be any more surprises, trying to see who was behind the mask, outwardly resembling monsters. However, she had a strange feeling about it. She couldn't believe her own eyes. It turned out that all these creatures turned out to be puppets, a spell that resurrected the dead to control them like puppets. It was a forbidden spell. It's also very complicated. It takes a huge amount of mana and time to be able to make that many puppets. Sera realized that in that case, it couldn't be just one person. They were trying to start a war or something. Every puppet died at the hands of the Great King. Panting to defend himself from the crowd of puppets, the king was incredibly tired. He couldn't even imagine such a thing happening on the day of the banquet. The 2 traitors pretending to be conscientious servants were worried about the Emperor's well-being. He was only a little too much. He was quite pleased that the 2 of them had come to see him. Ashel offered to help His Majesty up. Quietly, their plan was nearing completion. The Emperor reported that he was fine. Let the guys take care of the others first. Ashel told them that the knights in the castle would take care of that, advising His Majesty not to worry about it, for they would be by his side. Meanwhile, Alice was able to take down a huge monster. The girl just didn't understand where so many monsters were nailing down from in the first place. Each time there were more and more monsters in their path. Mr. Ashel gave a butterfly to Mr. Simon, which Emily could not give back. Brian felt a rather bad feeling. The girl panicked, asking something exactly wrong. It was strange for the lad to see such kindness. Never before had the gentleman been sent different parcels, though it was only a guess. It always seemed to him that Master Simon held a grudge against young Ashel that went much deeper than family issues. Dragon informed them that they should go elsewhere. She suspected something dangerous was approaching them. The maid couldn't understand what was wrong with Nani's eyes. The sudden calm was interrupted by a huge explosion behind the characters. The knight advised Amelia to step aside immediately. The girl didn't expect to meet a high-ranking behemoth monster. People in a frightened state were still trying to evacuate the Imperial palace. Simon's fleeing target realized that at this rate he would die like the other dukes at the banquet. He was lucky enough to get out of there the fastest. However, he didn't expect all the more monstrous creatures to be at the entrance of the palace. The duke prayed for a miracle, for he had to get out of there alive, to come back alive and unharmed. So he can see his sweet maid Lily again, so he can't die so easily. Just the thought of it makes him live, and he also couldn't wait to face the shattered Serica Negriti. The duke asked if the knight was sure the back door was clear. The kid assumed yes. The lord was furious if the knight only assumed. Assassin was able to kill the deranged duke. The people standing around didn't think the Marquis would be dead. The knights didn't realize what kind of nightmare they were in, trying to do anything. Assuming they were finished, the situation was dire. However, a sudden drop of water corrected their disbelief for the better. Alice came to their rescue, attempting to destroy all the monsters around them. She asked Luna to use her own spells against the creatures. The girl used the freezing technique to stop the opponents. Such a spell helped them greatly in avoiding unnecessary sacrifices of dukes and others. The knights were in a stupor to the point of not understanding what the mage knights from the Royal Academy were capable of. They marveled at every movement. They killed all the monsters in an instant. Alice told about herself. Her name is Alice Worth, and she will try her best to free all the people from the castle, asking to protect Her Majesty. The knights asked if Her Majesty was all right. Arin replied all was well, that's just it. Due to the fragility of her body, Luna was hurt more than the princess, asking her not to worry about her, for she would recover soon. The girl was sure of the next approaching attack, asking the princess for the need to get out of the banquet. Arin didn't want to leave Luna alone not knowing what to do. The knights tried to stand in defense of Her Majesty by promising to do their best. Alice promised that she could provide support, asking the guardsmen to use the barriers to protect the nobles, for they should hold out until the battle is over. She asked the royal knights to provide protection for the princess and support her if the battle fell in time. Alice wanted to do everything in her power at the moment to stop all the approaching creatures. The Duchess realized that even if she continued to destroy them, they would appear more and more. Like knowing where they are and what they're going to do, Alice warned that they were approaching again, advising them to prepare to attack. Meanwhile, the knight continued to try to do his best, protecting Amelia's maid and Nana. The girl asked the guy to do something. In return, she got the guy to stay behind his back. Once again, the creature appeared in the palace, of high rank, realizing that the Lord was definitely right about something amiss. In all the times Brian has lived with his master, he has always stood up for him. But now Brian must fend for himself. After all, he's the only one who can protect two maids, except the girl was too close to him. The girl was trying to support the guy, believing in his strength. The monster was in an incredible rage that manipulated him to kill every living thing around him. The creature began to approach them, the knight in no way taking a step back. The boy was able to fend off a blow from the powerful creature. Not believing in his own abilities, the boy was satisfied that he could manage. Each successive blow was accompanied by a block, which was quite fast. The knight realized that he was doing a good job. However, he did not know how he could get out of this situation. He asked the girl not to worry. The kid wouldn't let the maid be scratched. The monster got sick of his claws blocking him, so decided to act with his mouth by trying to devour the guy. The young man had no idea that his end was coming, having so sooner asked the young master for forgiveness. However, Maid Nana didn't want to watch her guardian get killed on the spot, deciding to destroy the creature on the spot. The knight didn't expect such a powerful technique. The maid was probably thinking the same thing, not realizing who this girl even was. Two guys were blown away by their girl's abilities. They were curious if Nana was okay. The girl turned around with a horrible, bloodthirsty look. Assassins fought all the people who deserved to die. Arin tried to put up defenses, trying to save as many people as possible. The knights were under the cover of protection, trying to fight the monsters with dignity. Alice tirelessly fought all the danger alone, doing her best in provoking the creatures. She realized that at this rate the battle wouldn't end at all, not knowing who was behind it. But she thought they had planned it very carefully. The knights fighting the monsters were also not forever, and soon they would all get tired and die if they continued to stand their ground. One of them hit Assassin right in the face, from which the mask fell out. Noticing the girl behind her, she couldn't believe what she was seeing. It turned out that behind the masks there are dead people, or puppets resurrected by dark magic. She began to think, trying to remember the magic opposite of darkness. The first thing that came to the girl's mind. It was the god of light Lumendel and his light magic. If someone could conjure light magic, they would have a chance to win. The sudden idea was the perfect solution to their problem. After all, Princess Arin is perfectly skilled in such an element. Alyssa asked, begging for her blade to be infused with her mana. Arin shouted that she couldn't, because the protection spell would be broken. The knights asked Her Majesty not to worry about them. After all, they can get by without her, asking Majesty to trust them in battle. The girl, after thinking over her action, accepted their agreement. Rather, the girl endowed all the necessary techniques, endowing Alice with a sacred element. Alice suspected it would be difficult to combine the two types of mana, but managed to add her spirit magic. Then all her plans will go as planned. True, the Duchess was not sure of success, but she didn't mind taking the risk for the sake of it. The kid notices the puppet. Taking the mask in his hands, the boy guessed that it looked like that man was helping Ashel. Boris had become Ashel's true subordinate. The spirit was amused to see dark magic being used by a necromancer. She was amused to realize that people in their faith were using such an ancient power. The young man realized that reinforcing monsters with daze stones was obvious. The mana in that stone attracted them. Kira honored the emanation from the stones. The kid asked to hurry before the place turned into a bloodbath. Luna couldn't believe to see a real spirit. Besides, using light-type mana to temporarily summon it was insane. Basically, mana can't be mixed with other mana, it can't last long in such an unstable state. In other words, they would have to stop Alice. Otherwise, the body wouldn't be able to withstand the mixed mana for long. The spirit asked Alice why the child was sacrificing herself, for what purpose she was doing it. The girl, however, could think of no other way to defeat the creatures. Soul considered it a pitiful sight. Such a cruel fate stretched across her shoulders. For the one who was blessed by the Pruina was the most ridiculous way to die. She found the creatures that attacked non-stop to be nasty. For this reason, stopped the attack with her own mana, trying to destroy all these creatures. Arin couldn't believe that a single sweep of her hand had such destructive power. Luna realized it wouldn't work that way. All assassins stand up anew. Arin asked Alice to stop immediately, for she would die if she didn't. But the girl didn't want to stop, figuring the situation would be even more dire. The Duchess wanted to finish what she had started, giving the whole of herself to the cause by destroying all the creatures. Alice was saving up most of her mana to release afterward in one hit. Suddenly, Simon's hand stopped his sister's ridiculous act. The boys couldn't believe who it was, what kind of creature had stopped Alice. It was Simon who pretended to be an assassin so he wouldn't be recognized. They couldn't believe that suddenly a puppet had snuck up on them, except he had a completely different aura. Alice couldn't understand where the black mist near this assassin came from. She couldn't move as the boy transferred mana to the girl to destroy the light energy. The kid realized he wasn't going to let his sister die today no matter what. The girl who couldn't move realized that she was now being swallowed by the fog. Suddenly the spirit said goodbye to her Alice. Spirit told her that this was the end for her journey. She understood that saying goodbye could be sad, but joyful at the same time. Alice suspected it was because of the fog. She didn't have an ounce of strength left. Marin asked the girl to remember something about Pruina will always welcome her with open arms. The princess couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. Luna told her that apparently it was someone blocking the mana to nullify the manifestation of the spirit. She didn't know if he was a man, because he might not be a man at all. Alice realized it was over, for the puppets would kill them. The creatures attacked, however, Simon, thinking he was their enemy, for he was not one of them. The boy was able to deal with a bunch of annoying dolls without any problems. The Duchess was surprised, for it appeared to be a stranger on their side. The young man dealt with every disturbed creature that was in the vicinity. And then all the creatures advanced in the other direction. The kid, if he took even a step back, they would go after the princess group. The master asked the spirit if he was honoring mana from anyone in their group. The girl feels mana similar to that of the monsters emanating from the princess necklace. The kid agreed, asking Kara to cover the distance in one fell swoop. Duck couldn't believe that she needed a guy just for that ability. The young man applied the fog area technique to provide temporary safety. It was as if all the puppets had stopped in place, as if they had been covered up like statues. The knight warned everyone to be careful. They didn't yet know what might be lurking within the fog. It was as if they were in a different place. The hunters had no idea how Simon could have such abilities. Alice understood that the black fog was not a thing that had been completely unraveled, but doing something like this made her freak out. She also devoured the puppets, one by one. It was as if each of the hunters had vanished like a terrible dream, being in that fog. The girl had already forgotten how quiet it could be after a long battle, as if nothing had happened in spite of it. Arin was shocked that someone was able to kill all the puppets. She wondered who the masked man was. Suddenly, due to the decline in mana, Luna slumped to the ground, losing consciousness. Just as Arin wanted to help her partner, Simon approached her backside. The knights couldn't believe that a demon had decided to kill their highness. The hero started threatening Arin with his own blade. They all couldn't believe their savior would dare to do such a thing. The girl couldn't quite figure out who this guy was, but he seemed familiar to her. The boy shattered with his blade the magical amulet that made the puppets chase the princess. They didn't realize they wanted to kill this guy. As soon as the knight approached Simon, he suddenly disappeared, not realizing what the fog was constantly swirling near them. The hero approached Luna to help without letting her die after using up so much mana. The princess couldn't believe what this madman could do to Luna, asking him not to touch her. Arin asked for the uninvited person to move away from Luna. However, Simon gave her some of his energy. The girl used the divine sting technique on the unknown in a flood of rage. The kid was quite surprised by such a spell. The hero pretended like the girl got rid of him. The girl couldn't believe that the unknown man had turned into mist again. The guy started telling them not to be afraid, or he wouldn't do any harm. The guy explained that he had destroyed the gem, so the monsters would no longer chase them. The girl was shocked that the necklace was the cause of this nightmare. The spirit told them to go through the main gate and out of the palace. He cleared the way for them. The princess couldn't believe things were becoming normal. The knight asked if Her Majesty was injured. Arin told her that she was fine, not realizing how Alice and Lune were feeling. They reported that they were fine, but advised that they would regain their strength and leave through the main gate as that stranger had said. Alice wanted to save those children first and foremost, and then she would think about who the man was. The moon has gained a whole new element in its use. Meanwhile, the maid was scared because she was definitely a child, or even a maid at all. Brian explained that he had no idea, he had never seen such a thing with Nana. The girl was quite bloodthirsty in this form, not possessing a consciousness of her own. Once upon a time, there was a spat about creatures. There was a blood banquet that resulted in the deaths of many people, in which there were rumors that there was a lot of people behind the incident. The fifth princess of the empire, Arin Severus, blinded by her desire to seize power. Most likely that's what happened because of the Days Stone, probably given to her by Ashel or Lionel. After this incident, they were celebrated as the heroes of the empire, were the ones who only benefited from the tragedy. Duh was interested in what the hero meant, that they were the ones who set it all up, callously sacrificing relatives for fame. It seems that humans are much worse than demons. The boy told her that it was nothing compared to further actions. True, in his past life he has participated in worse massacres. Perhaps he's even more repulsive than these subhumans. Kira was surprised they were leaving so quickly. The kid was sure Nana was waiting. The palace knights would take care of the rest. Spirit, by the way, was having a hard time with that princess necklace. The boy asked what it was. The girl answered that her name was Amelia, his maid. The hero realized then that the situation was out of his control. The maid literally screamed that this Amelia smelled sweet to her. The knight asked Nana to rest in peace, trying to convince that the girl wasn't tasty at all. Brian had no idea why now. The maid was acting like a monster. He realized that for some reason he was only following Miss Amelia. The knight must stop her in some way. But he couldn't hurt the girl no matter how much he wanted to. The girl snapped out of her desires, realizing the strength was no longer there to wait. The maid shrieked brightly, not knowing what she had done to Nana. The knight couldn't help himself, with his feelings for the girl he was raising. Nana wounded Simon right in the back, for he had deliberately set himself up to be hit. Everything happened very quickly, and the girl didn't even realize who she hit. While the boys were unable to save their lord, Kira quickly approached the maid from behind. The hero wanted badly for the spirit to rush to get rid of the culprit of the problem. The maid couldn't even figure out who the spirit was. Dropping the butterfly, the girl shouted that it was a butterfly from Mr. Ashel. The girl crushed the annoying magical stone with a quick kick of her foot. She asked the little one to get ready at last, unlocking the memories that her beloved daddy was now standing in front of her. Remembering everything that had happened, the girl didn't realize what had happened. Having been in a trance a few seconds ago, she couldn't believe she had done this to her favorite daddy. The kid asked her to calm down, saying it was okay. The hero reported that it didn't hurt him at all. She didn't want it on her own accord after all. Simon revealed that she hadn't done anything hollow, but to her it was the worst thing she'd ever done in her life. The standing maid and knight were also shocked by such circumstances, realizing that there was a reason for it. The hero asked to leave after realizing the devastation the room had made was immense. Meanwhile, the prince didn't realize what had happened. The corridor should have been crawling with monsters, however. They didn't find a single monster. The emperor didn't see any monsters like Lionel had told him, the kid realized, relieved. Apparently it ended well. Ashel was quite furious at the failed plan. Suddenly the emperor heard a familiar voice to him. It turned out to be Princess Arena and her group of people. Dad was incredibly happy that Arin turned out okay. The girl hugged her father, being glad that he was unharmed. The Emperor was also greatly relieved about it. Suddenly, the girl met her older brother Lionel. The Emperor told me that he was able to get there safely thanks to these two. Ashel, with his ton, was glad his sister Arin wasn't dead. She was quite pleased too, realizing that there were a million questions swirling on her tongue that she wanted to ask him. Arin wanted to take care of the others first. Alice greeted His Majesty. In return, the Emperor thanked for protecting his daughter, promising rewards. The girl was quite surprised that these two were rubbing up against each other very suspiciously. Ashel proposed a great plan to his friend, whispering in his ear. The girl didn't understand what Ashel had told Lionel, but she suspected something amiss. Lionel put forward who was at fault and who was behind the incident. He pointed to the granddaughter of the head of the Karum Mages Association, asking for silence, for she was arrested for attempting to assassinate His Majesty. Alice couldn't understand what the hell an arrest was, not understanding why he was doing this. Naturally, these two have to need their own trails, putting someone behind bars. The Emperor asked Lionel to lower his sword, for he was already crossing the line. Arin was also against it, for she had saved many people with her. The prince pointed out that it was a deceptive move, for the Karum kingdom is always waiting for an opportunity to strike at the Ushif Empire. He was willing to bet their goal was to wreak havoc in the empire. The girl was shocked because Lionel spoke as if he had proof. Ashel said that last night a suspicious manor was discovered right where it left off. The Emperor was quite angry upon learning this information, asking that Lionel be careful with his words. The prince invited them to convey their desire for harmony, but kept an eye out. Confirmations would be at the king's if given time. The king agreed with the reasoning, but Arin couldn't believe what was happening. The prince asked that the punishment be given to him on his own. Luna found it hard to believe what was happening, but she, along with a group from the Magicians Association, was taken into custody pending the results of the investigation. Lexia separated from Anime, along with the other guardsmen protecting the nobles. The funerals of Marquis Drenian, the Empress's younger brother, as well as many others were held in the streets. Simon had managed to reduce the number of deaths in comparison to his past life. The hero was surprised, for Alice didn't have to do that. Alice was doing her duties as his sister. The Duchess thought it might have been very dangerous, and it was well that he escaped, the boy agreed, commending himself without enthusiasm. She was glad, for if it hadn't been for that stranger, she would have died too. Only she had no idea who he was. Alice had noticed that his height was similar to Simon's, and now that she thought about it, figured the kid got a lot taller and a lot of scars, so the kid must have been working out a lot. The boy agreed with her that it was like that. Alice was surprised that the young man was embarrassed. His sister asked to touch his muscles, but the kid asked to stop messing with him. Ashel noticed that the kid recovered quickly. Realizing that the two of them were as close as they had ever been, he almost even envied their relationship. Asked if Simon was okay, he said he was grateful for his concern. The girl noticed that the hero was wary of his brother. The hero asked how the investigation was going. Alice couldn't believe Simon knew about Ashel. That he has a nasty, violent side. That's actually what Ashel came to them for. They noticed that a bracelet with a built-in daze stone was found in Luna Rainriver's room. The girl claimed it was given to her as a gift. The boy assumed the giver must be on the suspect list. Ashel praised his brother, asking if the kid had gotten gifts during the banquet. The young man hesitated, not recalling such a thing. Asking Ashelia something knows who gave Luna this bracelet. The prince heard there was a merchant in the palace. He was found dead today, which is why he's looking for those involved. Ashel asked, wondering again if the kid had gotten anything that day. The boy realized this was not relevant to the investigation, for he was trying to find a scapegoat. Suddenly some man approached Amelia's maid. She turned her attention to him without acknowledging him from the beginning. The hero pretended to be hurt, saying to forgive him, but he still didn't feel better. Alice revealed that Simon had lost a lot of blood. The doctor said he needed rest. Ashel realized that okay, maybe he hadn't overreacted much. However, the kid faked that he didn't remember getting anything. The hero assumed even if someone tried, he was sure they couldn't survive this hell. Ashel realized the whole situation and thanked the guy for the answer, realizing that it was true the monsters could have killed them. It suited the Duke, for there was no one else to destroy. But how sorry he felt for his brother. The older brother hoped hard that this was his chance to get rid of him. A hero would never let himself be killed so easily. Alice wanted to ask the guy something. The kid asked something offhandedly. The girl quickly knocked him out to take bed rest. Somewhere in the palace, the maid couldn't understand why the lord was doing this. She did what she was ordered to do. She gave Princess Arin the necklace, saying that they would never know who it was, asking to be spared. The killer really knew that the girl had fulfilled her role perfectly. However, unfortunately he has yet to play his part, so I'm forced to do so. The more I thought about it, the harder it is to do something like this. Leaving the scene of the crime, lighted the ground with her down. Suddenly I realized I forgot to do something. Last time, a dead body was found and badly. This time the kid promised to make sure it didn't happen again, summoning a huge monster that wanted to eat constantly. The kid ordered the pet to devour the body immediately. This someone who was stalking Emily was Brian, who brought delicious apples. The boy remarked that the weather was lovely. The girl agreed, but didn't realize how long they were going to be stuck in this place. The young master answered Bryn that he wouldn't tell yet, so it was impossible to predict. The lad Vonvi received a gift from the Ashel, a servant, bringing from him his congratulations on his first entrance into society. The hero realized that the Cretan tried to make things as difficult as possible. The girl supposed the gift was precious. The boy asked him to listen to what he was about to tell. The palace and Vert Manor were no longer a safe place for her, so suggested she hide until he said otherwise. Also, Simon had something important to say to Brian. He had business to attend to, so wanted Brian to protect Emily in his absence. The kid asked to confide in him, adding that Nana is also worth protecting. Simon promised Nana that it wouldn't take long, so don't let her cry. The knight had never seen a lord look like that before, so he should feel confident that he could back him up. Emily asked how Nana was doing. Knight told her that she had been in agony for a few days but thought she was fine now. The girl was in shock. Apparently a lot had happened while she was away from the young gentleman. She had never imagined that the girl she thought was a maid would turn out to be a dragon man. Emily promised that when she found out she would try to help in any way she could. The kid was just thinking the same thing. The boy suddenly remembered that moment. Not sure why all of a sudden he remembered exactly that. The girl offered in that case to do what she could for the young gentleman by asking Mr. Brine. The knight, embarrassed by the never-before experienced such a vivid sensation. Meanwhile, Lionel was furious because they had clear evidence, and he wants to let the suspect go. The Emperor asked to watch his tongue, for he had made his decision. The kid couldn't believe how his father wanted to take over the continent if he was such a softy, and why the hell would he be afraid of the Graham Kingdom? Kroll asked, stopping this idle conversation. Seizing power over the continent. It was a good goal, though. Their empire borders not only the Graham, but also the Demon Kingdom, Sparnia, and Pruina. And if they make an enemy in the form of the Garum, no longer will they be able to contain the demons, causing the entire continent to suffer from the monsters flooding in from there. Even if the Emperor manages to somehow gain power over the continent, hundreds of thousands of people will be sacrificed. The king stated that the one who would do such a thing is a monster and not an emperor. Doesn't Lionel realize such obvious yours? The prince said that letting suspects go when they have obvious evidence is insanity. The king clarified that he was talking about the Days Stone. Lionel wondered how the emperor knew. His men hadn't finished investigating yet. The emperor noticed that the boy's face was eloquent. But since childhood he had not given up until he got what he wanted. The kid said no. He had absolutely no idea what it was all about. The emperor stopped this circus, not understanding how the guy had gotten to such a life. Having decided that Arin was more suited to the role of ruler than him, no longer wanted to see Lionel, asking to get out of his castle. The boy was furious that all the glory and control would go to Arin Severus, and not him realizing that she had ruined everything in his plans. Suddenly the kid was rushing to Arin's chambers. The guards were quite struck. The prince asked to get off immediately, but Lexia told him that Her Highness needed to rest. Lionel punched the guy, asking once again for him to take him down immediately. Arin noticed the incident, not understanding why the prince did it. The girl asked what it all meant. The kid only laughed at her. The princess looked proudly and nonchalantly at the madman. The kid came in all frustrated to talk to his precious little sister. Lexia realized that although he was a prince, but as a subordinate of Her Majesty, he would be forced to take action. The prince was quite surprised to be asked what he would do next by such a worm. Lionel said he could sentence him and the whole family just for what he just said, erasing the bloodline and the smallest of offshoots. Arin asked to stop such outrage, asking to be told why the prince had come. The girl asked what he needed to hear from her. The boy had no idea where such a character came from, because before she was completely different. The princess wondered if she should just say that she, being Arin Severus, had gotten nothing from him. The guy was quite surprised at how she knew this information. The emperor asked if she was sure there was no connection. The girl was completely sure of her words. Father understood that the necklace she brought, the jewel in it, was extremely extraordinary. This Days Stone is from the Black Blood clan. It was used to master illegal dark magic, but the followers were treated with disdain. They had control over monsters. He also recently received information that someone had smuggled them into the palace. Black market trader Gilbert and maid Marilda looks like they were in on it, but both are missing, more likely dead. It was notable to her father that they were often seen with Lionel, so she definitely didn't get anything from him. He didn't happen to give that necklace. The girl replied no such thing, he never gave her anything. She assumed that the emperor had already realized who had brought the stones to the banquet. Realizing that Luna should not remain in custody, so she asked for her release. The emperor agreed, asking not to worry about it. The girl realized what would happen if she told him that Lionel was involved in the incident. It was hard for the girl to predict what he would do to the people around her. She wouldn't let it happen again, determined to be confident in herself. So she decided to make it look like she had no weaknesses. Lionel said right. He never gave him anything. Arin said the same thing to her father. The prince didn't understand what his attitude was. Arin was acting like he had done something wrong. Asking if he should take care of her servant, Arin apologized, but she had a guest. Lionel couldn't understand who could be more important than himself. The girl said he was just as important to her. The kid apologized for his sudden restlessness, totally not wanting to get into this conversation. The prince was shocked because he had not felt his presence at all, not realizing what he had forgotten from them. The boy declared his pardon, but heard everything, thus beckoning the prince to fight. Lionel asked how long the kid had been hiding there. The boy only laughed. After all, he was just inconspicuous as he had a good assassin trait. The prince was shocked because the boy must have laughed at him, daring to open his mouth in his presence. The boy asked and what Lionel would do, asking him to take care of him too. The guy didn't expect the rumors about the washing to be true. The guy didn't want to get an enemy in the person of Simon Verth at all. After all, he is the son of his father's friend. The prince once revealed that he wants to eliminate Arin because of the threat to the throne. But why doesn't Ashel want to get rid of his brother since his father already trusts him enough? Duke told me that the kid was pissing him off. Constantly hiding something very big, but he still doesn't realize what it is. Now Lionel too sensed what the hell this guy was terrifying. The kid decided to pass off the whole conversation as a joke. Since they cleared up any misunderstandings, he would probably go. The character realized that Lionel Severus, at this point, his personality is nowhere near as awful. Compared to the one dubbed the Mad Emperor, he's better relative to his version in the hero's past life. Prince wanted to apologize for what he said earlier. The kid thought it was okay, apologizing for the rude action. The kid advised me to be more careful next time. Leskia took a breath as he left the room. She realized that this prince was still a prick, thanking Simon for his help. The kid reported not worth the thanks. The hero bet after all the robot did the princess. The girl could not believe it, because she should have thanked the guy. Being banged up from being close to Simon, the guy's legs went stiff and crouched down. While the princess girl was sitting on her nerves, the guy was surprised at the princess's audacity, for he had just sat down. Lexia was surprised at how much the hero was really dumb. Arin couldn't believe the guy said that to the prince. The boy was able to convince that he and Arin were in a relationship. The near future he wouldn't be able to do anything to them, and now he asked to leave. The servant asked to be careful, realizing Hero had done his job and slipped away. Lionel came to Ashel asking how he was going to fix it, realizing that it was Vert who said the plan was perfect. Everyone they planned to kill alive. Not only that, but Lionel lost his father's trust. He was supposed to be the savior of this miserable empire. The Ushif. The sudden guest confirmed that there were perks to such an occasion. Lionel wondered who it was. The man introduced himself as Boris Helm, greeting His Highness Lionel. The prince could not understand where he had been. The lad excused himself that he was following Mr. Ashel's orders. The Duke heard that Emilia was missing, asking how things were going. The servant was surprised, underestimating the people around Princess Arin. Lionel asked what they should do if he could think about his mistakes. The servant assured him that there was no need to think about it. Asked to look at the crystal with the mana her friends used during the battle, most of it is completely ordinary. However, the one I was able to catch was quite rare in its kind. It felt like something extremely sinister. In simple terms, it was the mana of the demonic sword, the significance of which one of the princess's friends possesses a forbidden demonic sword. Meanwhile, the creature's cooking was in full swing. The kid assumed the dish must be crab stew, but something else was visible. It's also strange why those two were completely unconcerned. Emilia asked Nana to take her time and eat in moderation to protect her figure. The kid swore the food just moved in front of his eyes. Simon ate well, the servant asked so quickly. She asked him to eat better. The hero denied it, for if he lingered, Ashel might notice him. Plus, he came just to check on his precious people. It's not safe for them to go back yet. So he asked to send Brine. The kid put his men on guard. Right now, this is the safest place on the continent. The hero was about to leave, praising the prepared lunch. The girl asked her to promise to come back. The boy asked not to worry about him, leaving Brian in charge. The knight agreed to the order, but had no idea how he was going to eat in the near future. An unknown voice praised the little family, thinking it was cute. Master Blink asked how the guy planned to explain himself in front of her. Knowing about the blood banquet and the death of her fiancé, his every action screams that he was aware of the future. Better the guy should think about the answer. Depending on it, she will decide if he is an enemy or a friend. She's only now delving into the fact that she didn't know who Simon Worth really was. After all, the information that was only available to him was extremely important. The mere fact that they were engaged, he couldn't know. So she was curious as to how it happened. The hero revealed that Drenian was the one he had to purge anyway. Did it even matter now? The girl was sure the kid would turn out to be a spy for another organization. The boy asked, what if even so? Sera asked with a chuckle. Isn't it obvious what she's going to do to the traitor? The girl with quick movements attacked the guy with death threats. She was shocked that Kara was preventing her from finishing off the traitor. Spirit was shocked that the girl wouldn't internalize what she had already told her not to touch her master. The girl rephrased what she wasn't internalizing, because Sera was definitely enjoying it. Kara stated that the instructor in the extreme really pissed her off. The battle didn't last very long, as two dark energy wielders were a very confusing phenomenon. The girl then offered to show her interesting skills. Master Blink agreed to watch the attack. The spirit launched an extremely tremendous force directly onto the ground. Sera found it amusing, considering that no matter how selenium the skill was, she would just assure herself of it. However, the skills had the characteristics of coming back being special. She hadn't expected it to be Carrie's power. If it had hit her or got caught reflecting, it would have died on the spot. Now she understood why she stayed in sword form most of the time. For if she wanted to, she could tear apart an entire city. To stop someone like her, Sera needs at least a demon king. The girl advised to get ready, as it was only a warm-up. Master Smuggler was delighted, having tried his best to try as well. However, what the next spirit strike would be, the girl could not have predicted. Simon quickly subdued the fool as she asked to be given not much more time. The boy was extremely angry because if they continued to make noise at this rate, they'll all get caught, and then they'll all go to jail. Simon realized that even the Blinkmaster was a fool for not realizing it. The kid went to give notice of the move, leaving the two to go about their business. Slamming the door shut with rage, the girls couldn't believe it was going to work out like this. They didn't even know what to do in the end. It was nightmarish for the hero to realize that plans had changed again, asking to pack right away. Suddenly, a new voice greeted Simon. Luna was quite pleased. The family was much larger than he expected, apologizing for the sudden appearance in his nest. The guy was surprised that the girl had gotten through the barrier and the detection of the fog. However, he wondered how she knew about this place. The hero began to realize the girl is more skilled than he thought. Luna telling it is one of her talents, asking not to worry. She is the only one who knows about this place. Though judging by the noise outside, thinking she wasn't the only one now, the boy remarked that it didn't matter anymore, asking why she'd come. Luna thanked, explaining that was all she wanted to tell the guy. The boy asked by what merit he had earned her gratitude. The girl asked not to pay attention, for she already knew everything the moment he entered her that day. Everyone was shocked, not realizing what she meant by walked in that time. The kid couldn't believe, thinking the girl was unconscious at the time. The girl showed her own abilities in both hands, telling her that she could now use all elements of magic, combine them or modify them, and also track a particular person's mana. Asking wasn't that cool, since the gift her grandfather had betrayed to her was a very useful skill. The boy took it for the most part as a curse, yet her body food held on. The girl was happy that Simon turned out to be that savior, blushing like a tomato. The young man asked to go somewhere else, asking everyone else to pack up their belongings for the move. Emily wondered where they would go this time. The hero suggested the Leuven Academy. It was safe there for quite a long time during his studies. The girl was happy, for she would be able to take care of the young master every day. Brian didn't like it much, hoping he wouldn't eat her cooking, counting mixed feelings for himself. Luna had spent most of her life in the capsule. There she had to go through all sorts of experiments, and she had no choice but to tolerate. Such was the duty as granddaughters of Reigen's Rain River. The girl realized that the kid probably had some duty to fulfill as well. The kid replied that he didn't really. In that case, she didn't understand why Simon had saved them without revealing himself. The kid made excuses that he didn't want to be famous. She should guess why so. The girl was surprised by his element, having considered darkness to begin with. She had gathered some when she first saw him in the restaurant. The kid was surprised at her abilities, which meant she could read people's mana information just by meeting them. In her past life, the kid didn't know that. Luna said that the day she lost consciousness, the mana he put into her. I didn't understand what it was, thinking it was Simon, but at the same time not of this world. The boy now realized why she had come. She wanted to gather as much information as possible and take it to Riggins. She didn't want to admit it. Why? Because it would be incredibly difficult. The boy was surprised, for she was rebelling against her creator. The girl was sure the kid guessed why, thanking Simon for easing her old pain. The boy noticed that Looney's body resembled a boiling cauldron, full of all sorts of mana elements. Absolute chaos. But someone closed the lid on it, Probably after that, to prevent mana loss, it caused the cauldron to be able to heat up normally. Thus, the ensuing mana began to extinguish the fire of life, bringing Luna to the brink of death. The hero randomly made a hole in the boiler lid because in his eyes, this kid also looks a lot like someone's puppet, and it was incredibly annoying. The kid informed her that no thanks, he'd probably go if she had nothing else to say and keep his secret. Before he left, Simon asked that he shouldn't overpower himself, asking to be careful. The girl, noticing how the guy reacted, thought he was cute, realizing that Simon was actually a good man in spite of his element. Meanwhile, the Emperor was angered by all the activity in his plans. The butler reported that fortunately no charges had been filed, reporting that they could send a petition, but the Emperor disagreed and spat on them. Not understanding where Luna was at such an important moment, he asked to find her and bring her back immediately. Meanwhile, the coachman Brian had set off again. The maid was quite pleased with their journey. The hero asked why she was so happy. Emilia told him because she would be able to serve the young master again. But she was curious, because it seemed that maids were not allowed on the academy grounds. The kid thought the head would make an exception. The head was strongly opposed to the idea. Simon said that he would make sure that no one noticed her, asking again for permission. The old man asked him to give him a reason why he should give the boy an exception. The boy agreed not to skip classes. The old man thought it was a given, and 2 maids instead of 1. The dean was going to ask the boy to tell him something else. They have something to do with the blood banquet. Doesn't think for some stupid reason Simon would ask for his permission. The boy found it difficult to answer, not knowing how his answer would affect him later on. The kid decided to tell if the old man would remove the ban first. The dean said to hell with the rules, because the kid would do it his way anyway. The hero explained that it's hard for him to explain everything in detail right now. But one thing he will say with certainty. The fact that he wasn't the one behind the bloody banquet, because that's what he wanted to know. The old man asked if the kid was sure of his own guesses. The boy probably couldn't understand Dean. Not realizing who, the old man, perceived the hero to think so, the dean asked the lad never to skip classes again. In the end, the conversation with Kundal went well. The kid was curious how he would react if he found out that the perpetrator of the tragedy was his grandson. Based on his observations, it couldn't have been Lionel alone, because the latter isn't that meticulous. The hero assumed that it was Ashel who planned the whole thing, and now Boris has made it happen. The standard pattern of their crimes in Simon's past life. The boy notices the jock he fought 2 years ago. Only it's strange what he left by his door. The kid did about an hour and a half of push-ups judging by his count and the sweat on his body. Simon couldn't believe to meet this guy again. He turned his attention to the hero. Standing up on his feet, the boy asked the young man to fight him again in the arena, for it was time to find out who was stronger this time. However, the boy simply predicted the jock, swayed to his room. The boy realized that this jock had not missed a single day in the past 2 years. The one only shouted that he was probably busy, but strongly asked the hero then to fight next time. The kid was able to spot Brian lying on the floor, who was unconscious. Also, the sight of him was just awful, all lying in some weird consistency. The young man couldn't believe that Brian had died from overeating food. The maid was glad the master was back. The boy was more interested in what happened to Brian. She said she didn't know. Suspected he must have fallen asleep eating the cookies she had baked for the Lord. The hero asked Emilia to never cook anything for Brian again. She was outraged. Asking why, the gentleman informed that it was an order, just not to do it. The young man began to worry very much about their future. Seeing the letter, not understanding where it came from, the maid said that Brian had gotten it, so she didn't know. The kid couldn't believe it was from Mooney. Suddenly, she also appeared in front of the guy and the maid, startling them both. The girl asked the guy how she was doing in her absence, informing him that she had run away from home. Walking through the sewers, they were quite interested the guards from the Garage Association would be on site soon. The other asked not to worry about it. The old man asked not to forget, for it was the only way to stop Rygans. The girl was quite surprised that the old man was so afraid that she would be honored with guilt. The man stated that she was her student, after all. The woman was determined. She wasn't stupid enough to feel sorry for that monster. The old man said gloriously, "The girl is going to the site. I'm sure their counterparts have already reached Looney." The man idolized the kingdom of Karum. Simon that same evening sat in a coffee shop talking to Luna. The girl noticed how aggressive the guy was then. She hadn't even expected Simon to take her out so easily. The young man said there was a barrier spell on the dormitory doors, not realizing how she overcame it. Luna calculated it by simply analyzing the barrier with her mana, and then used a spell to undo it, asking coolly of Simon. The boy realized that this was an insane ability. After all, she could just cancel a spell this way. It was stronger than just scanning. The girl asked if the boy had read her letter. The hero stated that she came just as he was about to do so. Luna was thrilled at the thought after waiting for a reply message. The kid asked by chance if Regens had put her up to it. He was the one who told Luna to contact him, asking the girl to tell him everything quickly. The girl admitted that from the beginning it was like that, however that was the only reason, but not anymore. While it's up to Simon to decide whether to trust her or not, the kid informed her that he doesn't open up so easily by asking what her intentions are. The girl said that lately in the association, there has been a series of sinister events. 2 dragons that kept in touch with her suddenly disappeared somewhere in the Lv.999 region. Then the smugglers were found as chilled corpses. Then she found out that Simon was involved in what happened. Luna had only been a suggestion until now, but now she was sure for sure. The boy had no idea that dragons were associated with the association. Laughing, the hero accepted his slip, asking what she was going to do now. The girl told me she was going to die soon. Simon has helped her as much as anyone, but she knows the state of her body. It could no longer be repaired. She thinks she's got 3 years left, if not more, thanks to the guy's efforts. The boy doesn't believe her words. Why did she take it so lightly? Does she not care at all about the fact that she is about to die? Smiling, the girl only wished she could feel before her come. The guy just couldn't understand what an annoying brat she was, why she was taking it so lightly. Standing up from the table, the guy realized that it didn't matter. After all, it was none of his business, asking her to go home. The girl was surprised that the guy was already leaving. Simon revealed that he didn't like getting into annoying entanglements, Luna understood, and promised that they would see each other next time. Spirit asked, wondering if it was okay to just leave her there alone. The boy realized that it was better to leave it that way than to try to change everything. The hero realized that the association of Karum mages had been waiting for a long time. Luna mouthed that she thought she had made a great robot to sneak away from them. She was surprised that the association came too soon. The girl asked to go with them, turning to Miss Luna, for the gentleman was already waiting for her. Luna looked at the organization with a disapproving face. One of the maids asked something wrong with her. It seemed strange to the girl, for it was always only Victor who came. She inquired who they were. The girl excused herself that Mr. Victor wasn't there this afternoon. Instead, they nailed it. They're from the 6th security branch. Luna realized that it was a deception. Because initially did not know anyone Victor, the girl tried to escape from these people. They were extremists, she realized, but her escape was stopped by a sudden attack that made the girl freeze in one place. They had no idea that making a dirty robot perform turned out to be much easier than expected. Except it was bad enough that they were revealed too quickly. However, he asked to take the girl to the carriage. The girl was in great danger, for the organization wanted to take her power for themselves. Duh noticed a disturbance not far away from them. Simon was quite surprised, because the guys were not from the garage. The young man realized that he should prepare himself and save the girl. An organization of people was quite surprised by the simple mission. The kid brought Luna in on orders. A certain someone praised his labors. She realized that she was a pathetic child, experimented on all her life, to be used and discarded in the end. The girl wanted to enroll this child for a good cause, on a cause that can help them make things better for all continents. The guards didn't understand what red mist had suddenly appeared near them. This dark fog covered almost the entire area, their campground in which they had a mission. They couldn't believe it could have been Pla, but it was much worse than that. All the minions were brutally killed by Simon's blade. The kid had no idea what was going on. They were stealthy. Simon, however, was much smarter and faster, a no-nonsense hunter. The head of the group, quite surprised at what's going on outside. The girl was shocked that they had guests over. The guy realized that someone was following them. The teacher was quite curious to see who it was that dared to commit this crime, telling Ralph to show them what happens when someone tries to get in their way. The guy promised to deal with the noise. Duh was shocked that it was a lot easier than she expected. The kid realized that this was far from over. Strong guys are in the mix. The strong man praised the young man, not a bad reception for a kid like him, asking if he was already on his own. The boy reported that it was unlikely to make him feel any better. The kid noticed that the guy was just like Luna, though even more unstable than her. The thug didn't need anyone's help. To defeat a boy like our hero, running to the scene of the battle, the girl was surprised to see such horror. She hadn't expected to see a picture like this. The guy was totally beaten up by Simon. The hero stated that the girl was the last one left, so he wants to ask why they need Luna. The girl advised not to be a detective because the guy won't become popular with the girls if he's so pushy. Free combination of elements, that's what they're all about. Simon definitely saw the exact same magic as Looney's look-alike. The boy now realized he had even more questions. The girl had no idea where she had just punctured herself, because she had used powerful spells against the guy. One thing she wondered was how the guy had repelled the spell with his dagger. The boy approached her with incredible speed, trying to grab her. The hero attempted to finish the battle. However, the girl used the air buckle technique. She realized that this guy was dangerous to her. She couldn't let him stay alive. Attempting to use the technique, Simon's infected mist walked straight towards the girl. Duh asked, underestimating her master. The girl had no idea the kid wasn't alone. Sera took the imposter by the neck to immobilize her. The boy was quite surprised at how well they worked with the spirit. The entire beam the girl used flew all over the building, clawing everything in its path. The boy surely knew that this girl had a very higher amount of mana. She tried every way she could to get out of the guy's spell, however everything was even. Sera ordered them to stop resisting. No human can free themselves from these shackles. Simon immediately asked who ordered Luna's kidnapping, also asking how many of them are left. The girl only laughed loudly, finding the boy interesting, for the boy would soon find out. Because they'll be looking for him on the promise that pretty soon they'll see him in hell. The spirit was shocked. Apparently her reaction was curbing her heart. The kid seemed to be an artifact that held mana in the heart of the one using it. That's why it couldn't circulate throughout her body. Sera assumed Mooney had something like that. The girl couldn't believe how they had guessed. The hero knew of the existence of the monstrous organization that conducted all those nasty experiments. The path of evolution, if not wrong. The kid asked her to find the answer to her own question of who they were, except in hell. The girl thought it was wrong to die this way. The boy decided not to be ceremonious and get the necessary element from inside her. In a past life, the hero found an ancient text in one of the laboratories of the kingdom of Karum. It described how to apply the artifact, the curbing of the heart, as well as related experiments. It also described the means of destroying it if the use proved unsuccessful. Simon noticed that it looked like it was still working. The spirit wondered what the guy was going to use it for. The hero asked Sera to get Luna out of the carriage. She resented it. The kid reasoned if she wanted to be in control too. The guy only had his first attempt at something like this, so he wasn't sure if he was going to make it. Shattering the stone, the kid tried to shove her elements of magic into the girl, destroying the pebble and trying to drag its power back. It should have worked out. The girl was suddenly awakened, feeling the recompense of her powers. Luna noticed that her body felt much lighter, and for some reason felt something different. Simon was even more than usual. Sera asked the hero what he was going to do next. The young man probably didn't know. However, he thinks he can use it later. Would be sorry to kill it. Duh preferred to call the guy just too merciful, asking what she would do if she felt a knife in her back. The guy thought it was funny to hear her say that. The girl realized that eventually the guy's body would become hers, so wanted to take care of it. The young man supposedly believed her words, asking her to leave, for there was no point in lingering in the place. Returning to the palace, the emperor thought it strange who had brought her. The girl excused herself that she remembered nothing but woke up in her room. Being furious, he was absolutely not a fool to believe such nonsense. The kingdom in turmoil over a bloody banquet and her so careless. The old man apologized to the emperor, for it was his fault. He should have found the girl sooner. The head considered it chushia, for she was simply acting on her own accord. The servant thanked her for her understanding. The emperor knew that he had to work hard because of his granddaughter. The old man said that he was just doing his duties. The head praised him for his good work. Suddenly, the lord's hand blazed with an orange bright flame. The emperor revealed that he had known of his treachery for a long time. Not sure why he hoped he could get away with hurting his blood. The old man was in shock, making excuses for the misunderstanding, but the emperor ordered the butler to shut up. He was disgusted to even listen to him. The butler of their kingdom was roasted to the coals in seconds. The girl couldn't believe it, deeming it too cruel a punishment. The emperor reported that this man was the one who had ordered her kidnapping. It didn't matter anymore, however, because he wondered if the girl had learned something about Simon Wirth. With a cold stare, informed that it was no big deal. Though she realized the obvious one wouldn't work against the old man, he was only more interested in what it meant. She said that she actually came back late because she had met him, but didn't find anything out of the ordinary when she first met him. The emperor noted that this was not the answer she wanted to get from her, asking her to give him information on what exactly the boy was hiding. The old man understood Simon Wirth. For sure he had something, or perhaps someone helping him. The girl only replied guardian knight and useless servant, and nothing else to connect him to the incident. Luna was curious as to why her father was so obsessed with him. Then in turn was surprised that she was asking him questions, figuring there was something to do with the boy. The emperor informed her that she didn't have to ask questions. All she would need to do was do what he asked her to do. He asked her to leave if she didn't have an answer, promising that she wasn't allowed to go outside anytime soon. The girl is incredibly tired of this whole family. Meanwhile, at the Lewin Academy, the kid fell asleep waiting for his opponent Simon Wirth. The guy notices the annoying jock in front of him again. He doesn't even go to class, so he'll come back later. Walking down the hallway at the academy, notices some conversation among his kin. They were talking about the sudden disappearance of their teacher. They hoped nothing terrible had happened. The kid was pretty bruised, not realizing what was going on. Heard at the last minute that instructor Nella Aronis was missing. Sera asked if it was a boy. The young man wondered what she meant. Mastra wondered why Simon had killed the magic instructor. The young man stopped her by saying he didn't even know this instructor. The girl wasn't surprised, since the guy was skipping all his damn classes. She was an extremely talented mage from the Karum kingdom. Mages often came to visit her. But rumor had it she was against Rygans, so they kept an eye on her. Sera didn't expect the kidnapping in any way. They were going to spring into action soon. However, the guy took care first. The young man was surprised. That's why she seemed so familiar. The Master of the Mist had asked if he had listened to her. The instructor told, she's the only one in the know anyway, and also wanted to give out an assignment. Simon asked who would then replace the instructor. The girl assumes the other teachers will take turns, but thinks they need to find a new mage. The boy rode the wagon, amazed at the beauties of nature. The old man asked what brought him this far. The kid told him he wanted to find a robot, and heard the place was already vacant, which is why it's in a bit of a hurry. The old man was surprised that maybe the boy would be a teacher, but the man said he didn't know yet if he would be accepted. The maid was incredibly bored. She didn't know what to do with herself. Kira asked to leave immediately from her recliner. The maid stated that this was the young master's dormitory. There was nothing of hers here. The kid just got back from school, as immediately something bad happened without his knowledge. The maid was hurt and scared of Kira. The hero asked to get up, for they had an errand to run. The maid asked to take her along. Simon disagreed. There was a much more important mission for the maid. She was shocked by this. The boy asked the maid to make sure Nana wasn't starving. The girl was indignant because it wasn't important at all, and the master just wants to get rid of her. Though taking a closer look at Nani's room, the maid knew something was wrong. A girl so hungry will change again as she was then. Nana left the room in a nasty mood, letting her father know she was hungry. The maid instantly fetched the prepared bread, shoving it directly into her mouth. The girl liked Amelia's pastries. The maid informed her that she would take care of it, asking the master not to worry about it. The guy believed in his maid to the end. She asked for no more worries or doubts about her cooking. However, Simon asked not to feed Brian. He is still recovering. Spirit asked where they were going this time. The boy said southwest of the Ushif Empire, a city of crime, where money and violence rule. All the people in this settlement were constantly betting on someone or something. A place where violence was the main forte was not without a place of battle between people. The guy didn't expect to meet such a huge monster. Gramila asked how he was supposed to kill him. All the fans asked for breeding. The guy asked to stop talking and attacking, or does he want to warm up first? The kid was able to dodge the hulking thing, which in physical damage alone was an incredible fighter. The kid thought it was a slow hit, suggesting he make him pay for underestimating him. The monster was finally able to choose how he would kill this bug in his hands. He wanted to crush the guy so he'd stop jumping altogether. The boy was bleeding massively, not knowing what to do. Zalbard was happy to win for the 200th time in his recent career of bouts. People in that kind of atmosphere could easily get drunk and not be sober. It seemed to Spirit that she had never seen worse than this shithole. Simon had told her that Lewin was a neutral region, but this was a dump that had become independent because it was out of control. While the two boys were walking around the neighborhood, they were stopped by strangers who were not expecting to meet guests. Gramila asked Miss, offering to walk with them to keep them company rather than rubbing up against the jerk. While the girl didn't understand why she was Miss, Simon wondered how many rabble-rousers like them there were. The man laughed, asking the hero to save himself, for they were a bit rough. They asked to get out of the way, but they didn't take into account on whom they pulled their vote, after which they got what they deserved for their incompetence from Simon. The kid put up a big bag of money asking for the best room. The girl asked how old Simon was. The boy was confused, thinking the girl hadn't heard him. The boy again asked for a better room, asking, is this how she treats guests? Asking to call the owner. The woman was surprised at how impertinently the boy treated her, apologized by introducing her cage of Buster's llamas. The boy was able to check into the best room by watching the people outside. The hero noticed that after a while, all the guests were finally starting to nail it. The kid realized that he should also discreetly join their group of people. Descending, the hero turned to Lisa. The latter gladly asked how she could help. Young stated that he wanted to use the cage. The girl generously apologized, but the new guest was forbidden to go down there. The boy was quite surprised, for the boys were definitely pushing some obscene substances. The hero asked to be told what happened to those who were in the place, for he noticed perfectly well that he was the only newcomer. The kid notices the murderous intent in the maid's eyes, but in the end, the maid asked me to forgive her, because she's just doing her job. The boy was surprised to see such an interesting woman. The hero was curious to see what the maid was so much afraid of. The girl abruptly turned her Wolverine claws around and flew straight at the guy with bad intentions. It was fun for the guy to watch such atrocity. Of course, he had no problem deflecting all the flying knives. The girl couldn't believe it, for the kid had repelled the attack with gold coins. She instinctively reacted because there was murderous intent coming from the guy. However, she couldn't believe what was happening. Simon complained about bending a precious gold coin. She immediately apologized for it. The young man asked if the maid wanted to attack him. The girl justified the misunderstanding. She did not want to harm him at all. The boy was extremely displeased, asking if she was going to take responsibility for what had happened. The maid immediately realized she had screwed up big time. She led the way to the entrance, explaining if he went any further, he could get into the cage. She also asked to get a VIP sign. The kid wondered what it was for. The girl explained she would give out to clients who used the best rooms, and the guy would be perfectly safe if he left her at his place. She really didn't understand why the young man wanted to go there so badly, but she asked him not to go there for nothing. The maid wished the young man good luck as he preferred to mind his own business. The boy would take it as a threat and would not forget it. The maid counted as he pleased, no longer showing any concern for him. The young man decided to set off as the spirit asked why he shouldn't just ask this woman to bring the master. Kira explained that the assignment was to bring the owner of the Lambaster's cage. Lisa Nikolov is the hidden person and owner of Buster's Cage of Llamas. The saddest part is that there wasn't a single clue about the target. The spirit asked why Sera gave such a cryptic quest. The young man believed that they would meet her soon. Kara was surprised because he spoke as if he knew the place. Simon Worth used to come to this place several times in a past life until the cage collapsed during the Civil War. Spirit hadn't expected how desolate the area was. The boy had promised to get to know her better. With a real Lambaster's cage, the stranger was quite surprised at how much the kid kicked the servant. The man said it was like this, near the entrance to the city. Simon was just an ordinary kid. The head assumed the boy was in a Lambaster's cage. The servant agreed. They tried to do what they could, but he booked a VIP room. The kid was interested in this guy, who was the son of a noble family, judging by the room. The servant shouted that he wasn't sure, however upset, asking for Mr. Gunther's help, justifying that he was ashamed to even go out in public after such a thing. The head took it as a very entertaining sight. Agreeing to see what he looks like, they head to the cage right away to get him. Folks were excited to see some cool battles in the ring. Each time someone was a winner and someone was a loser. Kira was slowly beginning to understand why the city had fallen so quickly. The boy explained it was because betting on such fights attracted a lot of attention. That's why the kid actually showed up there. The spirit didn't expect that the kid wanted to see people fighting for money. Young explained if Lisa Nihalov was hard to get to, they could just have her come to them. Spirit, in truth, didn't understand anything, but was on the case. Suddenly the stranger turned to the boy. The guys explained that this place is completely off-limits to children. However, the kid wanted to show how dangerous he was by proving he could be in such a dangerous entertainment zone. The kid was worried about his friend, asking the hero why the hell he was doing such a thing to them. The boy effortlessly stopped the other fool who didn't understand the situation he was in. The stranger asked for forgiveness and mercy over his face. However, it was too late to ask, because the boy without principle just wanted to pile on the people around him. The guards didn't know how to deal with a boy who was stronger than all of them put together, letting the other guard go, asking him to make concessions if they didn't want to get hurt. The young man asked where they had a place to sign up for the duel, for those who were tired of gawking and betting. The spectators couldn't believe it was so bad in the cage that there weren't enough competitors for the bouts. They all thought it wasn't funny, asking not to be thought of as some kind of idiots. People couldn't believe they put a kid out as a contestant. Meanwhile, the kid didn't understand what they didn't like. The unfamiliar opponent was quite surprised by the child. "I'm thinking of killing the baby in a more elegant way." The viewer thought the hosts had absolutely lost their minds, as the bout would prove to be too one-sided a fight. They were all happy because they knew who to bet on, just not for the kid himself. Zelbar the monster, people even call him a half-Goram. The kid didn't stand on ceremony and just decided to attack the arrogant, bulky guy, punching him right in the face. He didn't even think the kid had that kind of power. The monster fell to his knees from the mere impact, not realizing how this could be. And then he fell to the ground unconscious. The audience was in total shock as to how the kid was able to take out his main ring foe with just one punch. The host can't believe his eyes that anyone would have such incredible strength, capable of killing an enemy with a single blow. The entire audience couldn't believe what was happening, screaming with madness at the top of their voices. The spirit noticed that he was nicknamed Simon of Lamia. The kid explained that he couldn't reveal who he really was, except the guy's face is already on the lead, so what's the point? The kid informed me he had a spell for that, no need to worry. The girl realized it was this god's shenanigans again. The idiot had shared his authority. They'll know who he is if they meet and interact with him in person, but won't be able to remember his face afterward. Kira decided to go to bed then. The boy asked not to worry about him. The guy was quite surprised to see Simon from Lamea, deciding for himself to choose him as his opponent, asking him only not to disappoint. Meanwhile, back at the hotel, the maid listened to the entire insult and accusation of the client by standing still. The girl explained that she was not going to live in this place, and would be late. Coming straight to the point, it was Delkia, the manager of the red light district. She was furious to learn that some boy had made all the fuss, and so wanted the maid to bring him to her. The girl didn't understand what it was about, asking to get out of their hotel immediately. Mistress threatened the maid, saying she wouldn't like it if she sicked her boys on her. It happened on her property. The employee didn't want to put up with this kind of thing, especially if it involved their customers. The girl made sure again that the kid was in their hotel. The guys asked to give them orders. The maid couldn't believe the kid had done such a thing. She didn't know what to do now. The young man asked if he was randomly being sought by trackers like them. The guys couldn't believe when the kid had time to show up. The maid was also shocked at the sudden appearance of the master. The hero pointed out that it happened on her property, asking to speak to him instead of molesting the maid. The boy held out his hand, asking for forgiveness if she didn't like him. The boy tried to explain that the guard was just provoking him. The girl immediately moved on to another topic of conversation. The girl strongly asked the guy to know his name. The young man replied abruptly, "Simon." Mistress reported that this is such a bold name for such a beautiful face. The maid was shocked, for the lad is not quite a year old, asking the master not to speak to her, asking him to go to him. The boy asked not to worry about him, for he would be able to take care of it. The girl handed the guy her business card, asking him to get to know her again in the near future. Having read it, the kid knew about the room's pleasure Delki. They wanted to cater to his taste. The young man couldn't believe what kind of crazy woman he had gotten, giving such a thing. The girl asked him to be sure to stop by and see her. Especially if Simon himself showed up at her place, she could serve him for free. The boy understood, of course, that all sorts of things happen, however. This was his first time being 13 years old. The maid didn't understand why the young man was even listening to her. The boy asked what was the fault if they provoked him first. The girl heard that the boy even managed to participate in the match and win. The hero was shocked at how quickly the rumors spread. The woman asked the guy not to go near the pleasure room. The guy said he doesn't go to such places. The stranger was quite intrigued that Delkia herself had backed off, which was good. The maid didn't even notice her principal's presence. Lisa noticed that this child seemed to be a very close person to her. The girl excused herself that she was just treating him like any other VIP client. However, Mistress noticed that she was even giving him advice. The maid said it wasn't their personal feelings. After all, he was just a kid. The unexpected guest was surprised at what was said as she underestimated him. Lisa couldn't believe that this guy had dared to step through their doorstep here again. Gunther Lichtus, the guy told me that the place was badly outdated, advising why she shouldn't redo the whole thing. The principal said she called him herself. The maid asked what for. She just wanted her to put up a fight for Gunther. The maid knew full well that this man had been chased out a long time ago. She wondered against whom. The kid wanted to fight Simon of Lamia. After all, a maid should not think, but honor the smell of approaching money. Meanwhile, the guards didn't understand why their mistress had been very loud all day already. The guard heard that before leaving, the girl wanted to seduce someone, but found herself head over heels in love with the kid. The young man was sure she would do anything to get the boy to come to her. His friend agreed, for she always gets what she wants. The guys even felt sorry for the kid. He was glad they turned out to have ordinary faces. The girl went over every possible face, not understanding why she couldn't remember Simon. Truthfully, she thought it was strange. After all, she had literally just seen him recently. So why can't she remember him? The girl had absolutely lost her mind, not understanding why she had missing memories of her boyfriend. She couldn't understand why for a long time. The guy's face in her memories was like it was foggy or blurry, but that kind of feeling only makes her crazier. The girl wanted the guy more and more, with every second she lived without him. The foundation of the city consisted of liquor, women, and gambling, the red light district of the Lambaster, where one can experience all forms of pleasure and ecstasy. Simon would never go to this place in his life. It was highly expected, but here was this woman he'd met, rumored to have extremely questionable tastes. The boy decided to look elsewhere for information, but was stopped suddenly by the girl. A young man saw this and asked if she was okay. She immediately asked for forgiveness, asking the young master to forgive her. The young man was quite surprised why the girl was apologizing. Seeing the cigarettes, the guy realized that she must be selling them for a living. The young man took her basket, asking if she was hurt. The girl said she was fine, then asked the gentleman magnanimously for his concern. The kid was shocked because he hadn't done anything much. The young man asked why the girl was there a lot, not to sell. She said that they were exquisite cigarettes, asked if he wanted to buy some. The kid didn't smoke, though he'd never heard of the Grey Merchant Alliance, realizing something wasn't right. The girl understands the gentleman perfectly. The boy asked where she was going to sell them. She told in the alleys west of the Crane Light District, would sell the whole pack overnight if she was lucky, and then she could get home before dawn. The guy's feelings seemed to flare up upon learning that the girl could go home if she sold the whole lot, roughly realizing the position she was in. The young man decided to buy everything with 1 gold, asking for enough for the whole batch. The girl asked for forgiveness, because the guy said he didn't smoke. The young man explained that it was okay asking just to take them. Only give 1 for the goods and keep the other. The girl glowed with happiness, not knowing how to thank the generous gentleman. Running home, the girl thanked Simon, saying that she would not forget the guy and his kindness. Duh asked why the kid didn't just do charity work. The boy explained that no, there was a dump in that direction, so they had to go after it. Kira asked why this was necessary. The boy stated she would see it all for herself. The girl was beaten by some strangers. They couldn't believe the girl had another gold one. They were sure she had lied about selling all the cigarettes, so they decided to teach her a lesson. The bully needed a way to vent his anger over Simon. The girl screamed that she hadn't stolen from anyone, asking me to believe her. The hero stated that the girl asked him to believe her. Why wouldn't he stop? The guys couldn't believe the familiar voice. The guy was amazed that adult foreheads but steal money from children, how pathetic it looked. The guy realized that since the kid had come to their base on his own, he wouldn't lose this time. However, the young man wanted to remind this fool where he belonged. The girl watched the battle, not realizing how much of a badass her brother was. The man yelled that he regretted his actions a lot, asking why he was doing it. The boy himself was curious as to why, but realized that he was simply experiencing joy at the most insignificant things. An example was torturing bad guys who don't deserve mercy. The young man was easily able to break a leg, tempted by his nastiness to bully. The hero told me that this man would not be able to walk anytime soon, so asked him next time not to lose his income. The girl, almost crying, did not know how to thank him. The head clapping his hands was quite incredibly impressed. The young man wanted to ask who it was, realizing this guy shouldn't have recognized him because of the spell. The head was a little hesitant from the beginning, but there is only one so skilled little guy who fights well. So decided that our hero, Simon from Lamia, telling nice to meet him, his name was Gunther Lictus, and he runs the place. The hero thought it was a very nice greeting, but he wanted to ask a couple questions to one of the guys lying around. However, he would rather ask him. Looking around, the guy decided he was useless to him. The man begged Mr. Gunther for mercy, informing him that this was the guy they were talking about. The kid realized that since there was no use for the scumbags, he had to get rid of them. The girl, seeing such a horror, was greatly frightened, not knowing what would happen to her. The hero said that it was not necessary to kill him. However, the head apologized, just he was a bit agitated. He just got back from a meeting with the owner of the Lambaster cage because he really wanted to fight him. The young man was surprised because the guy knows Lv.999. The kid couldn't have expected the hero to start acting so quickly, but still managed to block a punch from Simon, who without any thought wanted to beat the information out of the guy. The head noticed that there was probably that much power in the boy's punch, and seemed to want to make up for it. The gentleman was quite willing to fight right at the rendezvous point, so swinging his fist, the guy infused it with magical power. It didn't work though. Simon was able to dodge the blow by flying at a low altitude. The head created a not large crater from his attack, not realizing how fast the kid was. The boy realized that this kid would absolutely blow everything away at this rate. The guy's hand had a unique ability to amplify its power, judging from the destruction. The head was quite pleased, for there was no point in waiting to enjoy the battle between them. The master praised Simon, for he was much better than his expectations. Asking him to, the boy continued to further entertain him. The hero notices that this kid is completely out of his mind. The guy with his strength just did a combination punch, trapping the boy. Meanwhile, somewhere in the mana dimension of the God of Darkness, God saw that the girl had given Simon an interesting assignment. However, the person mentioned in it was not on the altar list, and now the god was curious about her decision. He naturally wasn't going to lecture her, but it was surprising that she chose to drag a child into her personal affairs. The girl did not deny her decision. However, Lv.999 was someone they had to eliminate at any moment. The girl only wanted to test Simon Verth for credibility as a successor. God assumed or he would turn out to be the same as the Neolof lens. He liked the interesting mystery. Sera told her that they would soon see with their own eyes a fate never to be predicted. The head didn't expect the boy to be so resilient while fighting him. Gromila was quite happy to have found him. After loosening the bones a bit, the partner asked if they could continue. The kid asked Simon to show him all the tricks he had in his range. The boy continued to fight with this guy for an extended period of time. The young man asked where Lv.999 was during the battle, though he wondered why the guy was talking about a woman at a time like this. The kid asked, underestimating him because it was really annoying. The boy could fight a man like this with no problem. However, there were nuances. The arm that guy had was staggering the guy, as it just wasn't taking any damage from his attacks. The head asked if Greenhouse would be able to dodge his next blow. The impact was so devastating that it reduced most of the street to rubble. The guy was getting fiercer each time, not realizing when Simon would run out of limits. The young man stood in one frail formation, analyzing the situation, while the head called for him to come down and sort out the fight. Spirit asked if she should intervene. The boy asked to wait. He thought there was someone not far from them. Suddenly, the police of this town asked Gunther to stop immediately. The guy asked why she was getting in, asking if she wanted to get hers too. The girl demanded an answer as to why he was fighting with their esteemed client. The guy said the young man started it first. The girl called bullshit. The young man had no idea that these guys were so familiar to each other. The head took offense at the circumstances and started to leave, asking that his sparring with Simon not be forgotten. The maid asked if the young man was bruised, but he said he was fine, just honoring himself. Very dissatisfied because he couldn't get the information he needed. The girl respectfully asked for an apology from the VIP client. They had to take care of his safety. The kid noticed she had some kind of request for him. The maid asked him how he had guessed. The hero explained that the guy had met with the host to ask for a fight with him, and Simon didn't mind at all. The girl queried if the young man was sure. The boy agreed on one condition: if they give a little girl some kind of robot. The little child was very much frightened as he watched the whole nightmare. People have heard the exciting news that Gunther Lithis is going back to the cage. They said he was going to fight Simon from Lamia. They didn't think they'd see Gunther from the garbage dump again. That guy's in more trouble. So completely in a matter of days, the whole small town learned about the fight between Gunther and Simon. For a whole week, the kid went to fights and learned that there were a few rules in the cage. First of all, no weapons to sneak into the ring. Secondly, one must retreat if the opponent loses the will to fight. Of course, the third rule states that one must not kill the opponent. At least up to this point, the announcer had introduced the bout without rules. The whole thing is that the owner of the cage allowed it privately. This event probably surprised the guy. Exactly confirmed the presenter about the cashless rules. The young man was not informed of such details. The head said that the guy has no idea how much he dreamed of fighting him, but the presence of brass knuckles greatly surprised the hero. As soon as the guy wanted to complain about such a decision, he was gone. Simon was puzzled as to when the presenter had managed to evaporate so quickly. Mistress was intensely interested to see how skilled he was. Simon from Lamia, a recognized rookie who defeated the monster with one punch. The head was surprised that Simon hadn't been warned that there would be a fight without rules. The young man hadn't even been hinted at. The master asked Simon to go and get a gun then, if he was afraid, of course. The boy replied that he could do just fine without it. Eventually, the guy ended up with a plan to stick to. The head laughed at the guy, for he used magic afraid he would kill him with physical force. The kid really didn't remember the fight being to the death. The Lord knew the kid probably hadn't heard of him, however. The head knew full well how satisfying it was to kill people like the hero. The kid was pretty impressed with the big guy's determination. Master wanted to gouge Simon's arrogant eyes out first, for his mean and insatiable mouth. The young man would not want to stoop to such a thing, so summoned his blade. Kid clinches with one big punch from his opponent, who then found himself without an arm, not realizing how it happened. The head screamed heavily in pain, the lost arm that Simon had stripped from him with his blade. The audience could not understand what happened in the ring, but it was a fight without rules. The Lord still clung to the bleeding spot for a long time, continuing to hate Simon for such an act. The guy promised the boyfriend that he would never forgive him for that. However, the boy asked the headman not to move too much, for the more he moved, the more blood he would lose. The guy didn't know what to do at this point. However, not hovering over Simon only grew. The presenter stated that the fallen was silent, which meant that Simon from Lamia won. The audience couldn't believe that Gunther had lost so miserably. One of the rich men was sure it was a demonic sword. The kid noticed that someone made sure he didn't get any information about the rules of the match. Apparently, the linchpin realized what Simon was feeding to do. The girl congratulated her little brother on his victory, thinking it was a cool fight. The young man did not expect that she was so quickly to fulfill her duties. The girl said that the manager offered her to work as an assistant. She asked him to be nice to her. The boy noticed that the girl's name was Louis. The boy stroked the girl, asking her to do well in her endeavors. The maid came running to the master. The guy was benefiting because he was about to scold her for today's event. The girl bowed before the guy, letting him know she was sorry for today. Simon asked why she didn't tell, and hid the fact that there would be a no-holds-barred fight this afternoon. The maid on her nerves could not believe that the master had such an opinion of her, for it was known only to the master and Gunther. She did not know it at all. The hero would like to see the owner. The girl rephrased him, saying it was impossible. He preferred to remain anonymous. The kid realized that this way wouldn't work, so he just asked her to be more careful. She apologized for what happened. The stranger approached the gentleman, asking if he had any spare time. The lad asked who the old man was, for he had not seen him before. He introduced himself as Maurice from the Grey Tradesmen's Union. The peddler came to the guy for one thing, specifically because of the demonic sword the kid is now using, asking the guy to sell it to him. The kid, smelling danger, decided to turn on the ignorant, not realizing what the old man was talking about. The merchant asked. There was no need to hide. He was sure he was the only one who recognized him. The old man once worked for the Albus Trade Guild, until Zikmerman Albus, its head, was beaten 2 more years ago. That's when the merchant was able to make his mark by starting his own Grey Merchant Alliance, which is located in Lambaster. Now his specialty, swords and other weapons. The merchant had been a supplier to the Garum Association back in the days when he stood in Albus's guild. The old man was sure no one knew better than him, and then he beheld something priceless. A demonic blade of Blink. He was sure it had been waiting for its owner for years. Simon knew the merchant was the only one who knew, gloriously meaning he would only need to get rid of him. Suddenly, however, from out of nowhere came the guys, who managed to hide their presence well. They asked nicely to let Mr. Maurice go if Simon cared about his life, but the hero was amused. The old man really thought he could stop him with these guys who were 1,000 times weaker than anyone else. At least the kid said so, but they're from the Sparnia Shadow Assassination Squad, which must have been on Simon's assumption. After the Zickerman's death, he invested in security. It was really funny to the hero that these guys would be able to save him before Simon snapped the old man's neck. The maid and the girl couldn't believe what was happening in that room. The girls asked what they were all doing with their lord. She preferred to settle things verbally, otherwise she fancied using force. Simon realized that Louis might get hurt, so he shouldn't take any chances. The boy was able to let the merchant go without completing Boris's vicious circle. Simon revealed that he would be spared this time, asking him to back off before he changed his mind. The guards asked what they should do at his command. The merchant, coughing, asked to lower his weapon. The old man reported that the gentleman must be somewhat upset by his somewhat slightly crazy desire. The merchant told me that this time would backfire, but here his offer will stand, so he asked me to think about his proposal, and then just went off with his shadow guards to go about their business. The kid now understood who the Grey Merchant Alliance were, a new organization created after he killed Zickerman Albus. The worried girl asked if Simon was all right. He said he was fine, no need to worry. The girl was greatly frightened by the large number of scary people, but Simon asked her to ignore it. The hero wanted to ask for a request from Lisa. The latter was interested in what the Lord wanted. The kid wanted badly to meet the owner of Lambaster's cage. The maid was quite shocked at his intentions, but did not want to refuse to help. The boys asked the gentleman to be careful, for he would open the wound again by his razor action. The guy hated his opponent Simon the whole time. He wanted to kill him badly, whatever it cost him. He honored that he would die soon if he didn't strangle the insolent man with his own hands. At that moment, the boy felt so helpless that he felt ashamed. In front of a guy who mocked his strength, the Lord didn't understand how he was even going to kill the guy if he was that strong. Suddenly, however, the thought of a girl popped into his head. The kid realized that here was the answer that came to his mind. The young man realized he'd grab that little girl, and then he could defeat Simon with the baby's help. The girl, meanwhile, worked tirelessly. Making sure there was a new guest, she wanted to greet him. It turned out to be the head who didn't change his mind about his crime. He greeted the pretty girl while she was in horrified emotion looking at him. The boy stroked the girl's head, asking if she remembered him. The girl reported that she did. In that case, the kid laughed loudly, offering her to help him with a very important matter. The kid contemplated formally filing a complaint to get the owner to get in touch with him. The maid knew she wasn't the type of person to easily get a meeting with. The hero was wondering why the girl so reverently defended Lisa. The maid was surprised that he knew her name, and realized that Not in Vain thought that the guy is not an easy person. The girl only knew that she was looking out for him. Authorized the fight with Gunther. Changed the rules of the duel. The maid asked to be allowed to warn Simon to leave the place immediately. Otherwise, he might die with a push from her. The guy didn't understand whose side the girl was on, but it was probably a matter of loyalty to the robot or something else. The guys noticed Louis's voice, who suddenly shouted. Going downstairs, the girl couldn't figure out who it could be. Simon seemed to suspect who Louis's kidnapper was. The boy noticed Louis's sign. He asked the maid to stay put. He would go on his own. The girl asked him to stop because he didn't even know who it was. The kid asked the girl to calm down and stay put. The kid had a pretty good idea who the culprit might be. The stranger couldn't believe that a lady's room could be so dirty. The girl asked who it was that came in without permission. Maurice asked not to be disturbed. She asked him what he had left in her room. The old man said that wasn't it obvious why the merchant had come to her in the first place. He had a business proposition. After examining the papers, the guy realized that she must have really been in love with a boy whose face he can't even remember. The girl agreed. But what the old man knew about it, Maurice wanted to get straight to the point. He showed the strongest paralysis potion from the Garum Kingdom. With it, she could get the boy. The girl wondered what the merchant wanted in return. The old man needed one thing the boy possessed. His body could she keep. The girl couldn't believe that this was really all Maurice wanted. He would be looking forward to it. The old man didn't care who it would be. The main for the purpose is to get rid of Simon. Only the sword worried the old man's heart, and as long as it remains for Gunther to take care of him. The boy laughed, for he couldn't wait for Simon from Lamia. The hero immediately asked where he had put the child. After all, he didn't belong in battle. The young man showed the boy a not large souvenir he could find. The boy, looking at the guy, couldn't realize how crazy he was to kill a kid. After all, how do you explain a severed ear of another human being? The head said the rest of the body was in his coffin, asking the kid to pick it up. The character couldn't understand why he was willing to kill a child without saying he just wanted to die. This was exactly what the gang lord wanted. The kind of words he wanted to hear in his last fight with Simon. Asking, the hero go to Daddy to find out who is the strongest in the last battle for the honor of the best. The girl was surprised that the maid thought the child was capable of killing Gunther. She had great faith in her master's abilities. The mistress understood. The maid must have been worried about him. The girl declared that she had long ago spent any affection for him. But it was interesting why the owner was so obsessed with this Simon. The concerned woman was surprised at such speculation, informing that the maid could care less. The owner asked if the maid remembered Simon's face. The girl couldn't remember his face. Madame emphasized the kid possessed one of Eru's abilities, the ability to erase people's appearance from their memories. The girl couldn't believe the woman was referring to the god of darkness. Exactly, confirmed the owner, and it looks like her past found her on its own. The maid was surprised to find that most likely the owner was in great danger. The owner disagreed, after all. It had been a while since they'd had such an expensive guest, so she asked that they treat him accordingly. Meanwhile, the head was going crazy fighting Simon. The guy asked each time if there was something wrong with his movements, wondering why the kid chose to wonder so easily when he was hoping for a terrific battle. The head was curious as to why the guy wasn't using his skills like he used to. The guy asked the hero to fight harder. The madman noticed Simon digging up human remains with his actions. The monster asked the hero if he knew why the remains were near them. To put it in a nutshell, they were useless. This place they were in was called a dump. The establishment where Simon was staying is full of garbage. He, along with Lisa, had once grown up in the middle of it. With all his might, every day the kid tried to survive in this hellish place. The boy bit everyone indiscriminately who tried to raise a hand to them, until the day he met this one guy. The brigand begged for mercy for the young master. The man who killed these people had no intention of stopping. One day he eliminated the manager who was constantly harassing them. That guy told them that he left Leuven Academy in search of fun, and did a complete sweep. Ashel asked the children not to worry, for he had taken out the dirt, and they were now perfectly safe. Then the chapter, being a boy, could not forget the angel who had protected them then. Someone who had become an object for the chapter's admiration. After that day, his life changed drastically, dreaming of the day he would destroy all the filth in the Lambester, and gradually nurtured his powers, even becoming the manager of the junkyard. The kid started out in a Lambuster cage to make money, ended up killing someone and getting banished, but he didn't care. The dead scum turned out to be a common lowlife in his eyes. It made Lisa distant from him, but he didn't care either. The kid just wanted to wipe out all the garbage in the Lambaster someday. That's the whole purpose of the chapter, Simon asked, stopping the storyteller's narration. The hero advised to watch what he did. Can't see that the kid is perfectly fine, asking Gunther to try harder. Loudly, laughing, he liked Simon's attitude and would try to give it all he had from now on. The head of the junkyard asked to be allowed to show the hero something more interesting than the usual battles. The young man noticed the extraordinary artifact, not understanding where he got such an ancient relic from. The madman told me about a toy called a gravity chamber, which creates a mana room in the owner's chosen area. Thus, Simon found himself trapped by this toy, which barrier was incredibly powerful. And also the gravity toy had the property, multiply the force of gravity 20 times. The head noticed how the young man didn't hold up badly while in the cube, but he wanted to see if Simon could take the next blow. Magnifying his own hand, Simon was quite alarmed at how many interesting things the head had brought into his life. The spirit asked if her help would be needed. The kid refused it, saying everything was in vice. The boy reported that Kara shouldn't get dirty in this muck full of hate. The young man approached his enemy with incredible speed, and then slapped the head for his shenanigans so that next time he doesn't relax his recklessness skills. The madman could not fully understand what had happened, for the boy could not even move while in the cube. The kid came up for air, not realizing how this had happened. Simon, meanwhile, brought the idiot down to the ground, hitting him faster and faster each time. The hero explained that he would crush the chapter's entire body except for the ears. With each new move, Junkyard Crawl didn't know how he should fight Simon. There was a massive explosion destroying the entire main landfill site. The guy ended up covered in metal debris. The head explained to the guy that he was most likely originally destined to die. The boy told Simon that he had no regrets about what had happened, about that little girl since she'd been born in a labster. I was sure she'd grow up to be trash. Like Lisa and himself, for those were the rules of this city, set by the owner. At the last words, the head asked Simon to make sure that didn't happen. He was sure he could do it. The boy notices that there was a mass of destruction besides the coffin where the head sat. As he got closer to them, the kid couldn't believe his hunches. However, opening the coffin lid not knowing what to expect, the maid and the knights couldn't believe what had happened to their junkyard. But after making sure that the junkyard head was defeated, their doubts fell away. This was the outcome the maid feared most. The girl asked to make sure the VIP client was safe. After looking around some more, we were pretty surprised. Mr. Simon was entirely fine, only doing something near the girl. The girl couldn't understand what had happened before they came to the junkyard. The hero made sure Louis was unhurt and seemed to be just sleeping. The maid took the girl in her arms and asked if Simon was hurt, but he said he was fine and asked her to take care of Louis. She wanted to ask where the Lord was going. The boy wanted to clean up. Lisa was surprised, not realizing where the gentleman was going to clean up. The hero announced that he wanted to clean up Lambaster, once and for all. There were 4 districts in Lambaster. The Lambaster cell in the center. The dump was in the west. The commercial district was placed in the east, and the pleasure district in the south. A place that didn't have a facility that kept the city safe. But in the Lambaster still, there was a certain system of maintaining rules. These are handled by the superintendents of each neighborhood. Simon didn't understand how the head of Junkyard wanted to subdue a place like this. In the past life, the boy told his brother that if they had been in front of them in ordinary country, it might have been possible to carry out the plan. However, they had other criteria, thought it was worth dealing with the manager. Ashel reported that it wasn't necessary for Simon, told that the guys would destroy themselves, they wouldn't lift a finger, and all they had to do was get there on time and set up a takeover. The hero asked why Ashel was so sure of his assumptions. The Duke told me that this city was rotten through and through long ago. He had seen for himself. It still surprised the guy how confident he was then. But Ashel was right that the city was rotten through and through. The hero is going to dig up his roots. The boy notices a sweet minty flavor in the tea, which is originally supposed to be a cup of black tea. The boy was surprised, for it was as if the girl had not tried to hide the fact that she had put something in him. The smell was of an extremely popular paralyzing drug in the garage. The girl thanked Simon for responding to her invitation, assuring him that he would enjoy tonight. True, confirmed Simon, as did his flavorful tea. The woman couldn't roar that the kid had noticed something wrong with her tea. The boy is looking forward to the place where the girl will take him. So I drank absolutely all the tea, in one gulp so as not to drag the rubber, and then broke the cup, as I had just fallen asleep on the flat. The girl couldn't believe it would be this simple. She was incredibly calculating because she would be able to enjoy the boy to the fullest. Meanwhile, the shopping district, the union of gray merchants, the old man couldn't believe the girl had succeeded in catching Simon. The butler agreed, for it was a message of amusement. Maurice realized that today's luck was on his side. True, he did not like that he had only wasted the gravity chamber on Gunther, and after all, he had tried to get it from the Graham Association. But the opinion immediately changed. With today's day, Maurice would be able to get his hands on the demon blade very soon. The guards understood that it was somehow highly suspicious that everything was going so smoothly. The master had asked the servant not to gush. The shadow had a bad intuition that never failed him. They want to go ahead of time to scout out the place. Maurice agreed, but asked him not to do anything extra. The shadow agreed to those terms. The merchant notices more than once that the stupid spirit shadows, all the same, want to stick it where it doesn't belong, even though they should just be doing the robot work he pays them to do. People couldn't believe how fast the gentleman could move. At all speeds, Maurice asked the coachman to hurry, for there was no knowing who would want to steal his sword. The old man arrived at the meeting place in an incredibly good mood. The girl noticed that the gentleman had come very early and could have stomped slower. She was just about to start the fun. Morris explained that he didn't want his body, just the item he had on him. The girl informed him that she had already taken it off him. The old man was incredibly happy, for this was all he had ever wanted. She asked him not to rush her, for he would be quite surprised when he saw something interesting. Behind the sign was an incredible, rather creepy place. Maurice couldn't believe what he could see in front of him. The girl asked not to be so much surprised, for what Maurice wanted to see so badly was not in this place. The old man couldn't believe what the girl was hiding, human effigies. Except the thing that confused Maurice the most was the center doll, namely Delica, who was beaten and unconscious. He asked who the woman who stood directly in front of him was then. The girl asked him not to be so rude after all. She was the demonic blade he was so insistently looking for. Appears to be herself, who just wanted to play a prank on Maurice with her disguise. The merchant could express nothing but surprise in front of her, for he did not know that the demonic blade had a human form. The old man didn't understand how this was possible, asking why the demon blade had turned into a human. Simon was able to wake up and see that Maurice knew too much information already. The old man shouted for help at the Battle Shadow squad. The hero had no idea how loud the old man could be, so I decided to politely with my hand to get him to shut his mouth. While the old man was suffering from the blow, the hero reported if Maurice really wanted to see his boys that badly, then would send him to meet them. The young man was able to use the fog swamp technique. The old man couldn't even think that the entire surroundings were turning into a fog. The merchant was confused, not realizing how things had gotten to such a frenzy. Simon believed it was Maurice who gave Gunther the artifact, and the paralyzer for Delkia. The merchant asked for forgiveness, saying he wouldn't dare do such a thing again. The hero knew very well, for he would make it so that he could never even think about it, and then said goodbye to him. Maurice, have mercy on him for God's sake. However, the merchant, along with the other creatures, fell into a hapless abyss of fog. He had no idea where he was thanks to Simon. Looking around, the guy had no idea of such a place. The old man found the guard in front of him, long forgotten by no one, who had gotten to this place in the exact same way. It took Morris a long time to realize how his life had gotten to this point, left completely alone. The hero revealed that only Delkia was left. Kira wanted to take care of her personally, asking the guy to go about his business. The young man agreed, but asked the girl not to overreact. The girl blamed the woman. How dare she raise her vile hand on her master? But the woman knew she was not out of it, and wished her best to prepare for her suffering by dividing her into 1,000 pieces. The girl wanted to justify that she regretted her action, asking for forgiveness for the whole situation. However, other than a blow to his face, the victim received no forgiveness from the spirit. Walking out of the room, Simon was well aware that Kira really did want to beat the girl to a pulp. More important than that was that the kid noticed some completely different familiar mana that he hadn't experienced before. The boy could not believe his own eyes from what he saw, because he simply found himself in a completely different place. The woman only laughed out loud, asking Simon not to make a similar face of surprise again. She introduced herself as Linsini Halof, whom the boy had been looking for so curiously all this time. The kid was quite interested in the girl's ability to hide her presence and more. The young man had no idea that the owner of Lombard is part of the fog. The girl assumed Sarika hadn't said anything about her, in which case it explained why Simon went around killing other managers. The young man thanked her for her help. Thus the hero was spared from having to waste time looking for her. The boy was curious if he could call her his co-worker, though he rather thought she was the leader. The girl asked the guy not to misunderstand her. She's not someone he's going to fight. Simon didn't understand how the girl had decided to do such a cruel thing. The young man was able to fend off the unexpected attack that the unfamiliar figure had made. The kid had no idea that there was also a third person near them that he couldn't sense. The woman asked Simon to meet the third member of their battle. The young man was quite shocked to hear such a thing. The owner knew that with the third member, Simon was already familiar. The maid confirmed her mistress' words that they were acquainted with Simon of Lamea, and now she wanted to destroy him. It was still a long time before the boy could process what was taken away in front of him. How did the maid become like this? Why, she's under a spell. However, the battle didn't last long and the kid tried to stop the girl. Simon asked Lisa to get out of his way, because all he wanted was Linz, and she had absolutely nothing to do with it. The hero notices that the girl doesn't listen to him at all, and fights almost wordlessly. The guy had no choice but to get in close and knock her out. The boy used a secret technique, a wave of bloodlust. The girl was able to calm down a little, but not for long. He was beginning to guess that the girl must have been thoroughly coached. Now she was literally the perfect assassin. She had withstood the wave of bloodlust. The woman asked the guy if he could kill her if he wanted to, but for some reason hesitated. The guy was more interested in how long she was going to hide. The owner laughed out loud, because she just wants to test the skills of the kid she's schooled by Sarika. Wants to know who will win, wants to know if Simon will beat Lisa. The young man didn't expect the girl to be able to know Master Sarika, not realizing what would connect them. The girl asked not to be distracted by the guy, as he should better focus on the fight. The maid used her needle dagger techniques against Simon. The young man was able to dodge them, but with each such spell there wasn't much time to think. The girl continued to attack the young man. Simon was able to block the maid's kick. Lisa said that even though she had broken off her relationship with Gunther, Simon would have to pay for depriving her of the last member of her family. The boy was surprised that Lisa and Gunther had a much deeper bond than mere acquaintance. Looking at the eyes that had been activated by the shadow personality's submission, the girl used a small flagging memory to plant a grudge against Simon. It was a huge mistake to shorten the distance between these two. The boy, putting aside his cold weapon, began to think quickly about how he could help the maid. Not straying from the plan, The boy simply knocked the girl out so she wouldn't black out much. The kid was quite glad that there were no casualties and he managed to knock her out. The young man was very angry with the owner. Now they were left completely alone, advising them to fight each other. The girl wondered what it was all about, for Simon already knew the whole fog in which she was. The boy was surprised that she was from the fog, but more so when he learned of her betrayal and theft. She couldn't believe what the guy said. The young man pointed the girl at the ring that belonged to Anbari according to his information. An artifact that allows you to absorb anything, be it mana or divine power. Now she was using it to pretend to be fog, and the kid of course didn't know where she got it. But the girl was a real fake who only passed off as fog. The woman was furious, not understanding how Simon dared call her that, having used a spell of submission to her absolute power. The young man was once again able to catch the girl in her spell, the power of the god's darkness, the fog. The girl decided to do an extremely high probability act. The boy was quite surprised where she got such a powerful force from. The girl informed Simon that she was the only one who could move freely in this space. By asking the guy what powerlessness tasted like, she was able to show the backstabber some real power. She realized it was time to get rid of the young man once and for all. She decided to say goodbye to poor little Simon. Suddenly the spirit was able to find her, considering some small kingdom. The woman wasn't expecting visitors to her own dimension, where she alone could move freely. Kira couldn't believe that this woman was also after her master. The owner couldn't believe that the wench could break into her realm, guessing that the wench was also as strong as the god of darkness. The woman realized that unless Eru was counted, there was only one creature left equal in power to the god of darkness. Kara honestly didn't understand why people were soldering to take what belonged to her, asking how many pieces to cut the owner into. After thinking it over first, he'll blow everything in the kingdom to smithereens. The spirit was able to break the barrier that protected the keeper's realm from outside creatures with its power. The woman couldn't believe her own eyes, that there was someone who could destroy her kingdom. Simon asked the spirit why it had been hanging out in one place for so long. Kira couldn't believe Simon complained when she saved him. Yet the hero was scared for his life, having the right to complain. The woman silenced both of them, realizing that there was no way Simon was the heir. The girl screamed that he hasn't shown up in 300 years, and there's never been a time when Eru chose a child. Kira couldn't understand what was wrong with her. Simon reported that he had recently pissed her off. The owner ordered the hero not to look down on her. She hates fake receivers. Kira asked the woman why the need to make so much noise. Simon realized that she certainly wouldn't make a good assassin. The boy fought his way to the top with a tacked-on owner. Having defeated her with his own strength, he didn't understand why the woman still didn't believe him, but he would be able to prove it by showing her true divine power. She was absolutely battered, not knowing what to do in the end. The young man used the black fog, adamantium ball technique. The hero asked her to try and block that kind of power with her stupid ring. She had no idea how wrong she'd been in her predictions earlier. The boy was able to send the ball rolling right at the girl. Sera didn't understand why she was leaving, but Lisa told her that she was tired of waiting for a successor in this place. However, asked Sarika if she would be happy to come and kill her whenever. Master didn't care about such a thing. After all, there were plenty of other bad people. Why would she do such a thing, asking her not to worry? However, she asked to keep in mind once she sees that it is tainted, she will clean it then. Sarika had promised if such a thing happened, she would take back the artifacts she had stolen as well. But no one would know about it now, safeguarded by security. The master asked the girl to hold in the punch. With such conversation, Lisa said goodbye to the Sarika. She left the organization that had power, but remained hidden to create her own, in which the strong would be recognized. The girl never wanted to be in hiding forever, waiting for a successor. Thought she'd gotten that far. But in a moment, it all came crashing down. Simon was able to defeat the girl by bringing down the chain of their small town. The young man, as a courtesy, asked to know her last words. Lisa asked that Simon give something to Sarika Negriti, that she turned out to be wrong, painfully asking the guy to finish quickly. Having finished his business, the boy realized that no one can predict his downfall. The same was true for the hero, who didn't expect a knife in the back from his own brother. The illusion gradually fell away, and the boy was able to return to the real world. The kid was surprised that the kingdom led to the hotel all this time, so the kid was able to save not much time. The maid was curious as to why the master had spared her. After all, she had tried to kill him of the blink. Lisa believed that Simon had no reason to let her live. The boy asked that she wouldn't tell the others. She didn't want to do such a thing. The boy thought it was all right then. Truth be told, the girl didn't know what she should do now. All the guys ran out to their manager with great concern, asking if she was okay. Louis was very worried that Lisa had disappeared so suddenly. The maid was glad she was all right after the fight in the junkyard. Louis didn't care, for she would never let go of Lisa and her kind again. The girl told her Lisa had always been so kind to her of everyone who had ever treated her. For that reason, she asked that she never be left alone again. The maid understood everything, but they parted only for a moment. Simon saw that the girl herself had found the answer to her own question of what she should do. Lisa should just run the place, asking her to make sure Louis didn't grow up to be like her or Gunnar. The girl promised Mr. Simon that she would do her best. The young man asked Louis to obey Lisa. The girl couldn't believe that Simon was leaving. Simon really had to go, and he asked her to stay as cheerful and energetic as she was. Lisa asked the guy if he would ever turn in. The young man didn't know, probably asking not to wait. The maid asked to be obliged to look in on them. The kid laughed and understood, promising to look in. Walking down the road, the kid hoped hard that he wouldn't see a similar picture next time. The girl couldn't believe that the guy would really be able to clear Lv.999. Sera realized that it must have been incredibly difficult, Simon asked. Didn't she send it exactly knowing it would be difficult? The master quite understood the boy's displeasure, for she knew there would be a lot of questions for her. The young man wondered what her connection to Lv.999 was, for she was also part of the mist. The girl confirmed Simon's words. They had once trained together long ago, but the good times would come to an end sooner or later. Lensa didn't like where the darkness was going and left, even taking with her the ring that was only passed down to the masters. The young man pulled out an Anbari ring. It was Sarika that stated it was meant to be Sarika. However, the Blink Master would have wanted Simon to keep it. The hero didn't understand why, since a second ago she had said it belonged to the Blink Masters. The girl reported that she didn't need it anymore. She was strong enough as it was. Simon had originally thought Sera had sent him on a mission to get him back. Unexpected it was for him. Kira was betting more on Sera just being offended by her. They knew each other well. The Blink Master was just fulfilling her promise. She also had a feeling that from the power of the ring, most of the people were going crazy. Simon realized that this was a test of sorts. The girl wanted to know if Simon would be tainted by the power of the ring, and she wanted to tell the genius something. If he too falls victim to the power of the ring, falls under the purification project, Simon seemed to think that Sarika didn't like him being the heir. The master's true intentions wanted to see if Simon would become a man of calamity or a hero, and generally for the receiver was the perfect test. Also on the word Kira had made the wrong choice, the spirit wanted to deal with it personally. Simon now understood the intentions, which turned out to be good. The dean knew that since the disappearance of faculty member Aronis, student anxiety had increased significantly. The old man was sure it was a big burden, yet he had faith in the new teacher. The instructor asked not to worry about him. He will try to treat students with understanding, and will do his best. The dean greatly appreciated the words spoken by the newcomer. The teacher asked to go look around the academy. The old man was quite surprised by Boris' helm. He had a strange mana. Sarika entered without knocking, apologizing for being late, knowing that the dean had summoned her. While she was in great shock, the guy greeted her, informing her that his name was Boris Helm. Told that he was a newly appointed instructor, he was pleased to meet a colleague. He thought they might see each other again soon. Sarika could clearly honor how he reeked of blood. Realizing how much this person was dangerous to their academy, the old man stated this person was from the capital. The dean asked the instructor to keep an eye on him, for the guy was experienced and had good manners, but he had rather strange mana. The girl understood. The smell of blood could not be removed no matter how hard this guy tried. It felt like she could see the walker herself. The knights will appear at the event for the sake of their emperor. Arin couldn't believe how many more guards there were lately. The princess had heard their numbers increased after the blood feast, but in her opinion, it was overkill. A sudden voice greeted Princess Arin. Arin couldn't believe she had met Luna. The girl was glad to see her friend. The princess was overjoyed that she was doing well. Luna thanked Arin because it was all thanks to her. The princess didn't believe her because it wasn't true. Luna had teased her by saying she was a big girl. Arin wanted to introduce Lacia, who was her friend. They were excited to meet each other. While the guys were chatting about their business, suddenly Instructor Boris greeted the group of students. He said he was their new instructor and apologized for his ignorance, but asked if any of them were Princess Arin. The princess had heard well of Instructor Boris. She knew he taught applied mana. He was honored to be introduced to Her Highness. He wondered if there was a little time for him. Arin couldn't believe that right now, the instructor reported that it was no big deal. Boris wanted to check the students' mana levels. He would like to see Her Majesty's mana sphere. The girl showed him the sphere, asking, "So will that do?" The instructor noticed some very fine skills. Luna asked not to do that. She had a bad feeling. Arin asked what was the matter. After all, it was just a mana assessment. The instructor decided to take one important step, asking the princess not to move. Suddenly, someone grabbed the girl's arm. She didn't even realize what the reason was. It was Simon, who had no idea what the hell Boris was doing. Not understanding most of all what the hell Boris Helm is doing in Leeuwin, Back in 1002, before the Foundation, war with the Demon King's army. There were magics that protected His Majesty with magic defenses that should have shielded the knights. However, such a spell did nothing for them. Each of them was able to recognize the defeat they deserved. The enemy that the humans were fighting against was incredibly strong. The commander ordered all mages to return to their formation. Realizing that the creatures continued the onslaught, attacking them with each wave, the wizard wanted to turn his attention to something else. Simon, back in his past life, tried to help in the battle against the creatures. Every act he did was an extreme necessity to protect his people of the Empire. The knights couldn't believe the rumors were true. They all assumed he had gone to the Western Rebukes, but he always came to the rescue in times of need. Young Master Simon nailed them to save them. The hero asked the wounded to retreat and already take care of everything else. The spider activated its poison beam directly at the guy. Hoping the boy was dead, the creature managed to calm down. Simon was unharmed and was also a bit excited, for he had heard that it was a special rank monster. However, the monster proved to be too slow. Not how people had described it. The boy used the Void Sphere on this monster to end the battle quickly. The young man tore the creature apart literally instantly. The stranger was greatly impressed by Simon Verth's strength. Understanding why Mr. Ashel valued him so much, Simon didn't think he would be the type to stay in the rear. Bogdan came to him that the northern lines needed reinforcements, but the hero had already taken care of everything personally. The young man noticed that all the people who were there were on the verge of death, thinking that the war was as if endless. It had been a year since the Vertes took command of the elite knights who were at the front to hand over the Emperor's crown to Lionel. Then the monsters took the opportunity when the front weakened and started the invasion. The war does not stop for a large amount of time. Simon knew everything because of the Emperor's greed. If it wasn't for Ashel's request, he wouldn't be in places like this. Boris had noticed the extremely risky move, but he was in a similar situation to Simon, so he wouldn't dare say otherwise. The hero thought Lionel had sent him himself. Boris explained that he had chosen him for his talents, though to his mind, they were more suited to Mr. Ashel. Simon was curious for what talents. Boris thought he had nothing special. He is able to gather traces of the mana that Simon, for example, used and molds it into such an orb, to keep it for a long time. However, Boris notices more than once the hero had unique mana. Simon became, anxiously asking something wrong. Boris appreciated Simon's great potential, and maybe he could even find who he was looking for. Looking back on that memory, the hero knew it was then that the hunt for him began. So this time the boy will not dare to repeat his own past mistakes. The worst thing that can happen is giving him mana. Lexia asked what kind of behavior Simon had towards the princess. Boris realized that there was a misunderstanding. After all, he just wanted to check the level of magic. The hero had never heard of such a thing being necessary, not realizing who hired him as an instructor. The teacher tried to calm Simon down, for he didn't want to pressure them into apologizing for making them uncomfortable. Simon accepted Boris's apology, asking him to leave before the situation became even more uncomfortable for both of them. Boris notices that Simon Verth is so hostile to him that he doesn't know how to react. The instructor asked for a deviation. The kid didn't trust such a dangerous instructor. Lexia motioned for Simon to let go of the princess's hand. The boy apologized for his behavior, letting go of her hand. Arin wasn't going to clarify anything, for she realized he had his reasons. She knew the hero was on her side. The girl became nervous at her own words that she had just rambled, and then took Lexia's hand. Rushing with her far to the academy, asking for a petition, however, she turned out to have urgent matters to attend to. Luna wondered if Simon knew this instructor. Simon agreed because he didn't know much. The girl was impressed, never would have heard of him before. Simon cut out roughly so that Luna wouldn't even try to find out more about him, and in no way pry. The character notices Boris becoming more abrupt, thinking that maybe he's missing something. The boy was able to create a sea of candy because of his own abilities. The young man praised his men, for they had tried hard during his absence. Brian also emphasized that the gentleman also worked a lot, while the maid complained that Brian was always interrupting her cooking. Simon thought that Amelia liked it better when they cooked for her. She felt like her job had been taken away from her. In that case, the hero asked to leave the cooking to Amelia, and they would go practice. Brian didn't expect that right away. The boy asked in a jiffy, and they went to practice. Really, Simon didn't expect anyone was still practicing. Lexia practiced practically all her free time, honing her skills. Brian was quite surprised at how well she handled the stigma of her size. Simon was also impressed. The hero was well aware of what she would be capable of in the future. Already in the distant future, she will be celebrated as the best fencer on the continent for her persistence. The young man was curious to see how far she had progressed. Lexia hadn't even noticed Mr. Simon from the beginning. She asked what the hero meant. Simon asked her to take the first step in her offense. She was scared because she had a real sword and Simon was using a wooden one. She should take it too. The boy didn't play teacher and flew right at her. The girl was able to defend herself. However, it happened unexpectedly. The young man noticed that she had remarkable reflexes at this stage. Meanwhile, she couldn't believe that the young man had definitely taken the wooden sword. But she didn't know why it was so heavy. The girl was able to fend off Simon's punch, warning the guy that she wasn't going to be ceremonious. Simon praised the excellent movement at Lexia's, but asked her to try harder to do some damage. The kid tried to tease her, asking if that was all she was capable of. The hero asked her to attack with intent to kill. She couldn't understand what the reason for the problem was, because she was definitely attacking, but still couldn't reach with her sword. The girl wanted to at least try to take the slightest step towards victory. Simon stopped her, deeming to stop the duel. The kid told me that emotions out of control create gaps in attacks, advising that it's best to be careful with it. The girl already knew she was no match for him, and it must feel good to be so strong. The young man recognized this was not the case. After all, she was definitely capable, so he asked not to be discouraged. Lexia is capable of fluently wielding a sword that even many adults find strong. Simon was sure if she kept improving, no one would be able to defeat her in a sword fight. Lexia asked why praise her. After everything that had happened in their fight, Simon wanted to let it be known that he wouldn't have much to work on, given her current level. The master asked to practice from this day on, by training with Brian. Simon wants to leave it to Leskia. She was willing to take the wooden sword then. The knight asked where the lord was going, but the boy told him that he had very important business to attend to. Brian is looking forward to their training together. Lexia was in agreement as well. I'm also willing to spar with him. Knight was incredibly scared in the moment. The boy felt a familiar feeling. Only not understanding why Luna was doing outside at this hour was more of a question. The girl stood still and watched a certain target in front of her. The boy decided to look in the same direction as the girl. Luna told me that it was the research lab of Boris's instructor. Simon asked if she was going to go in there. The girl was surprised. She didn't think the hero would read her mind, and yet she just stared at her without saying anything. The kid was joking, but why would Luna want to sneak in? Luna replied that she was just curious. The girl had never heard anything about him before, not even in the Karum Association, only knew that he was an 8th circle mage. The kid realized that Luna was making trouble for herself. She asked if Simon would help in such a not-so-simple matter. The hero inquired why he would help. Luna felt like he was intensely familiar with him and thought as if Simon hated him. The kid, exhaling deeply, realized that Luna was causing a lot of trouble for both of them. After waiting for Bogdan to leave, the kid didn't notice any presence in the vicinity. Simon asked to go first and let her hold on to him. The girl agreed with him. The kid used a hacking spell. Entering the room, as expected, it was quiet. They found many books, thought him a botanist. Simon preferred that he enjoyed collecting them. The girl noticed the basics of ancient magic. The kid could see that his spirit had suddenly left her. He asked where Kara was going. The spirit said to the roof, asking the guy to mind his own business. Simon couldn't understand why go to the roof. Luna could detect something interesting. The boy, wrapping his head around it, couldn't believe the find. The girl noticed a very ancient text. The hero knew it was no ordinary book. The book was the actual armor of Boris, the Book of Hertkrea. The spirit knew it couldn't get rid of the nauseating smell, no matter how much sniffing, asking him to come out already. The girl hadn't seen Hirako in a long time. The guy was quite impressed with how well Kira had gotten a good sense of where he was. She honored herself just fine until she met him. Hirako noticed that the personality, Carrie, hadn't changed a bit. Thinking that was probably why out of all the people, she chose this master. Unfolding the fold of her claws, the girl asked to repeat her words. Hirako asked her to calm down because he didn't show up to fight. The girl was curious what for, just to talk. It was Hirako who answered, eager to chat with his beloved. Kara was incredibly curious as to what the hell a spirit like him was trying to do. Luna had never seen such a magical text before, seeing it more like a history textbook. However, she understood the text as if it were an encoding, taking a lot of time to decipher everything. The only thing Luna could do now was recognize a few fonts. The page looked to her as if unfinished, with great interest, not realizing what it would mean. Luna tried to gather the chick drawn on the page, while Simon was able to pay attention to something in particular. The kid closed the book, telling her that they had to destroy this right now. The girl wondered why. Simon understood, because this book one big reason for the blood bank and other important tragedies. The instructor has asked for forgiveness, but he can't allow it. Simon hadn't expected to encounter Boris, realizing he couldn't detect his presence because he was distracted. The bright light from the book suddenly revealed itself to the students. Boris wondered whether to know Simon, realizing that a great honor had occurred. They had met under such circumstances. He was quite uncomfortable when he found out he was being spied on. The kid asked Ms. Luna to leave them alone with Simon. The moon flew straight out the window. Simon couldn't think of Boris doing that. The kid realized about his little rudeness, but asked not to worry, because he just sent her to her dorm room. Now he wanted to talk to Simon one-on-one. The instructor noticed how interesting Simon seemed to him, both the version that was in public and the one that Mr. Worth was actually hiding. The kid realized this was no good. He'd love to kill him now. But Hirako was a big problem. Simon didn't understand why it had to happen exactly when Carrie wasn't around. The girl didn't understand what her acquaintance was talking about, asking him to explain himself more simply. The boy explained once more that the man his master served was the god's chosen one. Kira found herself in a losing game. The girl could not understand in what way she should side with Lumendel and betray her owner. The kid didn't see the need for it. There were plenty of other ways. For example, there was the option of stealing their master's body and they would have a hard time dealing with it afterward. The girl laughed, for the spirit was up to some bullshit again. Good and evil, light and darkness, creation and destruction. Two opposing concepts have always struggled with each other. At the end of this story, as always, the light wins. It had been 3 centuries since the great war between gods and demons had ended. Everything was thriving and smelling better than ever. Nevertheless, slowly but surely the world was forgetting about them. It was hard to find the reverence and admiration with which people regarded them. So after much deliberation, they came to the conclusion that they needed darkness to make them shine the brightest. Kira thought it was some stupid reason. Understanding generally all the information gathered, if she takes her master's body and goes wild, they guys will destroy her and become saviors. Hirako hadn't expected the girl to be able to describe their plans so accurately. Always knew she was understanding. The girl asked to stop talking nonsense. The boy couldn't believe the shame he saw in front of him. Hirako had always believed that the destiny of a demonic sword was the purpose of possessing the body of the wielder. Spirit knows full well that they are the only ones who have decided that darkness is evil, but they only think of their own problems every time, without even trying to understand others. The guy was sorry to hear such an opinion of them, and thought socializing with her would be as easy as with Eru. The girl couldn't believe what the Eru, a feathered Skywalker, could have said. She didn't understand what the hell she had done, stupid god Eru. The instructor warmed up some elite Sparnia tea, hoping it would appeal to Simon's taste. The character was more caught up in the fact that Boris was strongly interested in Simon. Boris thought it was natural. Every teacher should be interested in his students. The boy excused himself for not even going to class. The instructor was curious as to why. Young replied he had nothing more to learn. Boris asked if the dean or the duke knew about it. The kid asked closer to the point. The instructor agreed to the guy's terms, questioning whether Simon knew him personally. The guy wondered where such assumptions came from. The instructor reported, sensing from the start that the boy hated him, especially from the look in Simon's eyes. Boris realized that in the moment it was as if the boy wished he could measure him. The teacher personally had never seen him before, and wondered if the kid already knew something about him. Simon said nothing of the sort. It was rather surprising that nothing had been heard of him. A mage with 8th circle mana should be widely known. The instructor stated that he prefers a quiet, carefree life. The boy was curious where the instructor was from. The instructor told him that the countryside and harmed kid knew of one, though Simon obviously knew that was a lie. The kid knew the instructor didn't want to tell anyone, tried to hide even in Simon's past life. The hero asked if Boris wanted to know anything more about him. The instructor felt that the time was not childish. They could always talk later. The instructor saw how cold Simon was, so much so that Boris simply didn't know what to say. Now the instructor knew why Ashel felt threatened by the boy. There had to be a reason why Simon was helping Princess Arin. The kid realized how big the tragedy was. The younger brother of the savior blessed by Lumendel, the wielder of the demonic sword. Hariko had envisioned such a fate. The instructor was curious what interesting look would reveal this time. The spirit noticed that Carrie had the same thing. He thinks perhaps he was the darkness they had been searching for so far. Bogdan assumed the arguments of the spirit, and if they were true, then Ashel was destined to shine much brighter, as in the prophecy about the black mist that hid the sun. The instructor believed in the revival of the savior, soon to begin. Eru didn't expect the girl to come to him on her own. He was curious as to what had brought her to him. The girl wondered if he was asking because he really didn't know or for other reasons. She told him that she had seen Hirako, completely unaware that he was peering in on them this close. Eru wondered if Hirako was trying to do something. The girl couldn't believe that Eru knew about everything and now begs the question, why does nothing about it, forgetting that they banished him. The god of darkness explained that there was no place lower than where he had already fallen, so there was nothing to fear. The girl asked to consider it a joke. After all, they were trying to take advantage of her and Simon. Eru didn't understand such was her wish. The spirit didn't understand what this was about. The god of darkness explained that her purpose was to protect Simon. If such is her desire, then God will fulfill it. He motioned for the girl to take the edict in his hand. All his darkness would help Kara and Simon. So understood that Eru himself wasn't going to do anything in the prior. But she thought something was up with the Lumendel. Eru informed thus all his decisions were made for her sake. The girl didn't want to listen to his pathetic excuses, asking the god of darkness to stay in his corner forever, considering him a damn coward. It hurt Eru that his own daughter was so harsh on him. Statue of a divine shrine. The Holy Monarchy wanted to intentionally bless the knight for acting on behalf of their great god of light Lumendel. The girl wanted to let her ask if he was for real, intended to be a ray of light to save this world from the cruel darkness, calling for a pecking order whether to stand on the front lines, fighting and dying on the battlefield. Alice Worth has sworn to do the will of the Lumendel god of light. The girl didn't fully know if she had chosen the right path. Alice had noticed that lately, the Empire had been accepting talented people as Knights of Light and sending those to the front. For this reason, even during disasters like the Blood Feast, there was nothing the Royal Guard could do. She had dreamed of joining the ranks of the Knights of Light, but didn't know if she needed to protect what was out there. Suddenly, Alice heard a familiar voice calling out to her. It was Cecilia, who congratulated Alice on achieving her dream. Alice thought she was now supposed to call her friend Lady Cecilia, and she was only a knight. Cecilia had asked to be called her as usual when they were completely alone. Alice fell to the ground, for it was older than her. Calming down, Cecilia, hearing Alice's thoughts, assured her that she had never chosen the wrong path. But the Duchess was still in thought. The girl could still hear the screams of people begging for mercy. A friend knew only one way to check if her place was at the front or not. Alice asked how. The girl asked to join her when going there. Duke Willius has tasked them with an important mission, and this will be Alice's first assignment, to find her calling. The girl couldn't believe that her father had given them the mission.